Brought to you by National Benefit Plan Shelby Township. The Red Wings faced the defending Stanley Cup champions at home last night and were very impressive in a 4-1 win. Mason Appleton filled the place of the injured Lucas Raymond on the first line and scored 2 goals, including the first of the game. Appleton's goal came in the second period to give the Wings a 1-0 lead. Patrick Kane then scored to make it 2. The Wings killed an early penalty with a 1-goal lead in the third period before keeping the Panthers off the score sheet against the empty net advantage in the final minutes. Appleton added the game-sealing empty netter to give Detroit a 3-1 lead in the third before Michael Rasmussen had the final goal for the Wings. Goalie Cam Talbot had 20 saves in the victory. Dylan Larkin and Alex DeBrincat each had a pair of assists. Detroit has now won 3 straight games and is 4-1 on the year. They'll face Tampa Bay at home this Friday. Brian Branch's suspension has officially been upheld, and he will be out for Lions' Monday night game at home against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Former Green Bay Packer Jordy Nelson was the NFL and NFLPA's jointly appointed hearing officer of Branch's appeal. With the shortage of defensive backs, the Lions signed safety Jamie Robinson off the Kansas City Chiefs practice squad last night. Robinson was a 2023 fifth-round pick for the Carolina Panthers. He saw the field in 21 games over the last 2 seasons in Charlotte with a total of 20 tackles. He was signed by the Cardinals off waivers prior to the start of this season, but did not make the 53-man roster and was then signed to the Chiefs. Robinson is the 5th roster addition to the secondary that Detroit has made in October alone. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Thursday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. Hey, Hockey Town.
It's nice to sit there and look at the box score and look at the NHL standings and see our Detroit Red Wings tied with first at 6 points apiece.
As ugly as they looked in their opener, John, their coach called them out, and they've rallied for 3 straight wins, all in division, all against teams people expect to make the playoffs, and all in regulation. And the young guys don't look out of place. There's a lot to be happy about with this team right now.
It is. It's exciting. And so since you're the hockey guy, when do you look and say, because I'm not going to look at 4 games and go, okay, yeah, this is a playoff team. It's way too early for that. Is like in baseball, we talk about, the 50-game mark. And,
or Sparky's 40-game mark.
Right. Whatever number you want to use. Where is it in hockey where you start to look and say, okay, this team is whatever it is?
Yeah. I mean, the first benchmark that most people go by is Thanksgiving, not Canadian Thanksgiving.
Oh, I was going to say, we just had that, right? This is the Canadian sport.
But Thanksgiving, late November, is typically your first checkpoint.
Yeah.
And no, you can't make the playoffs by Thanksgiving,
yeah,
but you get a sense of what kind of team you are. And then I think a lot of people, casual hockey fans, start tapping in around January.
Oh, sure. When the football season starts to wind down.
Exactly. So there's a
same
couple.
Time you check in with basketball.
There's a bunch of those checkpoints, and then I know there's another one I don't want to talk about today, which is MARCH. We'll worry about that later. I'm feeling good. Vibes are high. But those are some of the checkpoints as we go. I mean, the deadline is in MARCH, so we'll see where that goes. Okay. But I like this because I'm seeing. I'm sorry that you have to spell words. You're a big boy. You can handle it. But what I'm liking is they put these young guys into the deep end. Emmett Finney's playing on the first line, and they don't have Lucas Raymond. And I thought he played good minutes with Larkin and Appleton. Axel Sandin Pellikka is on the power play. He's playing big minutes. Him and Simon Edvinsson paired up. It was one of those things that made sense on paper, right? The big, physical, stay-at-home defenseman with the smaller, puck-moving offensive defenseman. Like, that looks good on paper. John, it's looked good on the ice, too. I think that's the biggest thing.
Well, it is. And obviously, the only thing that really matters is getting those wins, getting them in regulation. But you start looking at all the goal differential. And a lot of these things we'll look at more as we get a larger sample size. But scoring 14 goals to this point this year, where I'd like to see a little bit more improvement is on the defensive side. And, making it a little bit easier on your goalie.
Right, because the game against Toronto, they got outshot like 3-1.
Right. And so, okay, hey, hats off to, the goaltenders.
Yeah.
But that's not sustainable.
No,
and
it's been Talbot the last 3.
Right.
And he's looked good, but you're right. You can't ask your goalie to be a hero. I thought yesterday, though, last night specifically, you're trying to hold a lead, a 1-goal lead against a team that's won back-to-back cups. You're a young hockey team. And I thought Henrik Lundqvist on the TNT set made a great point post-game where he goes, for years the Wings have been kind of a young team with some talent. Tonight they looked like a smart team.
Yeah.
You're not going to say they had a bunch of bone-crunching hits, but they were responsible defensively. They didn't allow them to get suffocated in their own end. They played winning hockey in the third period. They had to kill a penalty on a BS bogus call to Pellikka. It looked like a team wiser than their years. For one of the younger teams leaning on a lot of younger players, I think that was a pretty good observation.
And along those same lines, I think I wasn't here on Friday, and I know that I'm sure you guys laid into him a little bit, rightfully so. And I know that Todd McClellan laid into him as well. To feel like you've got a coach that's going to hold them accountable game to game, and not be the guy that waits till Thanksgiving and not be the guy that waits till Christmas or, whatever those landmarks are for young guys to develop. Like, he's holding them to that standard now. Young, old, in the middle, it doesn't matter. And they are doing the little things better. I'm not going to sit here and say they're doing them great. They're just doing them better and through 4 games more consistently than we saw at any point last year.
McClellan, after the first game, he is for as fed up as we felt and for as angry as the callers were. We had a lot of unsolicited Red Wing calls on Friday. Like, we're trying to do, hey, Tigers, big game 5, Lions, date with Kansas City. And John, we were just getting people calling in out of the blue like, hey, I hate what I saw. It's a 5-1 loss to kick off the Centennial season. But I love that McClellan didn't downplay it because it would have been really easy to be like, hey, I don't want to make a big deal. It's one game. We believe in who we are. He went the opposite way. He said the players will say we can fix this. When? It's time. And some of them have been doing it for years. It's time. And then he doubled down to the players the next day going, guys, when do you want to be a good hockey team? I'm paraphrasing, but guys, it's time. Let's stop messing around and let's play bleeping hockey, right? That was his thing when he came in last year. So, yeah, they've responded to their coach.
So he did do that a couple times last year. So caution to the wind here a little bit. But I'll say this. Last night's a game they lose last year in the last few years. Yep. And they had a chance to go up 3-0 with a couple great chances after it was 2-0, and then you allow the goal. Mm-hmm. And then that's where you end up losing that game last year. And the other good thing so far is Appleton's got 2 goals.
Yeah, we've got a ticket text. Who is this Appleton guy? Well, he was like a bottom 6 dude for Winnipeg last year, a good President's Trophy Winnipeg team. Local guy, played his hockey at Michigan State. He's not supposed to be on the top line, but here he is scoring goals. They need someone in a pinch, and he's stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. If you're going to be a team that's contending at the end of the year, you're going to have moments throughout the course of the season where guys step up and play. And we talked about it, was it 2 years ago? Dylan Larkin's down, and all of a sudden, hey, they fall apart. It's, last year, you've got to find individuals, and you always want it to be Larkin, Kane, DeBrincat, Seider, Raymond. You want it to be those guys. But it's not always going to be. And when those guys are in a funk or they're not finding the back of the net, someone has to.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Few minutes on the Red Wings. Also, a reminder, we have Red Wing tickets to give away for every home game as part of the Centennial season, which means we'll have tickets today to give away for Friday night against the Tampa Bay Lightning. We'll also have tickets to give away tomorrow for Sunday's game with Connor McDavid in the building. So, hey, 3-1 start helps. People want to go out there. We've got tickets. Be listening today for your chance to win them. Let's get to Connor in Chesterfield. Connor, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How you guys doing?
Good.
I just want to know how you guys feel the Wings will stack up against playoff teams if they do make it. I mean, playoff hockey is a totally different breed. I just feel like they lack the physical. Like, you look at teams like Florida, even though they just beat them yesterday. They got Sam Bennett and Tkachuk when he comes back. Winnipeg with Adam Lowry. All these teams got big bodies, and it's a totally physical game in the playoffs.
Well, 2 things. big bodies and physical hockey tend to go hand in hand, but they aren't always the same thing. Like,
Right.
I look at someone like Casper who plays with an edge. I don't think people would label him as like an overly physical player. In terms of bodies, they have them, right? Elmer Soderblom's enormous.
Yes.
Michael Rasmussen is a big dude. I don't think he plays to his size enough. Edvinsson is a giant of a man. They do have some size on this team. It's more about collectively lines 1 through 4. Are you back checking? Are you getting into the corners? Are you finishing your checks? And that's guy 1 through 20. I mean, that's Alex DeBrincat does some of
Right.
that stuff too. He doesn't get enough credit for. You got to play physical hockey up and down your lineup.
What you do, and for the young guys, they need to get more comfortable, round out their game, and figure out, okay, at this level, what does playing physical mean? And I again, if we're going to talk about how they match up in the playoffs, okay.
I know. I kind of wanted to say, like,
we're only through 4 games. If you want to have a head-to-head, well, they just played Florida.
and they beat Toronto, who made the playoffs last year
Right,
twice,
so
and we think
it's-
Toronto will be in the playoffs. Again, no one's saying that these games are the intensity of or are equivalent to playoff hockey.
But as we've learned, every single point at
Yep.
the end of the season will matter. So stack them up as quickly as you possibly can. And that game last night is just as big as the last game of the season if you're a point out
They all
or
count
if
the
you're
same.
a point up.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt about it. So, look, it sure beats the alternative. When the schedule came out and people looked at who they had to play,
Yeah. Ooh, that's a tough start.
1-5, 0-6. When are they going to win their first hockey game? And then they lose the first game 5-1, and you go,
Yeah.
when are they going to win their first hockey game? 3-1, 3 straight wins, a much better response from this team. And again, the young guys don't look out of place. So, day by day, vibes are high, good times.
And the only thing I'll add again is, okay, tough first day. The response from McClellan got a response from his team. At some point during the rest of the season, there's going to be a 3-game skid, a 4-game skid. God forbid there's a 5-game skid. And you want to feel like you've got the leadership that can pull these guys out of it.
Let's get to Ethan and Warren. Ethan, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
I just wanted to chime in here. What I've been most impressed with thus far from this team is something that I pray is sustainable, but it's the play of the third and the fourth line. And you guys touched on it briefly. It's the thing that has evaded this team for the past several years. You can't make the playoffs, let alone win in the playoffs, with a bad third and fourth line. And we have just, once those top 6, forwards get off the ice, it's been awful for this team the past few years, especially in MARCH. When stuff hits the fan and it starts to get real. But I have been very impressed. I mean, we had a few times last night specifically where the fourth line was out there. Our best offensive shift in the first 2 periods was with the fourth line on the ice.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's deep hockey teams are winning hockey teams, and I don't know how sustainable it is right now, but I like the point by you, Ethan. I think it's a good one. And the other thing that you really see your depth show up is specifically like your third and fourth line guys on your penalty kill. Like the last year penalty kill was terrible. You know where it is now? And again, only 4 hockey games. It's top 10. So again, that's where more of your depth guys shine, is in those gritty, gutty minutes.
And if you could do it against teams like Florida
and Toronto, and there you go. All right, 248-539-9797. We can keep taking Red Wing calls. We've got the Thursday touchdown at 6:35, working some of the big storylines in college and the NFL going into this weekend. And one of those storylines, Brian Branch, suspension upheld. We'll get to that next, 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me over the years and my family, and that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Truck Month is back at Moran Chevrolet. It's the perfect time to elevate your tailgating. Giggin's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game day start in a 2026 Silverado LT 4x4 crew cab that you can lease at Moran for $179 a month on a 24-month lease. Where are you getting a truck for under $200 a month? It's Moran Chevrolet. That's right. You can shop MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Wings respond after a very rough opener. Rattle off 3 straight wins, including last night against the reigning Stanley Cup champs. Hey, how about that? 4-1 win for Detroit. We'll take some of your phone calls. We'll get into the Brian Branch suspension, which was upheld by the league. 248-539-9797. Ticket Tech says, I haven't been a hockey guy since around the 02 Cup, but I did catch the highlights on SportsCenter and thought, who is Mason Appleton? If they continue to play well, I'll start tuning in so I can join the conversation and fire off a "we need to get bigger on the blue line" text just for old time's sake.
There you go.
Welcome back. Sparty here. I always thought it was spelled Izzo.
Yeah.
John in Lake Orion.
March.
We don't, not out loud. Vibes are high. March. It's a bad word.
Okay. You could play that game.
Vibes are high. We don't need to talk about March right now. Things are looking good.
Yeah, since we're still in 2025, I'm okay with not talking about any month in 26 yet.
Okay. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Costa, I got to meet you at one of these Wings games, man. I keep going all these.
You going Friday?
Careful what you wish for.
Are you going Friday?
No, I went to the home opener. I just went last night, so kind of like all steamed out by going so far. But, yeah, I mean, I'd love to meet you down there sometime.
Of course.
I think with this team, it's weird. Like, these young guys are a breath of fresh air, I think, to this locker room. But if you look at it in the years past, especially last year, we were bottom 5, bottom 6, and 5-on-5. And that's a crucial mark in the playoffs. You have to be good 5-on-5.
Yep.
And you also have to have a decent PK. I think if this team is a small sample size, it seems like this year they're way better 5-on-5. Their forechecking is a lot better. I think their net front presence is a lot better as well so far. I think, to your point, by Thanksgiving, I'll do you one better. I think within like the first, I say 2 or 3 weeks, you'll kind of know what kind of team we have here. And especially with these young players, they're not putting crazy stats up on the stat sheet, but once they get their feet under them, give them like the first month, I think this team can honestly take off because, like, to your point, Edvinsson and Pellikka paired up. Pellikka's a good puck mover. He has a really good sense of what the offense needs on that blue line, and then obviously Edvinsson can play that that big blue line back.
I thought Edvinsson had a good night last night.
Oh, he did. And last year, like to your point too, we lose that game because first of all, our net front presence in front of the goalie was terrible. I thought they did a good job locking down that front of the net in front of Talbot. And that's going to be one of the things crucial to them. And I think their PK looks a lot better too. I think the three keys to them making the playoffs is better 5-on-5. You have to have a middle of the pack, top 12, top 15 PK, and your power play unit has to be at least top 10. But you also need goaltending as well. So if you want, 4 things, but 5-on-5 is going to be crucial.
Those are key indicators. Adam, I think you're spot on. Those are key indicators. And goaltending, it's been all Talbot. They are going to need Gibson. They're going to need to look better than the opener. I got to play better in front of him, too. All right, ticket texters. Wow, I was hoping Branch's hearing would go well, only to find out his fate was decided by a Packer. This whole situation is going to fire Campbell up.
You know what? When I saw that, you make the connection. Players don't think that way.
You don't think Jordy Nelson
I don't
was
think Jordy
going
Nelson. No,
to
I'm going to stick it to a Detroit Lion. No. This is they're simply going to look at the facts and along with other individuals make that decision. Nobody thought that it was going to get overturned.
No, we all thought it was going to be upheld.
Yeah.
Even though the league got called out yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Did you note that certain sites didn't really want to run it?
Oh, you mean like those
partners?
that are in go simpatico with each other?
Yeah, I saw Florio and Pro Football Talk wrote about our conversation with Dan Campbell. ESPN, CBS, not so much.
Barstool.
There's no story on ESPN about it.
Wild.
Does that shock anyone? Especially after, that's one of the things that we kind of said behind the scenes when ESPN got in bed and bought NFL Network and Red Zone. Like, they're not going to do anything like that.
It's just wrong that they don't have it.
And the NFL
Tell the
did
truth. You put the story out there.
Well, you can
and you let it be.
and you can release it with the NFL statement. The NFL put a statement out yesterday
They can
saying
put their own spin on it.
that we stand by the pool report, was what the NFL said yesterday. And the pool report said there was no interference or help from New York. Dan Campbell told us he was
told
by an official New York was involved, which you can't do.
No.
Anyway, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Hey, the Tigers were back on people's TVs. The team saw a massive increase in television viewership in 2025. This is great news. The Tigers on FanDuel averaged just over 302,000 viewers per game. That's a 54% increase from 2024. Then on traditional TV, viewership was up over 101%. From 2024. And that was the largest increase year over year in all Major League Baseball.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's great. And then on streaming, too, the Tigers had more than 200,000 unique streamers this year. That's a 61% increase from last year.
Yeah.
We've always said it. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah. Message to ownership.
Yeah.
You win, and we'll watch. We'll show up at the ballpark, and we will be invested.
And they did. A former Michigan State Police trooper is suing Michigan State Police and its leadership, claiming she faced long-standing racism, sexism, harassment, and retaliation during her 25-year career. Sarah Krebs says that she was passed over for promotions she was supposed to have received, excluded from key projects, and sidelined after she voiced concerns about biased policies. She also alleges that a sexual harassment claim filed on her behalf was mishandled. Basically, the lawsuit just says that these problems ran deep within Michigan State Police's culture. So she is seeking a jury trial for damages and legal costs. Another lawsuit just dropped in Ohio that could, shake up high school sports. So one of the country's top wide receivers in the 2027 class, Jameer Brown, is the centerpiece of this lawsuit that seeks to allow him to profit from his name, image, and likeness while still in high school. Obviously, right now, Ohio bans student athletes from getting NIL deals in high school.
Yeah.
But Brown's team basically says that is unfair and even unconstitutional. The state's athletic association might call an emergency vote to reconsider this rule. And obviously, if that happens and it changes the rule, that would obviously totally change high school sports in Ohio and
Other places.
Other places as well.
It'd be the first domino to fall. I mean, the first domino to fall was college athletes getting it,
Right.
and if they're allowed to, then why not high school athletes? It's and I don't know there's going to be a huge investment in high school athletes, but for some of the top recruits, football
Yeah.
and basketball and some other sports, but it seems like it'd be hard for them to turn this down.
Former New York Jets center Nick Mangold is asking for help. So he's battling chronic kidney disease, and he revealed this week that he is in need of a kidney transplant, and he is looking for a donor. So he made this post on social media, and he said that he endured a rough summer and that he is currently undergoing dialysis. He says he doesn't have any family able to donate, and he is searching for a kidney donor with type O blood. He did share a link where people can go if they think they could maybe be a match. They can go on this website and sign up. And he did share that while obviously this is a tough stretch for him, he is staying positive and focused on the path ahead. So hopefully with this network of people that he has connections with, somebody, it's crazy to think, and I don't know what it takes to be, besides having the
match.
same blood type, right?
Right.
There's got to be more
There's
to
got to
it
be
than
other,
that.
maybe some genetic markers
Right.
that have to be able to match up. Yeah, I mean, with obviously, if his family isn't able to make a donation, then there's got to be a former teammate because he was an athlete at Ohio State. There's got to be somebody that he played with at the Jets. Somebody that would be a match. Not that that's the only
But that's
pool
the
of
people
people,
closest.
But yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
He's 41 years old.
yeah, way too young.
Yeah. You guys have been to a Marshall's or a Home Goods, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And you know how when you go through the checkout line, there's a bunch of odds and ends for you to look at. You can
Oh,
make
sure.
last
Standing
minute
there with
purchases.
Teddy is a lot of fun.
Oh, isn't it? I know. I feel you there. Well, an argument over a slow checkout line at a Marshall's turned violent in New Jersey. There's a 25-year-old woman who thought the woman in front of her was taking too long, even though they have multiple checkouts.
It-
It must have been moving a little too slow for her.
It can be very painful.
So I don't know if she purchased this knife set in the checkout aisle or if she had time to go back to like the kitchen area, but she purchased some kitchen knives and she used one of them to stab the
my
woman
goodness.
in the parking lot. Thankfully that woman is okay, had like superficial wounds. But anyway, this woman has been arrested and charged for aggravated assault.
Jeez.
Wow.
I know.
Yes, it can be very painful, especially when there's, you're 10 deep and they got one open and then they just open another one and somebody gets up there and they want to have a discussion and introduce themselves and talk about life with
Then you're picking up like
Yeah.
stale candy or,
Yes.
I don't know.
Feel like you're going to die there. And I
don't think the
need
candy
a-
is stale, but I always look at
Oh,
it
yeah.
like I
how
bet
you
it
this
think
is.
is
Yeah.
old
I'm
candy.
going to take this bag of gummy bears.
Yes.
And, yeah.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown. Is there any way Jonathan Smith can salvage his career at MSU? What about some James Franklin replacements? And who's the most underrated player in the NFL? It's next, 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do, it's really simple. Go to abrahamandrose.com or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Some big questions, college football and the pros. It's Thursday Touchdown.
All right, guys. Michigan's defense ranks 35th in the country in yardage allowed this season. We knew it would be taking some time with all the players going to the NFL to kind of get this thing right, but they look bad on Saturday night. They don't look like they're improving. That's the big flag for me. What is wrong with Michigan's defense?
They're not playing physical. This needs to be one of the most violent defenses. And while they're playing against Central or New Mexico or even Wisconsin, like they're playing a violent style, but then they show up or don't show up against USC. That, to me, is the biggest reason. The physicality wasn't there. They got pushed around. And the second thing is, you look at what they did last year in regards to it really started to come on second half of the Indiana game, and then Northwestern, Maryland, Ohio State. The defense played really well because they bought into being able to play their 111th, understanding how they fit into the defense. Right now, they're not buying into Wink's scheme. And it's if you're going to do your own thing, defense isn't going to be productive.
Yeah, it's hard to put it on any one thing, so I think physicality is a good all-encompasser. I'd also point out that they've given up some early drive touchdowns. Oklahoma,
Opening
USC,
drive.
even Wisconsin, and I know the defense settled in, but when you're starting from behind, when you're playing catch-up, it's also a young defense, too. There's just a lot going on there.
All right, Michigan State's coming off what I would say is the worst loss under Jonathan Smith. And a lot of that has to do with the opponent, and it was at home. Is there any way Smith can salvage his career at MSU?
Yeah, I think you're even underselling it. They gave up 38 consecutive points to a team that had already fired its coach, OC, and DC. And you had players on UCLA openly calling out quit factor. Boy, if you're quitting on a coach, you're a dead man walking. Now, I'll play along. Salvage your career. Beat Michigan, make a bowl game this year. And then he keeps his job.
Yeah, and so beat Michigan and win 4 of the last 6, so you end up with 7 wins. I even think it needs to be that one above just simply making a bowl game. Now they've got Indiana this weekend, so all right, I'll say 4 of the last 5. When you're playing some of those teams, will they be big wins for them? Yeah, but there's no team that I don't think they should not be able to beat.
Do you guys think that'll happen?
No.
That's the sad thing. It's just it doesn't seem like there's a way that it can really turn around. There are ways, but can those ways happen? I just don't see it happening. All right. But there have been false flags in college football. Maybe there's been some false flags on MSU, and they do turn it around. Week 1 in college football can be littered with false flags. Was Florida State beating Alabama in Week 1 the biggest false flag of the 2025 college football season?
Yes, but I'll give you another one. And it's hard to say because of the team that they were playing, but Penn State beating Nevada. All right, they won, and they look the part, but then Oregon, UCLA, it completely has fallen apart. So I think maybe they were one of the biggest frauds at the start of the season that we didn't know was a fraud at the time.
I have 2 answers.
That's the definition of a fraud.
Right. 2 answers. One that's more of a projection. First, MSU Boston College. Clearly, MSU didn't turn a corner. As significant as that win felt at the time, it's clearly not a big indicator that MSU had figured anything out. The other one is this week. Keep an eye on Georgia Tech. Their win over Clemson has not aged well. They're underdogs at Duke this week. So that may have been a liar, what they did against Clemson. They do not have a marquee win.
How about this one to be a little juicy? Oregon winning at Penn State. Really doesn't look that great all of a sudden, does it?
And then they lose to Indiana at home by double digits.
And that is impressive what Indiana did last week.
I thought we were just talking about Week 1 frauds.
Oh, no. Sorry.
It could be any week.
I could have worded that better.
That's okay.
In your defense. All right, James Franklin was fired after losing to Northwestern. Give me your top 3 coaching candidates for the Nittany Lions.
The first that everyone's talking about is Kirk Cignetti. He's a Pittsburgh guy. Could he get more money, not just for himself, but his players and coaches at Penn State? That would be the draw, although he could just steal all their recruits and do it at Indiana. I mean, he certainly is.
Could stay the king of Bloomington.
Exactly. So if not Cignetti, Manny Diaz is the head coach at Duke, former defensive coordinator for Penn State.
Yeah, but did they get it done when he was there?
They did not. And how about a third name? Little wild card. Pat Fitzgerald.
That's my number 1. Pat Fitzgerald. Now that everything is settled down there and
Can I say something about him? Can that university make that hire when there was a little bit of a controversy with Fitzgerald and Northwestern because of the past of Penn State?
Yeah, because I think the character of Pat Fitzgerald is greater than, and they found out he had no idea. All right, so you learn from some things, and okay, maybe he needs to be a little bit more tuned into his players and find a way to do that, but no one is questioning his character or that he was involved in that. So I think Pat Fitzgerald would be actually a scary hire there and what it would mean for the Big Ten. We saw what he did at Northwestern, and you give him more resources. He's a tremendous coach. Matt Rule, as you know, we've heard and talked about.
So I left him out because he is James Franklin, the guy that can't win the big game. Hey, let's hire the guy who's 2-20 in big games at Nebraska in his career.
So I'm going to give you two other names that I think would be really intriguing. Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien was there. He's the one that brought them out of the hole they were in after Jerry Sandusky. Everybody wants to credit James Franklin. Well, when Bill O'Brien arrived there, they were only allowed to have like 45 guys on scholarship. He's the one that saved that program, and I know he loved it there. I've talked to him at length about his time there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. The other one, we saw him win a national championship as an OC, and in college he was dynamic. In the pros, he's been pretty good. That's Joe Brady. Former LSU OC, now the OC with the Bills. I think he fits better in college.
He's going to get an NFL head coaching gig.
He might, but he's also young and very energetic, and that's what it takes to be a college coach.
All right, I think we're all satisfied that the Lions are 4-2 considering how the schedule looked before the season. However, they're not in first place in their division. Green Bay is at 3-1-1, and the Vikings and Bears are 3-2. Is the NFC North becoming a problem for the Lions?
Well, I wouldn't say it's becoming a problem. I actually think it's a great opportunity because you're going to play those teams and they're going to force you to play good. They're going to force you to be good. They're going to force you to get better so that when you get to the end of the season, you're more prepared for the playoffs. So is it a problem? Yeah, it's a problem in regards to it's just more competitive, but no, I think it's awesome. I think it's a great opportunity.
No more of a problem than it was last year when this division got 3 playoff teams, including Green Bay at 11 wins and Minnesota at 14 wins. Bring it on.
All right, Jackson Smith-Njigba leads the NFL with 696 receiving yards. Is JSN the most underrated player in the league? And if not, who is?
He is. 13 big plays, leads all receivers, second most first downs in the NFL. It's Jackson Smith-Njigba.
It's him. And part of it is because he's in Seattle. No one this side of the Mississippi really cares about what happens in Seattle. The other one would be his teammate, Sam Darnold. They throw the ball the least, yet he's third in the NFL in passing yards. And with the receiver like JSN, what he did last year, and I know it was discredited at the end of the season because he couldn't win against the Lions, he couldn't win in the playoffs, but I think he's the other guy that is just underappreciated.
I think Smith-Njigba, like, if you look at the box scores the last couple of weeks, he's doing what he did at Ohio State. They're monstrous with tons of receptions and over $150. It's like
great route runner.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, first team Pro Bowler potentially now. Who would have said that before the season?
Right.
All right, Bucs and Colts are both 5-1. They're the only 5-1 teams in the NFL. Which team has a better chance to make the Super Bowl out of these two?
I think it's Tampa, and I think it's Tampa because once they get healthy at receiver. Look out. Defense, they're not the same Tampa defense, at least at this point, that I think we've been accustomed to, a very dominant defense, but I think they will continue to get better and maybe by the end of the season.
Yeah, I didn't even hesitate here.
Yeah,
I got a quarterback I trust more. When healthy, the playmakers are better. Even the defense, I think there's more difference makers on Tampa's defense individually. The Vita Veas of the world, the Antoine Winfields. I went Tampa, and I think there's a shot they get the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Well, the state of the AFC is the argument for the Colts. Like, I think that's one of the biggest stories this year so far is how the AFC's garbage right now. And maybe we're all being fools not buying into the Steelers.
You know what? I mean, Cookies and I had this argument about Aaron Rodgers. And I'm reserved. I always said I thought they were going to make the playoffs. I thought they'd be okay. Aaron Rodgers wasn't done, but I'm just not buying into that they're a winning playoff team.
I still don't even know they're winning their division. And I know I'm on an island there.
Yeah, you are.
And I'll probably die on another one of these stupid
When are you
hills.
going to bury the Ravens?
It'd probably take week 18. That could be like 2-15 or 2-14.
Yeah.
All right.
Lamar's supposed to be back out of the bye. We'll keep an eye on it. Thursday touchdown, 97-1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck. It's the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation for an unbelievable $199 per month. That's crazy. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower. And that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due at signing amount of $3,189. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply.
It's a Thursday, and that means we got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000 if you can get all 10 questions right. All of our coverage brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It was in the Thursday touchdown, John. Jonathan Smith, dead man walking.
Well, it's not gone well. And I know in the day and age, especially when you see coaches like a Curt Cignetti go to Indiana, and all of a sudden they are in the college football playoffs. They beat a team like Oregon in the span of same span.
Yeah.
Of 16 games? Now all of a sudden you're looking at it, well, why aren't we? We're at Michigan State. We should be doing better than Indiana. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, you look across the country and you think about all the team, Vanderbilt, just the fact that they're winning in the SEC, and it's taken just, one recruit, and that was, for them, their quarterback. And it was 2 quarterbacks for Indiana. But it was namely the head coach who's been able to attract those players. And when Jonathan Smith came to East Lansing, he brought with himself his quarterback, who was a highly ranked quarterback coming out of high school. It was a big deal that he was coming along with Jonathan Smith to East Lansing.
Was supposed to speed things up.
And it just hasn't happened. And it's been all of the other things of, the defense, porous, can't stop anything, and the offensive line has not protected Aiden Childs very well.
Right, and look, in this landscape of college football, you just don't get 4 or 5 years anymore. And I think we've watched other schools make quick decisions and see almost instant success. So Indiana fires Tom Allen, and you get Curt Cignetti, and it's been quick. Mm-hmm. Missouri fired Barry Odom, and Eli Drinkowitz has put them in a much better position. A&M let go of Jimbo Fisher with the biggest buyout ever. Mm-hmm. Mike Elko, they're in the top 5 in his second season. So it's not just Cignetti, although I think Cignetti's the most extreme example.
Sure.
Michigan State can't be afraid of the buyout. I'm sorry, you can't. You have, because John, there is a cost to not buying him out, and it's becoming Rutgers football. So you can save your $30 million and punt the hundreds of millions of dollars that your university could make with a winning program. You can alienate all your alumni and fans, or you could buy them out. I'm sorry, I know it's expensive. What do you get all these dollars from the TV deals for? What are you raking in record revenue for, if not to make the tough calls with your head coach? And no, they haven't fired him today, but John, if they lose by 30, 40, 50 to Indiana, and Cignetti's not afraid to run it up, if Michigan bombs them in their own house, he doesn't need to see November. What's the wait? Obviously they have to get embarrassed more, because that's what it took for Penn State. It wasn't enough to just lose the big game against Oregon, and it wasn't enough to lose to UCLA, who had fired their coach. They had to also lose to Northwestern consecutively. So apparently MSU hasn't been thoroughly embarrassed enough,
right?
And they need a few more embarrassments.
Well, I'm never going to be a guy that calls for jobs in season. Because what's it going to do for them this year?
Well,
other than it puts them in the coaching search earlier. It allows them to make more contacts, which they can do some of that exploration behind the scenes right now in regards to which coach they would want next. And in regards to the buyout, and this is something that has been highlighted because of James Franklin, the fact that he's got the second biggest buyout of all time. It was originally Jimbo Fisher. Well, it still is Jimbo Fisher, but second is James Franklin. It's $30 million, or give or take a couple $1 million for Jonathan Smith. And I say that because it depends on how you're reading the contract, when it happens, and all that stuff. And here's the only thing I don't know, because I know it's been investigated and it's come to fruition for Penn State. James Franklin has to find, or at least he has to search for another job. And it could be either as a head coach or in the media. And so whatever he gets paid by that next school, or whatever he gets paid by whatever media partner it is that hires him, Penn State only has to make up the difference.
Right.
So it lowers the buyout. And I've got to imagine, and I don't know this for sure, but I got to imagine because most coaches' contracts are structured the same way, where if Jonathan Smith is fired, he is required to seek employment.
So if Jonathan Smith was fired, immediately you could point to UCLA, grew up in Pasadena. You could point to Oregon State, who started 0-7 and just fired their coach. He may land somewhere else, and it could soften the financial burden for
Correct.
MSU.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But this is going on all across college football. Like Luke Fickell's another dude. He's more than 2 years in. They got killed by Iowa. They were at home and lost 37-0. He's a dead man walking, and you got to make a decision. His buyout is north of $20 million. You got to decide. Do we want to stay in the fight, bite the bullet, spend the $20 to $30 million, or do we want to cost ourselves $50, $75, $100 million by having our program fall on the wayside and not being relevant?
All right. So, and some of that has to do with who hired him. So in Wisconsin, McIntosh, their AD, former player there, he's the one that hired Luke Fickell. Yeah. So he's probably apt to say, I still believe, or the dreaded vote of confidence. But he may be more patient in allowing him to get to where he needs to go if he sees a path. Same thing with Penn State. Like they gave James Franklin, was it 11 years, 12 years? And so they stuck with him. In fact, they re-upped him. It was 2019? I can't remember when he signed that 10-year deal. It's a little bit irrelevant at this point, but it was the athletic director, or they got a different structure there in regards to who hired James Franklin. And they got to the point where, okay, we don't believe this is going in the right direction. The thing about Michigan State is they don't have the same leadership that hired Jonathan Smith.
Great point.
So it'll be easier for them to say, you know what, this is not working. This wasn't my guy anyway. And here is the path for us to soften the blow. If he goes back to Oregon State and gets, $4 or $5 million a year, the buyout actually could end up only being $10 million.
Right.
Like, and I'm just throwing ballpark numbers
I get what
because
you're
we don't
saying.
know what that contract would be.
Yeah, and look, if you hire this guy, Jay Batt, to be your athletic director, you trust him to make tough calls. He also was sold as, and I believe him to be, an expert fundraiser. Now, I don't think he's raising $30 million overnight, but the reality is you got to look big picture here. You didn't hire him. It's not working. It's flatlined. Other players on other teams are saying your guys are quitting, and I can look at the scoreboard and see it. I mean, it's not pretty.
Well, he doesn't have to raise it overnight.
Correct.
Most of these buyouts are the length of the contract. So it's,
some
you don't
have
to
a lump sum, but yes.
Some do, yeah, some don't. Some are paid out over the course of the length of the contract. So it's I hate that we have become so impatient, but it's not necessarily that we've become impatient. It's the business of winning and what it means financially to a school when you don't win football games versus when you do.
So where we can take this is clearly you can call in and talk about Jonathan Smith, and if you think there's any chance this guy keeps his job, or if you want him to be fired ASAP as a Spartan fan. The other name that has come up, and some of it I think is kind of trolly, but I do at least want to ask about. If he's looking for a gig, does James Franklin make sense? Think about it. Get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Detroit is officially Hockey Town again. The Wings are now 3-1 on the season with 3 straight wins over Stanley Cup playoff teams. The Panthers obviously won each of the last 2 Stanley Cups. It's just the 3rd team to do so this century. Mason Appleton now leads the team in goals with 3 this season after his 2-goal performance last night. Despite having yet to score a goal himself this season, Alex DeBrincat leads the team with 6 points, all coming from assists, of course. He's assisted on 6 of Detroit's 14 goals through the first 4 games. Brian Branch will miss the Lions' Monday night game at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Branch's suspension was officially upheld last night after his appeal was denied by former Green Bay Packer Jordy Nelson, who was the NFL and NFLPA jointly appointed overseer of the case. With the latest drama and receipts totaling over $130,000 in career fines, some say Branch is starting to get a bad reputation as a dirty player. Dan Campbell says otherwise. With the shortage of defensive backs, the Lions signed safety Jamie Robinson off the Kansas City Chiefs practice squad last night. The former Florida State Seminole was a 2023 fifth-round pick for the Panthers. He made 20 tackles in 21 games over the last 2 seasons. Robinson joins cornerbacks Trey Flowers, Nick Whiteside, Arthur Mollett, and Kendall Fuller as October additions to the secondary. He was the only member of the group signed directly to the 53-man roster. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, after a rough loss in Game 1, the Wings have won 3 straight, all over division teams. All over teams we think will make the playoffs, and all in regulation. Pretty good stuff. We got Red Wing tickets to give away today and tomorrow. Be listening in the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win Red Wing tickets to the Friday night game against the Tampa Bay Lightning. We'll have tickets to every home game for the Centennial season. Later this hour, 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, Dear John at 7:35. Do you want a little teaser?
Yeah.
Organized chaos.
Oh, sounds like my life.
Her first time.
Okay.
Mom or dad, and pay me.
Okay. All right. Let's see where this goes.
Could go in any number of directions. That's 7:35. Advice from John Jansen. As always, send him in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. We're talking MSU. Jonathan Smith, dead man walking. Only a matter of time. Would you consider James Franklin to be the next coach at Michigan State?
If I'm Michigan State, sure. Because you got to get from point A to point B. Now, point B might not be national title or national champion, but I think Michigan State would love to be going into a season like Penn State was this year and be recognized as a team that is recruiting top-end talent, getting to a certain point. And James Franklin might be that guy that just, hey, he comes in, he's got to revamp things. He's got to get things in a certain position to a certain level. No one has ever said that James Franklin can't recruit. Mm-hmm. He's a tremendous recruiter. It's about winning the big game.
Right. So at MSU, if he can't beat Michigan or Ohio State, you're probably not going to like the guy.
Well, you might not like him, but you also will like the results of the other 10 games.
So, in other words, if you can win 9 or 10 most years, you'll be in the playoff hunt most years, and MSU fans would be more than happy with that.
Yes. And then after 5-6 years, then you're like, okay, tired of this. And now let's find a way to take it from where we are to national title contender.
So, or even like Big Ten regularly competing and winning the Big Ten.
Well, I mean, James Franklin did win the Big Ten.
Once.
Okay.
In how many years at Penn State? And it's not good enough.
Well, it's not good enough, but, I mean, would Michigan State want that right now?
Would you take one Big Ten title in 10 years at MSU?
And playing in the Big Ten championship game other years?
Yeah, I think they'd aim. I get what you're saying. He might be the coach before the coach.
Do you not think it would be an upgrade?
Oh, it'd absolutely be an upgrade.
Okay.
I'm not actually trying to be combative or fight you on this. I'm just trying to make the case of he might be the coach before the coach. Which is what you're saying.
Said.
Yeah, I was just getting us to a point where we
didn't feel like you were going that direction.
My tone was not helping me there. 248-539-9797. I just think it's fair to say, what's the end goal for MSU? Because then we'll work backwards.
Okay.
The end goal is I want to beat Michigan. The end goal is occasionally I need to beat Ohio State, and occasionally I need to win the Big Ten. He didn't do it on occasion. He did it rarely at Penn State. So you're right. Maybe he's the Rick Carlisle before the Larry Brown. Right? Maybe he's the guy before the guy. I also think you got to ask yourself, like, what is the quality of candidate MSU is going to get? Right? Because we just went through this cycle, and everybody seemed mildly interested in what Jonathan Smith would do.
Well, okay, so
maybe James Franklin is the best Michigan State can do, is what I'm saying.
Is there a top-level coach that maybe has a perceived flaw in his background? And I say perceived because I 100% disagree with it. And that, to me, would be Pat Fitzgerald. Much like, okay, different issues, but a perceived flaw or one that maybe has had some factual basis to it like an A.J. Hinch coming to Detroit.
Okay.
Just simply looking to get back into the coaching game. And then all of a sudden, hey, things seem to be going well. Now you get an extension. Now things are looking better. Okay. But just looking to get back into it. And I don't know that Pat Fitzgerald needs to take a job just to get back into it.
But Michigan State's not just a job. Like, it's a good job. It's a Big Ten job.
It's
in his footprint. It's in his roots. And here's maybe we ask people this. James Franklin or Pat Fitzgerald?
Oh, hands down. There's no question who I think they should, and I think most people would say.
Who would it?
Pat Fitzgerald.
Okay. James Franklin is an underachiever. Pat Fitzgerald is an overachiever. Which one would you rather have coaching your football program? They both might get you to 9 or 10 wins. I mean, that might be the answer at the end of the day here. But I feel like Pat Fitzgerald is more likely to overachieve once you get yourself to that 9 or 10 win plateau.
Pat Fitzgerald took Northwestern as a player to the Rose Bowl, as a coach to competing for Big Ten championships. So yes, the definition of overachiever is there, but I don't think he was overachieving. I think he was overachieving with the school that he was at. He is a coach that can win Big Ten championships. He's a coach that can win national championships. If you give him the resources that Michigan State would have, you give him the level of player that they'd be able to go out and recruit.
Are you taking overachiever to be a slight? I mean it as a compliment. That Pat Fitzgerald's an overachiever. Like, he achieves more than is reasonable to expect.
From his school.
It's a compliment.
So, it is a compliment, yes, but I also don't know that him as a coach that he was overachieving. I think that's the level of coach that he is.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. George, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Well, I'm chiming in on maybe Pat Fitzgerald too. I mean, James Franklin, I think he'd be a good stepping stone, as would Fitzgerald. I just personally don't like Franklin, so maybe I'm biased that way. But, Fitzgerald took Northwestern to levels that we haven't seen. I mean, there's other candidates. I mean, they talk about the offensive coordinator at Ohio State and such, if we're going to go that route. But Jonathan Smith needs to go. I mean, if he doesn't go after an Indiana thumping, John, I'll be wearing maize and blue so that Michigan thumps us at MSU, because something's got to give on this. This is just embarrassing now.
Well, so I'm with you on your comments about James Franklin. Never been a James Franklin fan, never will be. And actually, I would, as a Wolverine, hey, go ahead. Go to East Lansing. You can't beat a top-ranked team. Not that we're a top-ranked team, but when it matters most, that would be a good thing. I've got a tremendous amount of respect for Pat Fitzgerald. It would scare the hell out of me if he ended up in East Lansing or in Penn State, anywhere in the Big Ten with the resources that he could use. I think Pat Fitzgerald is a classy guy. He's an unbelievable competitor and a great football coach.
I agree with you 100%. He's my number one candidate. I just don't know if our board of trustees will agree to this. I sound like Valenti, but we tend to do a lot of things wrong these days. I just don't get it when it seems so obvious what to do.
George, I don't want to gloss over something you said there, because it should be stated again. You, a Spartan fan, will don the maize and blue, I don't know, literally or metaphorically, to root for Michigan to throttle your team. That's how bad it's gotten.
I don't know if I'll wear the clothing, but I will want them to win. Something has got to give, because I'm concerned we're going to get throttled by Indiana. It's not going to be enough just because it's Indiana. We've already been embarrassed by UCLA on homecoming. Get embarrassed again 2 years ago. We were by Michigan at our own stadium. What do we got to do?
I can lend you
going back to Darryl Rogers with the Lions. What's the guy got to do to get fired?
George, I could lend you a Block M hat. I got a clean blue maize Block M hat that I'm sure you'd look terrific in.
No, first of all, I'm not bald. I have all my hair, and I don't want to lose it.
Well, I'm not bald either, but I love wearing a baseball cap.
I do too, but I don't want to lose my hair, and if I put on that hat, it's probably going to fall out. And if I put on a shirt or a sweater, I know I'm going to develop some sort of leprosy-type skin condition.
Well played. Call back anytime, George. Good stuff.
So he brought up Ohio State coaching staff. What about Ohio State DC Matt Patricia? He's doing a heck of a job
as a defensive play caller.
I'm sorry.
He also did a great job. That's like the Darryl Rogers thing, where he both coached the Lions and then would coach State.
Okay, if there's any trolling and bringing up fired Coach James Franklin, you have topped all of it by bringing up Matt Patricia. You win.
He put it in my head because he said Ohio State. He's doing a great job.
He is.
Is he the offensive play caller, or are we talking about the wide receiver coach? I forget who's the receiver coach that does a great job recruiting.
Brian
Hartline. Yeah.
Is he calling plays?
I'm not sure.
I
don't know if it's him or Day or what.
Yeah.
A couple quick ticket texts. MSU would be lucky if James Franklin answered their phone call. There's no way Franklin would even think about MSU. Dumpster fire. Another text says, no to James Franklin as an MSU fan. Hard pass. He's a fraud. I'd rather see, you're sitting down, John? I'd rather see Urban or Saban come back with Max Bulla as the DC/head coach in training. I'd take Brent Key or Pat Fitzgerald over Franklin, but please no on Franklin, Mike in Auburn Hills. You're not getting Urban or Saban, right?
No.
Okay.
Hey,
Everything else is fine.
One other texture, just quick. Your thoughts, John Gruden.
Sure. He wants to get back into college coaching.
Yeah.
I think
he talked about the SEC.
And honestly, maybe Penn State would make more sense.
Possibly, yeah.
But if he's interested, he's interested. How about this one? This is a ticket texter who says, from Caputo's show last night, Robert Saleh. I don't know if he wants to go to college.
It's just that, okay, from coordinator position to coordinator position, I get it's just a different world of being a head coach. Now, maybe because he wasn't successful as a head coach in the NFL means he might be able to be successful as a college head coach. I don't know. It's if you haven't been in the college game, it's really hard to get into it because
how it's changed.
Not many NFL coaches want to go down to the NFL. I mean, to the college level.
And the headache that comes with it at this point. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Anyway, we got the 2 Grand Slam. We got Dear John. It's 97-1. You know, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us are looking forward to. It's not exactly your idea of a good time. It's a big investment. It's going to cost a lot of money, and you want to make sure you do it right. You got to choose the right company. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Local experts, proven track record. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means if you're going to make this investment, you want it to count. It'll be protected for as long as you own your home and if you go to sell your home. Plus, with Shaner Roofing, you got a 4.9-star Google-rated company that's thousands of happy customers, and it doesn't happen overnight. That's built on hard work, quality work, customer care. So if your roof is aging, if it's leaking, if you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. It's simple. mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about how some giant verdict that they won, and to them it's a trophy. It's a number, and that's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, really does nothing for you. Here's the truth about David Femenino. He wins big, and we all know it, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so Governor Whitmer just announced plans to restart Amtrak service near Michigan Central Station. So the idea is to build a new transit hub next to the historic building, and it would bring the passenger rail service back to the station for the first time since 1988. So it's pretty cool. It would connect inner-city buses and trains linking Detroit to Windsor and Toronto, with service possibly kicking off around 2029. So right now, Amtrak trains move through under the Detroit River, but only freight goes. So the new plan would be to allow passengers to take that underwater route as well. Nothing is set in stone yet. So the service, it's not a done deal. They still need, engineering studies, design plans, and approval from Canada. But
so years and years away then, right?
Well, they say if all
might
of this
actually
moves,
be
it'd
possible.
be 2029.
Well, it might be at the same time that they open up the new bridge.
It could be. I mean,
Yeah.
it's unknown date.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I love traveling by train. So
Me too.
gosh, I honestly really haven't done a lot of train travel like this.
It's more common on the East Coast.
Say when you
and-
played out in
Oh, yeah. I mean,
DC.
I'd take the train up to Philly. I'd take the train to New York. Yeah.
When we were in Europe, we took a lot of trains, which was awesome. But not around here. I have never really done it. Speaking of Michigan Central Station, you can celebrate Halloween this year with some spooky fun at the historic building. So the celebration includes treats, live entertainment, and more, both outside and inside of the building. This takes place on Halloween, October 31st. So there's going to be like trunk or treating outside, a bunch of decorated Ford vehicles at each little stop. There'll be some hands-on activities where kids can do science experiments or make masks. There's going to be a bunch of DJs and live artist demonstrations. It is a free event open to the public. The activities that are going on inside the building, however, are limited, and it sounds like the pre-registration for that is full, but there will be some limited tickets sold at the door for that. The outside activities go on from 5 to 9, indoors from 5 to 10. So pretty cool. Oh, yes.
We had that news story about how they want to make Halloween better in the city of Detroit. This is just another way to do it.
For sure. I mean, if it wasn't so far away from my house, I still haven't been. Like, it's been on my list. It was on my list to do over the summer, to go do one of the tours. Never got a chance to do it. I think it'd be fun, but it's on Halloween. It's too far of a drive for that particular night. Speaking of spooky things, the LA Dodgers were in Milwaukee earlier this week, right? Taking on the Brewers.
Milwaukee.
Yeah,
This is a great story. Have you seen this, John?
Yes.
And 2 of the players had to switch hotels because the one that the Dodgers were staying at is haunted.
Ooh.
Yes. The Pfister Hotel, which has been called baseball's most haunted hotel, has been apparently spooking players for years. It opened in 1893, and over the years, several players have reported mysterious happenings there. You know, like the sounds of knocking, the electronics turning on and off, objects moving, things like that. So 2 players, I might say his name wrong, Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, well done.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at that. He's not staying there, not because he's scared, but his wife was traveling with him, and she said, no way. Yeah, Mookie Betts as well says, nope. Nope, not going to stay there. He says he's been there before but didn't enjoy it because he couldn't sleep because every time he would hear something.
He thought it was a ghost.
On high alert, yeah. So.
Okay.
Now you see how Milwaukee had the best record all year.
Right, yes.
Haunting the
haunting
opponents.
the opponents, yeah. Now's the time to call, isn't it?
Yeah, call us to win $2,000, 248-539-9797. Let's see, you want one more? One of the top high school football players in the country, Jameer Brown, just filed a lawsuit against the Ohio High School Athletic Association, basically saying that student athletes should be allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. Wants to make some money. Ohio bans NIL deals for high schoolers, and his legal team basically says, hey, it's not just an outdated idea, it's also unconstitutional. So now the OHSAA may actually call this emergency vote to reconsider the rule.
It's a matter of time before it happens. I mean, how could they possibly have NIL for college athletes, but then say it's not possible for high school athletes?
Only a matter of time.
Yep.
Can you get all 10 questions right? Let's get to the $2 Grand Slam.
You heard it. Your chance to win $2,000 in just 60 seconds. The rules are simple, right? You're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly, but the game is tough. You got to be on your game. Good luck.
Playing today, it's Derek in Chesterfield. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
All right. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good.
All right. You excited?
I'm pumped up for this. I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Woohoo. Good
Okay.
luck, Derek. You got this. If you don't know one, say pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. All right. So
All right, sounds good.
Okay, your time is going to start right now. Who did the Detroit Red Wings play last night?
Florida Panthers.
Baker Mayfield played at this college before Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Oh, before Oklahoma? Pass.
This band had the 1991 hit Losing My Religion.
REM.
Who is Stoney's co-host on the Lions postgame show?
Mojo?
Who is
Pass.
Tarek Skubal's
Right.
agent?
Borg.
Who is the main play-by-play voice for Monday Night Football on ESPN?
Pass.
Who played Doctor Strange in Doctor Strange?
Pass.
Who is the head football coach of the Indiana Hoosiers?
Oh, man. Pass.
What is 12 times 7?
84.
Who is the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers?
Pass.
Baker Mayfield played at this college before Oklahoma.
Dang, that was a tough one.
Yeah,
This
we
one's a
got
tough
you with
one.
4. That's $100. It's a
All
C-note.
right, I'll take it.
There you go.
Who's playing along there with you?
I am at work, actually, today, hanging out at Ford Field.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, stay on the line, and we'll make sure you get paid, and we're going to go through the answers right now. The $2 Grand Slam on Thursdays, brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid. He was very anxious.
Super.
Yes.
Yeah, take a deep breath. That's what I wanted to say. Like, calm down, dude.
I felt like I had to read it really fast because he was trying to answer really quickly. And I was like, oh, well, I better keep up with him. He was fired up.
And at the
He was
same
trying
time,
to answer it before you even got, Oklahoma. Oh, wait, no, pass.
at the same time, he passed on 5 of them.
Right.
So, not great strategy.
Well, if
but
you
we'll
don't
go
know,
through
you
it.
don't know.
I know, but you can at some point.
You do
You're
have to
not
make
going to
a
be able to
guess.
get back to
Agreed.
5 different questions.
It's
You
true.
just take a guess. We'll go through it though. He did get 4 correct. That's $100 at 25 apiece. The first question, he started out fine. Who did the Wings play last night?
And Florida Panthers.
Yeah, beat the defending Stanley Cup champions 4-1. Did it without Lucas Raymond. Baker Mayfield played at Oklahoma, but before that, John,
Played at Texas Tech.
this band had the 1991 hit "Losing My Religion."
He got it. REM.
Who is Stoney's co-host on the Lions postgame show?
It is not Wojo. I think it's past his bedtime. That would be the Hammer.
Jennifer Hammond. Who is Tarek Skubal's agent?
Scott Boras.
Yes, just like that.
Who's the main play-by-play voice for Monday Night Football on ESPN?
Joe Buck.
Who played Doctor Strange in Doctor Strange?
That would be Cumberbatch.
Head coach of Indiana Hoosier football.
This is probably one where he saw his face.
Yeah.
And he didn't have time to Google him because that's what you're supposed to do. It would be Kirk Cignetti.
Been in the news all week after they beat Oregon. He was good at his math question, 12 times 7.
84.
Mm-hmm. And the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Pat Murphy.
Pat Murphy. Staying in that.
The Haunted Hotel.
Yes. All right, there you go. It's your 2 Grand Slam. Your next chance to play is next Tuesday at 7:25. Coming up next, John Jansen going to give everybody the advice they need. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Send them in. You got questions. John's got answers. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com.
All right, let's get started right off the bat. This is organized chaos. Dear John, my wife has what I call organized chaos all over the house. Every flat surface, including our couch, seems to be a catch-all. When my parents visit us, she always emphasizes how we have to clean. The thing is, the house is largely clean. It's just her stuff covering everything. If I try to take initiative or ask, where do you want this? I just get lectured about how she has no time, despite running a daycare at our house and nap time being a thing for everyone. I'm tired of the messes, but I no longer know how to deal with it without her thinking I'm inconsiderate of the hard work she does daily.
Well, okay, so if you have a daycare operating out of your house, yeah, everything is going to be a catch-all, and some of it is for the kids that she is caring for. Some of it's for her. This is now not just your home, it's a place of business. And so I understand the clutter gets to be a bit much. We go through the house every night and try and pick things up, and it's mainly my wife that makes our house look so great. So it's hard to relate to something like this, but it's, hey, when you get home or before you go to bed, maybe take on a room a night and just try and put some things away. And it doesn't have to be done in a way of, you should be doing this, not me. It's just, if you don't like the clutter, then go through and pick some things up.
And maybe make decisions where things are going to go, rather than asking her every single, where does this go? Where does this pot go? Where does this pan go? Where does this piece of put it away.
Yeah.
And if it's wrong, at least it's put away and it's off her plate.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No?
I laughed at this because I was like, oh, besides the daycare part, was this signed Colin?
You're organized chaos.
Kind of. Not every surface, the couch doesn't get things. Like there's certain areas, and when he moves things and moves my organized chaos, I suddenly am in a tailspin because I was like, wait, I knew exactly where that one piece of paper was. It was under here, blah, blah. Like, I have it's all organized.
Then
and then when somebody moves it,
then you have to clean all of it then.
I know. That's the thing.
But here's the other thing. Maybe explore creating better storage. Maybe that's what your home needs, so that there are more spaces to put things away.
She's running a daycare, though.
I
would
know,
imagine the spaces that have storage are used for the daycare. That's tough. And just because kids are napping doesn't mean you have a ton of free time to go.
Oh, I know.
She's tired.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she needs her nap.
I'm guessing.
Well.
Yeah.
This next one. First time. Dear John, I'm going to the Lions Monday night game with my wife. She's not really into football, but the Lions have had her more invested, so we got tickets. This will be her first time at a Lions game. Is there anything I should prepare her for? She joked, does she need earbuds for the noise? But in general, what should I do to make sure she enjoys it to the fullest?
Oh, get there early. And, go up to the club level. You can get up there. Most of the times you can get up there. Or even if you're not on the club level, go and enjoy some of the food there. Get a couple of drinks. Don't be in a rush. And then when the game is going on, I don't think you're going to need earplugs. Most grown-ups don't need earplugs. It is going to be loud. It's going to be awesome. But just go into it, especially if it's your first time, willing to spend a little bit on the food and beverage.
Or even merch too.
And some merch, get her if she likes wearing hats, get her a hat. If she's more of a hoodie or individual, or a zip up, or she wants a jersey, just make sure she has a really good time, because you don't have to do that every single time, but then you want her to be more invested, because if she's more invested, something that you can do together. I love going to football games with my wife. It is the most fun that we have.
Colin and I had a blast. We went really early and did a tailgate.
Yeah.
That was fun too, depending on how early this person can get down there. That was so much fun.
Yeah, and if you don't want to go through the effort, there are I'm sure you have friends. If you've been going regularly, you've got other friends that are going, maybe they tailgate. Hey, can we stop by the tailgate? It's my wife's first time at the game. I think I agree with that.
And it was super fun. I had never participated in that before, the tailgate atmosphere, and that was fun. It was a great time.
And the best thing about going to Ford Field, I prefer being able to go to games that are outside, but you don't have to worry about the weather. She's not going to be cold. She's not going to be sitting in the sun.
Yep. Next one, mom or dad? Dear John, my wife and I are going through a divorce and we have 3 kids, a boy who is 13 and 2 younger girls, 11 and 8. My wife and I both want custody of the kids and have agreed to compromise. I offered to let the kids choose which house to stay at during the week, and she said that was a terrible idea because I'm always the good cop and they'll pick me. Plus, what if they choose different places? Don't we want to keep them together? How should we handle it?
Yeah, you want to keep them together. I mean, this is something that you should come up with together. And if it's 1 week here, 1 week there, like kids adapt, kids find a way, and you just got to make sure that it's easy for them to be in both locations. And it may be a financial investment of being able to make sure that they might need 2 of a lot of things so that they don't have to just completely pack a suitcase every time they go to dad's house, go to mom's house. But yeah, and when they get to a certain age, they should have a little bit more say because it becomes more where their friends are. But if they're going to the same school, they're living in the same neighborhoods, that's where it becomes a little bit easier. So, but yeah, I think this is a decision that should be made at those ages between mom and dad, if that's possible.
I agree. I mean, it is great letting the kids have a choice and having them feel like they have a choice. But I do think they're pretty young still, that it would be better to sit down with your future ex-wife and come up with the schedule and
it should be at that age. You get older, kids have different things that they're going to be involved in school, and they're going to at that age they should try and remain together.
Yes, for sure.
Last one, pay me. Dear John, I'm 17 years old and I've been working on my dad's farm since I was 13, and for a long time I was content with the $50 a month I would get. However, recently, as my interests have grown and I've been thinking more about my future, I've expressed my desire for a raise so I can save up for stuff. Whenever I ask, my dad says I should be grateful for the money, which I am, and that many people have it worse, and that I need to stop being so needy. He pays for all my food and similar expenses. Am I wrong for asking for more money? I don't really know what to do at this point.
How old is this kid?
17.
17? Well, until you're 18, it's mom and dad's rules. And they may not be able to pay you more. Your contributions are part of how the house and how everything is operating. When you turn 18, now it's up to you. And your dad may say, if you don't want to work on the farm, then you can find your own apartment. I don't know if that's
harsh.
Well, yeah, but if
I mean, the kid didn't choose to have a farm.
No, he also didn't choose to be born into that family, but he was.
I know, but can't he just, I mean, if he wants to make more money, just go get a job.
Okay, well, working on a farm.
$50 a month? I mean, you can make way more than $50 a day at a job.
So you present yourself, you present your case to your dad and say, I could be going out here and getting X number of dollars throughout the course of the month, maybe $500, whatever it is that you're going to make. And then he may say, okay, well, that's fine. And rent is $300.
I guess I'm looking at this as a job. Maybe this is just something like a chore.
But a farm, it feels like more than chores.
I agree.
I think what's tough is at 13 years old, that may have been like, I throw him $50 a month.
Yeah.
At 17 years old, it feels woefully insignificant.
Right, but now there's some details we don't know.
Right.
Is this individual playing a sport at school? Sports aren't free. Equipment's not free. Transportation's not free. So a lot of those things just go into contributing to the household.
The other thing, too, is like, you're right. If you don't have the money, they don't have the money to pay the guy more or the kid more. You should encourage your son, though, to ask for a raise. Like, this is a healthy thing for him to do, is to know his worth and to seek out more for what he feels he's earned.
Yeah, and it may be an opportunity to say, hey, we don't make a lot of money doing this. So maybe this isn't the profession that you want to seek in your future.
There you go. Mm-hmm. You can send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Get advice from John Jansen. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. Let's see. somebody makes a decision that your touchdown doesn't count. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wings win last night. Won 3 in a row, all against playoff teams from a year ago, all in regulation, and all since their coach called them out. Look, not a lot to complain about, a lot to feel good about. The young kids, they look like they fit in. We're going to give away Red Wing tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. Ross Tucker will get us into some football talk at 8 o'clock. We'll hear from him on where the Lions stand and a little preview of Monday Night Football against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Some ticket text on Dear John. Organized chaos is like saying your job is sandwich technician. It's another word for slob.
The one variable in there, though, is you're running a daycare out of your house. And with that comes a lot of chaos.
Guys, it's simple. Either she puts it away or I will. And if she doesn't like it, too bad. She should have put it away. I'm not living in a filthy, unorganized house because you can't clean and don't want me to. It's one or the other.
I get it.
Have you heard that before?
Signed Colin. Yeah.
Yes. And you didn't write this and he didn't write this, but it's hilarious. I think a lot of people deal with this. They'll the surfaces just become catch-alls for stuff. And it's like, well, someone's got to put it away. Well, but you didn't put it where I want it. Well, I wanted it to look clean.
On the flip side of that, I have certain areas in the kitchen where I'll like the mail will go,
yes.
and then it will build up and build up and build up, and it's not fair to Lisa that it does that. So she will put it in a different spot or in a cabinet, and I'll look and be like, okay, I'll just simply ask, okay, where did you put it? Because it should have been my responsibility. And then when she puts it away, I can't sit there and go, how dare you?
Right. Our downstairs bathroom, there's not a lot of counter space, so if Kelsey leaves out like makeup stuff and it's going in one of the drawers. I hope everything's sealed. I put it away.
A mail room in my home. My next home.
A mail room?
Yes, the catch-all room. Because we have this one counter in our kitchen that becomes
for the post mail.
Yeah, for like mail. Like, yes, the mail that comes from the mailbox.
Uh-huh.
Because
Yes.
Are you thinking like a
male and female? Yeah.
A man room?
Yeah. No, we all want a man room in our house.
No, a mail room where I can just put that's my catch-all room, and then it doesn't enter the kitchen at all. It just goes to that one little mail room.
Someone sent a paragraph and just email it. It's like their own Dear John. I'll file it away. We'll use it for a future Dear John. I don't want to waste it here.
Yeah.
But you can send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Best move for a clutter person is to pick up and put away or throw away after 25 hours. If it's left out in the open, it means something was more important and it should be pitched. That's not true.
25 hours.
I don't know why 25, like a day and an hour.
Yeah.
But that's not true. Some stuff gets set out that needs to get put away. You're not going to throw out everything that's sat for a day.
A lot of it is things that don't necessarily have a home.
Right, that's why I talk about
the mail. Like, what do I do with this? I don't know, but I'll keep it right here, and I know it's right there.
Right, because if you put it in a drawer, now out of sight, out of mind, and you never get to it.
Yeah.
There might be something in there you need.
On the last one about the kid wants a raise and his dad won't give him a raise, the dad's committing child slave labor. He pays him $50 a month and acts like feeding him is part of the pay. It's the idiot's job to feed him. It's his kid. John seems like the type of guy who wants children to be seen and not heard. Wants his children to be slaves to the parents till they're 18 and then get kicked out. Tell us you hate your kids without telling us you hate your kids.
Well, that's not true. But
this one says, the last one sounds like my childhood. The dad wants cheap labor as long as he can get it. Pay up, cheapskate. Roy in Clarkston.
Yeah, I mean, $50 a month doesn't sound like it's a lot, but you factor in.
There.
Yeah, I mean, you factor in all the other things
that a child should get
every kid gets a roof
from
and
their
meals.
parents.
Yeah, you don't have to work to get fed as a child. You shouldn't anyway.
Well, you should have chores and you should have other things that you're doing.
Fair.
To contribute to the house.
Chores, yes.
But unloading the dishwasher is not like working the field, right?
It depends on the family business.
Yes.
Charging a 17-year-old rent, ridiculous. Now, you didn't say charge him at 17.
No, I said 18.
To which Heather is shaking her head.
No, you did say that. I just, to me, it feels harsh because that's not how I grew up.
All right.
But
It could be, hey, you graduate high school, then things change. All right. There needs to be a line and communicate it.
Heather, just say you have no idea what it's like to grow up on a farm. Chores aren't a job and any money is extra. He's doing these chores whether he gets paid or not, Andrew in Tecumseh.
Well, that's where I was confused on this. If it is like a chore, that's different. But it sounds like he said he was working on this farm. He was getting paid. So to me, it sounds like a job. If it's not a job, he can get a job somewhere else and make way more money.
Way more.
But I do agree, chores have to be done. My kids are going to do chores. They already kind of do chores, and they're
right. But if you grow up on a farm, those chores are going to look vastly different from the chores of picking up your room or,
that's true.
Cleaning out the dishwasher.
But I think if they extend beyond a certain point, that is like a job.
Well, there was a ticket texter who said the dad's got to be careful here too, because if the kid stops doing the work, he's going to have to hire someone at much more than $50 a month to do this same amount of work, right?
Oh yeah.
So if the work needs to get done and the kid at 18 goes, I can make so much more money, I'm going to hit the road. I mean, look, life's going to be hard at 18 on your own, but the dad's also going to have the same amount of work done without his kid doing it, and he's going to have to hire someone. It's going to cost more money. So there's a middle ground here. Like $50 a month is nothing for a 17-year-old who's presumably doing like a good job, and we have no reason to believe the guy's not putting into work and getting stuff done. Anyway, some of these go in a completely different direction. You can send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. I mentioned we have Red Wing tickets to give away. This is how it's going to work. 8 o'clock hour. You're going to listen for a drop. That drop is Hey Hey Hockey Town. When you hear that, you'll call in. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see them play Tampa Bay on Friday night. We'll also have more tickets tomorrow. You can win tickets to see Connor McDavid at Little Caesars Arena on Sunday. We're going to be giving away tickets for every home game for the Centennial season. John, Centennial season that started 3-1.
I know. I want to know, I asked you this earlier. When is it that you can start believing what a team is, and good or bad? And obviously, it's not after 4 games. So I'm curious for you, will there be a point where you recant your double digit?
I don't think the fans want me to, and maybe in some way I'm playing my part. I think the vibes are high right now. In terms of benchmarks, like times where you take inventory, hockey fans have said for years Thanksgiving is one of those, and not Canadian Thanksgiving, but like U.S. Thanksgiving, end of November. Are you in the hunt? Are you in the mix? Because you could blow it. If you're terrible early, you can really dig yourself a hole that's too tough to come out of. I would say January 1st is another one where a lot of casual fans start to get in as football winds down. And then specifically for the Red Wings, March. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah. I love it that you're spelling it like it's a dirty word.
It's a bad word. It's like with your kids. Like, you don't want to know what you're saying, guys. Yeah. Our hockey team, I don't want to ruin the vibes by bringing up March. Things are good right now.
Can we just enjoy the moment?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I got no complaints. I think there's a lot to be happy about right now.
And hopefully this moment just doesn't last for the first 4 games or the first 10 games. There's going to be slides during the course of the season, but how do they recover?
Yeah, and I think McClellan, you got to push the right buttons. They lose the first game 5-1, and you can go, it's first game. We got to get our legs under us. He did the opposite. He said, some of these guys have been making these same mistakes for years. It's time. And he challenged them, and they responded. And you hate that you have to do it a lot, but you have to do it when you have to do it. And he's not afraid to challenge these guys.
Right.
And they respond. Like, it's a young team. They're putting a lot on their plate. They've got a 20-year-old on the first line. They've got a 20-year-old playing on their second pair. Him and Edvinsson, Pellikka and Edvinsson have not just looked good on paper, they've looked good on the ice.
Well, and it's fully his team now. Like, he's not inheriting anybody else's bad habits. He is trying to create his own habits of these players and how to respond to them, because now he's had a training camp. Now he's had all of these different, he's had an off season to be able to tell these guys after last year, this is what I need from you coming into camp. This is what I need from you when we get into the season.
We got Ross Tucker to kick off the 8 o'clock hour and kick off this football week. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. It was a fun night in Hockey Town last night. The Wings were in prime time taking on the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, and they came away with a 4-1 victory thanks to some big performances from Mason Appleton and a 1 Patrick Kane. Appleton, a pair of goals in that one. Kane with the goal that we just heard. 2 assists in that game as well from Dylan Larkin and Alex DeBrincat, who leads the team in points this season. The Wings now get Tampa Bay at 7 o'clock tomorrow down at LCA right here on 97.1 The Ticket. In baseball news, the Toronto Blue Jays made things interesting in the ALCS last night. The Jays exploded offensively for a 13-4 win, which included 5 home runs in 4 straight innings. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. went 4 for 4 with a single, 2 doubles, and a home run in the 5th inning. The Mariners are the first team in MLB history to allow 18 hits, 5 homers, 13 runs, 9 extra base hits, and a home run in 4 consecutive innings in the same game in the regular season or postseason in MLB history. It's now 2-1 in that series. Game 4 is set for 8:33 tonight. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Joining us on the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Ross, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing all right. It's good to talk to you again. And let's start off with what you saw Sunday night. Were you surprised, like we were, that it felt like the Lions just never found a rhythm and basically laid an egg on Sunday night? Were you surprised at their performance?
Well, I guess I felt pretty good about them through the first half. I mean, I think, obviously that Goff touchdown where they called a motion penalty or whatever. And I mean, we could have a whole conversation about the dynamics of how the officials decided to make that change. Because I know Dan Campbell said he was told one thing, and obviously Rolstat after the game said something different. But I will say that's a major bummer. If you're the Lions and you come up with a really cool, unique play like that, you got to make sure you cross all the T's, dot all the I's, because you're only going to run that once, and it's got to count. I mean, it's got to be a touchdown if you're going to do something like that. But I thought they were moving the ball in the first half. I just think, I thought their defense might struggle against the Chiefs offensively with the Chiefs the way they're playing right now. And I was a little disappointed that they weren't able to keep the pace in the second half. I think that's probably the thing that surprised me. I thought the Lions offensively would kind of be able to go blow for blow with the Chiefs. And it was almost like tennis, and in the second half, they stopped holding serve.
We talked to Dan yesterday, and he clearly stated an official told him New York buzzed down. The NFL denies it. They stick with the pool reporter. Does the NFL have a credibility issue here?
That is a tough one. That is a very tough one, Jim. I think that there are certain times when the officials gather and they say after further discussion that I think are probably, open to interpretation for people. I'm not in the business of saying that Craig Rolstat was lying. I'm also not in the business of saying that Dan Campbell was lying.
Somebody was lying.
The one thing I do think is interesting, there is kind of a middle ground there in terms of the replay official that's actually in the stadium. I think people lose sight of that. There's New York, there's the replay officials in the stadium, and there is obviously the officials on the field. Now, if the one official said to Dan Campbell it was New York, maybe he thought it was New York and it wasn't. Maybe he didn't realize that that's not a situation where New York's supposed to get involved, and he said that to Dan and he shouldn't have. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. There's a lot of options, and I would say good luck trying to find the right answer. That would be like, the Zapruder film, trying to figure out exactly what really happened or did not happen in that situation.
Ross, those are possibilities. It's also a possibility that New York did weigh in against the rules and the NFL put their finger on the scale. That's also possible.
That is a possibility, and there are certainly there's a lot of people in Detroit that feel that way, and there are certainly people that have felt that seems like the case in other primetime games or playoff games.
Well, especially when it comes to the Chiefs.
Window games. What's that?
Especially when it comes to the Chiefs. It feels like they always get the benefit of the doubt. They get the call from New York. And I don't want to waste our time going back and forth on this because, I mean, obviously we do believe that the NFL has a credibility issue, but let's talk about this matchup this weekend in regards to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is there a quarterback that's playing at a better level right now than Baker Mayfield?
No, there's not. And I don't know how much you guys have watched him. He's just so entertaining. I mean, he's like definitely top 10, maybe one of my 5 favorite players to watch. I just love the sport, and I love people that are giving it everything they have, and you can see that. And a lot of times you can't see that from quarterbacks, but Baker, first of all, I said this last week on Sunday on social media, at Ross Tucker NFL. I don't know how many of these you guys have seen. He's either the best worst scrambler or the worst best scrambler I've ever seen. I mean, at least 4 times this year, he has been dead to rights, multiple guys, and he somehow breaks a tackle or squeezes out of there and runs for a big gain. And guys, this is not Lamar Jackson we're talking about. This is not Jaden Daniels. He's not fast. He's not overly athletic. I don't really know how he's doing it, but he somehow does it seemingly every game for a game-changing, game-breaking play.
There's no denying what Tampa's done this year, right? 5-1, 4 fourth quarter comeback, game-winning drives. They're having a great year, and now we get a great matchup Monday night when they face the Lions. We're talking to Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. So tell us how these two teams match up.
Well, it's a crazy interesting matchup, especially when you consider the guys that won't play for both teams. You know, with this Brian Branch suspension, I actually, Branch might be a top 20 favorite player for me. I love the way that guy plays football. He plays for keeps. And was it a smart thing to do that to Juju after the game? Absolutely not. John knows the way I played and like to play. I like that Branch has that chip on his shoulder. I like that he's trying to hit everything that moves, but they're going to really miss him in this game. The flip side is the most impressive thing, Jim, about the Bucs is that they're 5-1 with all the guys they've been missing. Mm-hmm. They didn't have Wirfs for a while. They moved their center to left tackle, and then they moved their left guard to center, put a different guy in at left guard. Their right guard's out for the year. Their right tackle's out. And we don't even know. There's 3 star receivers, Mike Evans, Emeka Egbuka, Chris Godwin. We don't know if any of those guys are playing Monday night. I mean, it's one of the craziest things I've seen that they're 5-1 with this many injuries. What they're really doing is making it so that every other team in the NFL has no excuse. Like, there's no excuse to say, oh, we're missing this guy, we're missing that guy. The Bucs are missing a lot of guys, and they're still 5-1. It feels like a game where there's going to be a lot of points. It feels like it's going to be a back and forth, kind of similar to, Sunday night for the Lions against the Chiefs. The Lions have to hold serve. I don't know if they're going to be able to slow down the Bucs. Maybe they can with all these injuries that the Bucs have offensively, but nobody's really been able to. I think it's incumbent on Jared Goff and company to score almost every time they have the ball. It feels like 31-30, 31-27, something like that.
And so in having said that, the one thing that we know about Tampa is that's the side of the ball where they haven't had a lot of injuries. And they've always been a good defense, but this year it feels like the defense has slipped. Now you look at the Niners game and you could say, okay, well, that's where they've started to perform. But before that, is there any concern that Baker's having to go through these heroics simply because the defense for Tampa has not performed as expected?
Yes, there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, there's no question, and I'm not exactly sure why that's been the case. You know, for the Bucks, they don't have McCollum, their corner, who they really like, so Vildor's been in there. But I am a little surprised that the Bucks defense hasn't played better. But, you know, they were better against the 49ers, as you referenced. And so sometimes it just takes these teams a little bit of time to settle in a little bit. We'll see if that's the case. Hopefully for the Lions, it's not.
We've been focusing on the matchup in the NFC, right? I mean, the winner of that game could claim, hey, we're the best in the NFC, maybe the NFL. Who's the best team in the AFC?
Well, that's a funny question because, you know, I do my power rankings every Tuesday on the Ross Tucker podcast. I have the Colts as the number one team in the NFL. And I know people say, oh, my gosh, come on, Ross. It's 6 games now, guys. That's 40% of the season. I'm going by what I see this year. They have totally annihilated 3 teams. Are those teams good? No, but it's not easy to blow teams out in the NFL. Then they found a way to win a couple other games that were close late. Their only loss was at the Rams when A.D. Mitchell did that thing where he dropped the ball at the goal line and it was a touchback. I mean, they could very easily be undefeated. So I'm still saying the Colts, but my Even Money betting podcast, which is really popular, my co-host, he says it's the Chiefs. He said, I don't care that they're 3-3. He's starting to see some underlying metrics, yards per play, the way they beat the Lions. He thinks the Chiefs are not only the best team in the AFC, he thinks they're the best team in the NFL now.
All right, so getting Rice back. I mean, I suppose there's an argument. What was that, John?
Tuck, we only got 30 seconds. So of the teams with 4 or more wins in the AFC, you got New England, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Denver, and LA. Which one of those teams is the biggest fraud?
I'll say the Jaguars. I'm not buying the Jaguars yet. I mean, they were winning with all kinds of crazy turnover fortune. I'm not ready to go there with the Jags.
That's a good answer. He's Ross Tucker. You can hear more of him. He has that podcast, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Ross, good stuff.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, bud.
Ticket Texters did pick up on the fact that Kindle Vildor is playing for Tampa Bay, and that excites Lions fans tremendously.
See if you can hit his face mask.
God, it's 97-1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it, and that's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in, whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day. As proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:35. Red Wing tickets given away this hour. Be listening. You know what you got to listen for. Wings won last night, and they held a lead against a good hockey team, and they did it without getting hemmed in their own zone the whole third period and hanging on for dear life. They played smart defensive hockey, and it's led by a bunch of guys that
don't have a lot of
I
experience.
was going to say 20-year-old on the top line, 20-year-old on your top four, playing with Edvinsson. A lot to feel good about right now. And again, it's only 4 games, and we know the season's very long and all that stuff. But this is, given how tough the schedule looked on paper, and given how bad they looked on the first night of the season, they responded to their coach calling them out. They've won 3 in a row, all against teams in their division, all teams that should make the playoffs, and all in regulation. So, feeling good about the Red Wings. They'll play Friday night against Tampa Bay Lightning. Did you notice, by the way?
What's that?
It's not just Ross. We had Ross Tucker on. He's very careful how he answered the credibility question. Did you notice nobody on ESPN gave it any life?
Of course, because they're in bed with the NFL. They now own the NFL Network, and they've got Red Zone. So I don't think they're going to give that any play.
And how can you deny that there's a credibility question? Even if you don't think the games are rigged, right? Even if you don't think it's WWE, you should absolutely be raising questions based on our interview with Dan Campbell yesterday, where Dan is an honest guy.
Yeah.
Says, I was told by an official they got buzzed from New York. The report after the game from the officials deny that. Somebody's lying.
Right.
You want to call Dan Campbell a liar? Let me know.
Either the NFL or Campbell's lying. Isn't that more compelling to talk about on all these outlets?
Oh, yeah, like a first take, a debate show about credibility and officiating? Of course. Of course that's something worth talking about.
Yeah.
I know Florio wrote about it in Pro Football Talk, but this did not get the, partner, branding.
Right.
They avoided this.
They avoided it altogether by not even commenting on it. I mean, they could have completely taken the other side and said, here's the stance that the NFL has taken, but they just decided to avoid it altogether.
Because I think they know, even if they give you the NFL's canned response of we stand by the pool reporter, it doesn't pass the smell test to anybody watching or listening.
No.
And we should address this because I saw a lot of people fighting the league's allowed to review scoring plays.
Right, yes, to see if it was a touchdown.
Not if you want to, do you want to add a penalty at the end of the play?
Correct.
That's never been allowed.
No.
Never.
Yeah, because you could look at any scoring play and go, oh, you know what, backside, that's an illegal block. That was high-low. He was engaged with the guard when the tackle cut his knees. You got to have to take away that touchdown.
And look, we can also say the Lions didn't play well enough to win. We could also say that the play was illegal and Dan Campbell didn't fight it and owned it and said, we got to make it better. We'll concede those points, but you got to meet us halfway and acknowledge that was shady, that the NFL broke protocol to play favorites. We'll concede the Lions didn't play well enough. We'll concede that one play doesn't decide a game. You on the other side got to concede the NFL was shady there.
Right. And I mean, it goes as far as, every touchdown play is reviewed. But if they're looking at every play, then why not buzz down and say, hey, Brian Branch just got, waylaid in the back. We need to throw a flag on that play.
Yeah.
That's where you don't want to have replay involved. And it's not because you don't want to get it right. The NFL, they got it right in regards to not allowing the touchdown. But how they went about getting it right is against the rules.
100%. I think, Greg, did you say this off air? Midday Show is giving you credit for it. It's like illegally obtained evidence.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, he did say that.
That was the analogy. Is I mean, this may be evidence the Lions didn't run the play properly, but you obtained it illegally. It's not permissible in court. The NFL's not allowed to, from an outside venue from the league office, step in and go, hey, I think there was a penalty on that play.
Even from the replay official that's on site, you can't buzz down and say, that's an illegal play. You should have thrown a flag. And then a minute and a half later, throw the flag.
A couple quick ticket texts just reacting to Ross. This one highlights Baker Mayfield's elusiveness.
Yeah.
Because Ross said, I don't know if he's the best worst scrambler or the worst best scrambler. He may be coating his jersey in KY jelly. That's Tony from A Broke Down Jeep. He's tough to tackle, man.
He is. And it's just that feisty, competitive nature that he has. He's not going to go down easy.
And another one does love the fact that Kindle Vildor is playing in the secondary. He says, I think we've seen the other side of this. We should put up close to 40 with that news.
Well, attack him.
Punish him. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather with the news. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba.
A woman is in police custody after she crashed her car into a pole near I-94 in Wayne County on Wednesday morning. So when police arrived at the scene, they actually found her car submerged in water near the freeway. And the woman who was driving, this 25-year-old from Newport, told police that her boyfriend was in the car when she got out. So a dive team was brought in to help search for this boyfriend, also to remove the car from the water. The car was empty, however, when they found it. Nobody was found in the area. Troopers do believe that this woman was intoxicated, and she was taken into custody. So I don't even know if there was
A boyfriend
in the car at all, or if he did get out and escaped.
Does she even have a boyfriend?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? Michigan Central Station is getting back on track. This is pretty cool. Governor Whitmer just announced that trains will be returning to the station. So the plan is actually not to have trains return directly to the station, but to build this new transit hub next to the historic building. So that hub would then connect intercity buses and trains linking Detroit to Windsor and Toronto. And they say services could possibly kick off around 2029.
Cool.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool to see that building return to what it had been.
Yeah.
Pretty neat. Now, speaking of Michigan Central Station, if you're looking for something fun to do with the kids on Halloween, or maybe without the kids, you just want to do something yourself, you can go to Michigan Central Station and celebrate. They're going to have a trunk or treating event. They're going to have hands-on activities for the kids. You can make masks, do science experiments. There's going to be live entertainment, DJs, this live artist demonstration. That's all going on outside of the building. Then there's going to be even more events going on inside, going on October 31st from basically 5 to 10 p.m. Pretty cool. It's free, open to the public. So,
and big picture, if you're going to restore this venue,
yes,
get the most out of it you can. So, yeah, of course.
Very cool. This is also very cool. There's a little boy, a 3-year-old, that's being hailed a hero for saving his mom's life this week. So this little boy, Cody, was honored by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office on Tuesday. He got some really cool toys. He got sworn in as a junior deputy after he called 911 while his mom was having a seizure. So Cody was able to unlock his mom's phone, dial 911. The thing is, though, is that dispatchers couldn't understand what he was saying because he's 3.
Right.
So he then FaceTimed a neighbor and told them that his mom needed help. So that neighbor was able to rush over, call 911 again, and get his mom medical help that she desperately needed. And his mom couldn't be more proud. It's like fate that he was there, not at school. They also gave him a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese's.
That's cool.
So fun. This is neat. Los Angeles Dodgers star Teoscar Hernandez didn't stay at the team's hotel in Milwaukee this week. And it wasn't necessarily his choice, but his wife's choice. She didn't want to stay there because the hotel is supposedly haunted.
Yes.
And you know what? He wasn't alone. Mookie Betts didn't stay there either. So this hotel, the Pfister Hotel, is or has been called baseball's most haunted hotel, spooking players for years. It was opened in 1893, and over the years, baseball players have said they have seen ghosts roaming the staircase. They've heard the sounds of knocking and pounding. Electronics have turned on and off. They've seen objects moving. So Hernandez told the media he isn't afraid of ghosts. In fact, he doesn't believe in them, but his wife had second thoughts.
Do you believe in this stuff?
I don't, but I would want to stay there. Maybe not if I had a big game and I needed rest, but I would want to go, and I would want to
As
say,
a tourist.
Yeah.
See, I almost wonder, though, once you put this in people's head, did they start imagining?
Seeing things, hearing things. Yeah.
Well, it's like going online because you hurt your ankle and all of a sudden oh my gosh, I have something else wrong with me. You
Right.
start feeling those things like, wait, I do
Yeah.
feel that here. My
I guess
head
I
hurts.
do have
and
shortness of
Yeah.
breath.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you don't.
Yes.
Hold-
But you start telling yourself you do.
Hotels, even if they're new, have noises that you're trying to figure out where that noise came from. This is an old hotel. It's going to have lots of noises.
But I mean, if I saw an object like levitate off of the desk and like move to the nightstand,
Okay, but how about this?
Okay, yep.
How about this?
Sweet.
What do we?
Sure.
then I would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do I have in my hand? A phone.
Yeah.
We can record everything. Has anybody recorded levitating things at this hotel?
No, because you're terrified and you don't have. It's like, whoa!
It's because they're not levitating.
Right.
You don't have a free second to grab your phone because you're so shocked.
Well, but all these people who want to go there as tourists to see
I don't
it,
believe in it.
then
I
show
don't.
up with your little cameras and record it and prove it for
It's
everybody.
a publicity stunt.
But spook me.
Spooky.
Boom.
Coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown.
No
Is
more
there-
hiccups.
Is there anything Jonathan Smith can do to save his job? Who are some options to replace James Franklin? And who's the most underrated player in the NFL? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and I want to talk to you about hot tubs. If you've ever thought about getting one, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa will make the entire process a breeze. Their staff is so knowledgeable, they're going to help walk you through all of the options and help you find a hot tub that's not only perfect for your space, but also perfect for your family. And let me tell you, having a hot tub will like change your life, right? Like you're going to have stress relief, muscle recovery. It's just perfect for total relaxation. And Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. And they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township, too, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who are going to give you a personalized experience and help you find the perfect tub. Plus, this is cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
All right, if you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need someone who cares about you. You need Lawrence KG and KG Law. That's KAJY, KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents. So what does that mean? You're getting attention to detail. You're getting someone who knows what they're doing when they deal with these insurance companies, and you're not going to get a lowball settlement just to be done with it. They're going to get you what you deserve. Lawrence KG's won millions for his clients because he fights hard and he wins big. So if someone you love, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need someone who cares about you. That's KG Law, 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Hey, Hockey Town. That's 3 straight wins for the Red Wings. Everybody's feeling good. Vibes are high. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Gov Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. Here from him in 10 minutes. John, it's not hockey season for you. I know, this is knee deep into football season.
Right.
But you got to be pleased with what we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. And I watched last night. I've watched a couple of the games to this point this year. And I mean, I'll go full in on hockey. About the same time I go full in on college basketball, right? When the football season is over and I've got nothing else to do.
So you asked me, when should we do these, checkpoints?
Yeah, I'll check in late February or early MARCH.
The bad word we don't say. Because vibes are high and everybody's feeling good. The young players have looked like they fit right in. They don't look like they're these bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, afraid to make mistakes hockey players. Yeah. Emmett Finney, they highlighted in the second intermission, high hockey IQ. I also thought Lundqvist in the postgame did a great job pointing out how Detroit has been a talented team, but not necessarily a smart, grounded hockey team. And they had to hold off Florida in the third period. They had to kill a penalty. It was a kind of a bad call on Axel Sendy and Pellikka. They had to kill off a penalty. They had to take Florida's best shot. Extra skater. That's a game they lose a year ago. I thought Tom made that point earlier, and it's such a good point. That's a game the Red Wings lose last year. And while it does not put them in the playoffs, the goal that everybody has, you needed to start reasonably well given how tough the schedule is. You don't want to get buried by Thanksgiving. And Detroit, 3-1, regulation wins, division wins. These are good things.
Well, and if they're winning the games they're supposed to win, and I wouldn't necessarily say last night was a game they were supposed to win, but then you win some of those, maybe, hey, you put yourself in position to win. And it's where I look at this team right now through 4 games is they're playing a disciplined base hockey, right? Yeah. So they're not going to do something, and young players are going to do things to lose games. It's going to happen throughout the course of this season. But they are minimizing those, and they're taking advantage of moments. And like you said, discipline in the third period. If you're not disciplined in the third period and Florida gets a power play, you got no chance to kill it, and you let a game slip away that shouldn't. And at the end of the season, when you're looking back going, man, we only needed 1 more point, or we only needed 2 more points. And I also think this pays off when you do get to later months, and you're just, if you have the habits of playing disciplined hockey, you give yourself a chance.
And I just have to say it. Loved that the other team had Jeff Petrie patrolling the blue line because he committed a turnover that led to a goal. He had a dumb penalty in the third period. And he only played 12, 13 minutes. I just love that he's somebody else's problem. Don't beat yourself. Don't do the stupid stuff.
But is a disciplined team, is that what we should at a minimum expect from a Todd McClellan-led team?
Well, he's a no-nonsense guy, so you're right. I mean, that first game, it was, okay, we're going to do this?
Yeah.
Some of you guys have been doing this for years. We're just going to keep doing this?
Right.
When is it going to be time to, button it up?
Hold accountable.
Yeah, exactly. And they did it without Lucas Raymond, too, so I don't want to hear about any Florida injuries. Not that people are fighting that here. I just, nationally, Florida has injuries. There's no Lucas Raymond. We're playing Mason Appleton on the top line.
Who?
Right. Get people Googling. Who's Mason Appleton? Who's this guy? Anyway, we got a winner for those Red Wing tickets. It's Nicole in Clinton Township. She wins a pair of tickets to see the Wings against the Tampa Bay Lightning Friday night, Little Caesars Arena. For tickets and event info, DetroitRedWings.com. She heard, hey, Hockey Town. Called in, won the tickets.
Well done.
Hey, well done is not what they're saying about Michigan State football.
Well, maybe they're cooked. Well done, but not good job. Well done.
Yeah, it's the worst steak possible. Just tough. Ugh.
Well, and I know that no college football fans on the heels and with everything that's going on, especially since they're going to be playing Indiana this week. What has Indiana done in the last year and a half? They have made a college football playoff, and they are currently competing for a Big Ten championship and certainly another trip to the college football playoffs. This time, it might actually be a deep run.
Well, and what do they do to people? They crack your skull open.
Yeah.
I mean, look what they've done this year. They played Illinois, who was ranked number 9 at the time.
Just beat them down.
They beat them by 53 points. Yeah. So, look, I mean, they went into Autzen, Oregon, a place with the longest active win streak in the country. They won by double digits. So, what's going to happen to MSU this week? Probably going to get bludgeoned. It's going to be another embarrassment for Jonathan Smith. How much longer is he going to be here? Because I'm looking around college football, and it's quick leashes. Like, it's not just what Signetti's done at Indiana. Look at Elko at Texas A&M. They fired Jimbo Fisher with a much bigger buyout than anything that Jonathan Smith has, or even that James Franklin had. Jimbo Fisher was the richest buyout in the history of the sport. Elko's got him undefeated in the top 5. I think Drinkowitz was a quick move. They fired Barry Odom at Mizzou, and they put Drinkowitz in, and they're playing much better football. Like, you don't have to give a guy 3 or 4 years anymore, and I think the game's changed.
Right. The standard used to be 4 years because you wanted that first recruiting class to be now seniors, and now this is your entire team. Well, with the transfer portal, you have a chance to make your team ideally in the first year. But if you're looking at it as, okay, well, we're gonna put some Band-Aids on things with a couple of transfers, but then we're really going to establish our identity, we'll be able to get some transfers that actually want to come here, that are good, that we'll be able to pull out of the portal, along with, hey, that first recruiting class, now they're sophomores. Now those guys are starting to contribute and develop. And it just doesn't feel like that's the path that Michigan State is on right now.
Dead man walking is what it feels like. You got homecoming, and you give up 38 unanswered, and players on the other side are saying they didn't want to play anymore.
Well, it's not just 38 unanswered. It's 38 unanswered to UCLA,
a team that
who has an interim coach.
Yeah, certainly they got a spark from firing coaches. Meanwhile, there's no spark in East Lansing at all.
But I also look at the rest of the schedule and say, okay, at Indiana, no one's going to pick Michigan State to win. Michigan, Minnesota, Penn State, Iowa, Maryland. There's not a team there that they can't beat, or that they're going to go into and say, there's no chance. I mean,
they're going to be dogs in all of them, though.
Okay, yeah. They may be.
I mean, they could lose how many in a row to close the season after a disastrous way they closed last season?
Well, they got 6 games left. They could go 0-6. They could go 4-2. If they go 4-2 and end up with 7 wins, I think Michigan State, because I don't know, is those 4 wins, certainly you would want one of them to be against Michigan.
I was going to say, show your work, because I'm having a hard time getting there.
I understand that, but I'm saying, like, at Minnesota, I mean, so Michigan, is there anything that Michigan is doing right now that scares you?
No, but just so we understand this. And
Minnesota, is there anything that Minnesota does that scares you?
Absolutely
Penn
not.
State, certainly not. They've already lost to 2 of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Iowa, okay, now Iowa last week. Yeah, and being able to put 37 up on Wisconsin and that defense.
Well,
okay,
it's another
maybe
team that should fire their coach.
It's in Maryland. Like, okay, you got a dynamic quarterback who's a sophomore. Tell me,
but John, it's not
what's that look like?
It's not even really about what these other teams are. It's about what Michigan State isn't.
They're not right now.
Yeah.
And so if Jonathan Smith wants to continue to be the coach at Michigan State, there is opportunity, is I guess what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but do you get the vibe that he is going to like breathe life into these dudes? Because it feels like he's presided over a dead body.
Am I saying that? Am I not predicting
I'm
that
not
they
asking
win
you
those
to.
games? And it doesn't feel like that there's any breath of life there. But that's why you go out there and play. That's why you continue to coach. That's why you continue to motivate, because motivation matters more, maybe more in football than it does in any other sport.
From a fan standpoint, I don't think they want him to motivate anybody. I think they want him to get out of town ASAP. I mean, John, even when they started 3-0, we were getting these phone calls.
Yeah.
So
I know.
You can understand where people are at today as they continue to lose and they don't look good and there's no fight, fire, or spark from the program. And we're getting to the point where MSU fans, and I know we'll do more of this next week, but MSU fans are actively rooting against their team to where they're going to root for Signetti to put up a ton of points, and they're going to root for Michigan to body them. Because apparently you have to be shamed to firing your coach. Like James Franklin lost to Oregon, and the thought was, boy, he can't win a big game.
Right,
and
but it's Oregon.
But I didn't overreact to him. They should fire him. It's like, yeah, but they're not going to fire him. They're going to keep him. They lose to UCLA. Oh, boy, this is bad. But they're not going to fire him.
Right, yeah.
They had to lose 3 straight, including one to Northwestern, before shame took over. So MSU fans are left to root for shame because they don't believe their coach. So, yeah, man, hope Indiana Illinois us. Beat them by 50. Hope Michigan does it. Beat them by 50. Like, Spartan fans are being pushed to the point where they're rooting for their own team to be humiliated, embarrassed, and shamed so that their university will make a change. I mean, that's the state of it, right?
It's what it feels like, yes.
You guys let us know if that's a mischaracterization or where you're at. 248-539-9797. There is a name that's been floated out there if they were to replace Jonathan Smith. Would you be in favor of it? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After the Red Wings' 4-1 win over the Florida Panthers last night, the surface at Little Caesars Arena has changed from ice to hardwood as Hoops returns to downtown Detroit today. The Pistons will tip off their final preseason game this year at home tonight against the Washington Wizards. It'll be the first game in Detroit since the Pistons' heartbreaking playoff loss to the New York Knicks last season. Tip-off from LCA is set for 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan will have the pregame show at 6:35. News broke from the NFL office last night. Brian Branch's suspension has been upheld on appeal as decided by jointly appointed hearing officer Jordy Nelson. With the loss of yet another player in the secondary, the Lions signed safety Jamie Robinson off the Chiefs' practice squad. Detroit will kick off against Baker Mayfield and the NFC-leading Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 7 o'clock on Monday night. Some baseball news from yesterday. The Akil Baddoo era is over in Detroit as the Tigers' former outfielder said he will elect free agency this offseason. Baddoo's time in Detroit will perhaps be most remembered for the first pitch of his MLB career. Dan Dickerson and Jim Price on the call. Baddoo was the second Tigers player ever and the first since 1948 to hit a home run on the first pitch of their MLB career. He played in 7 games for the Tigers in 2025, most recently on May 23rd. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So John just asked me a question. And he goes, what is this 918 thing we're doing?
Yeah.
John, you were intentionally kept in the dark on this.
Okay.
You're not supposed to know. It's a surprise. I want to get your candid reaction to some audio at 918.
You trust us?
That's a loaded question.
Absolutely not.
What if I tell you it's something Stoney said?
Well, okay. I mean, get ready to laugh. We'll see.
It specifically involves you. So we'll get to that at 918.
Did this happen live on air on Friday?
It happened live one of the days Stoney was in, not on our show.
It was Tuesday this week.
Oh, okay.
With Rico.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it and I said, boy, we have to get John's reaction.
Was it just, victim of the seedy? Was it to just take random shots at me?
No more clues.
Okay.
Yeah.
918. We'll get John's reaction
Turn
to
into the other
Stoney
mic.
We got Dear John at 9:35 as well. Look, we brought up Spartan football, and we do want to tap into what I think is a lot of frustration. Okay, Jonathan Smith is not getting it done, and there are people who want him fired. And it's early, but it's not early by today's college football standards. You can make changes quickly and see results almost immediately. Mm-hmm. Texas A&M did it with Jimbo Fisher to Elko. Of course, everybody wants to cite Cignetti. You're going to see him face-to-face this week if you're a Spartan fan. You're rooting for your team to get humiliated because you want him fired, right? Because apparently shame has not been shameful enough. He still has a job. You've given up on him salvaging this. If that's the camp you're in, we want to hear from you. And if you don't agree with that, you could stick up for the guy. I mean, we're open to that discussion too. One of the names that I think was floated as a troll, but I think you could actually ask the question about, is James Franklin. Would Spartan fans want James Franklin to be their next coach?
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Simple. Is it an upgrade?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an upgrade enough? I think is maybe the more important question for Spartan fans, because I think James Franklin will get you to a certain level, and that is competing for Big Ten championships, being highly ranked. But the one thing that we all know about James Franklin is he can't seem to find a way to beat the big boys, and those are ranked big boys. And I'm not going to talk about Michigan, being unranked and kind of where they are last year, this year, just not a very solid team. Like he can beat teams like that. So it's not just, can you beat Michigan or can you beat Ohio State? Would he be able to beat Penn State with being coached by somebody else? The question is, when those teams are ranked in the top 10 and it matters most, will he be able to beat them? And his track record says no. So are you willing to go with a guy that can get you to a certain level? Is he the guy before the guy?
Right. I think it's not a troll question because MSU can't look down on a James Franklin. And James Franklin's a really good recruiter, and I think at MSU he would win 9 to 10 games. Would he beat Michigan consistently? I don't know. If it's a big game, probably not. Would he beat Ohio State consistently? I think we know the answer there. He'd be a guy that'd get you flirting with the playoffs. And maybe that's good enough. I mean, when we talked about Jonathan Smith, what did we say the expectation was? That not every year, but some years, you compete for the Big Ten and you make the college football playoff. Well, doesn't that sound like James Franklin in a nutshell? I get it. You'd never be satisfied constantly losing the big games.
Right.
But sure beats where you are right now, which is getting blown out against even bad teams. Like when UCLA and Rutgers are rolling into East Lansing and rolling up 20 and 30-point victories, you're not too good for James Franklin. I know, like, initially the jarring Photoshop of him in the East Lansing MSU gear might have felt like a troll for Michigan fans. Mm-hmm. As a Spartan fan, how would you feel about it? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I mean, they want to get back to relevancy.
Right.
And so I think that's obviously one name if they decide to make a change. There are a number of other names.
You got a better name?
Well, yeah, I got one that I mentioned for Penn State, and that's Pat Fitzgerald. Pat Fitzgerald is he's a guy that can get maximum amount of ability and performance out of 3-star guys, which is what he was getting at Northwestern. Now you give him the platform of a Michigan State, or we talked about him at Penn State, where he can recruit. He will have some finances. There'll be some financial support, and you're starting to recruit more 4-star guys. Every once in a while, maybe you even nab a 5-star. Mm-hmm. He is an unbelievable football coach and a great individual.
He's going to get a job. He wants to coach again, I assume. He's going to get a job. He's a classic guy who achieved more with less. Mm-hmm. I call it an overachiever. James Franklin's an underachiever. When he was given all the resources of Penn State and the loaded roster in preseason number 2, they lost 3 in a row and they won't even make the playoff. If you ask me between the two, yeah, I think I'd take Pat Fitzgerald between the two.
Yeah, I think most people probably would.
We could put that to the people too. I mean, I don't know if there's any other names out there. The key here is Jay Batt did not hire Jonathan Smith, is a fundraising guru. $30 million is a big price to buy out Jonathan Smith. But if he lands somewhere else, maybe there's a provision where it's not too bad.
Right, yeah. They just have to make up the difference, whatever that next salary is for Jonathan Smith.
And regardless, there is a cost to keeping him. The cost to keeping him is irrelevancy. Mm-hmm. So all the money that you're making as a member of the Big Ten, the record revenues that these schools are making, use some of it to keep yourself a relevant football team.
And it's the money that you're not making in regards to if donors are excited about the program and they feel hopeful about the direction of the program, they're more apt to open up the checkbook.
Yeah, I mean, you can sit on the $30 million and not buy out Jonathan Smith and watch all of that support dry up and you become a husk of a program. I mean, maybe you already are, but give yourself a chance to sprout and grow and be the program that you think you can be, especially if Jay Batt's fundraising, especially if you have this revenue coming in as a Big Ten member school, especially if you have, it wasn't that long ago this team won the Big Ten title, that they had some recent success with Mark D'Antonio. Don't let that become guys talking about yesteryear.
Right, and you don't want to wallow around too long in irrelevancy because Oregon's right there. Penn State will be back right there. You've got, Ohio State, who's always there. Like, there's Indiana. If Cignetti decides that he's just going to make Bloomington his home, I mean, he's going to be competitive every single year. Yeah. The Big Ten, with as big as it is, and it's the same in the SEC, with as big as it is, cracking into that top echelon is not going to be easy to do.
What about a guy that Jay Batt knows from Georgia Tech? Do you think Brett Key would be a reasonable candidate for MSU? Big Ten is a step up from the ACC.
Sure.
Brett Key did play at Georgia Tech. I don't know his willingness to leave, but money will do that to people.
Well, and recruiting footprint makes a difference.
Yeah, he's a Southern guy. Birmingham, Alabama. He spent his whole career coaching in the South. Georgia Tech, Central Florida, Bama.
So you don't want to enter into a change the names, but enter into another agreement with very much the same.
So
and I'm
Southern
not saying,
Jonathan Smith?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it would be the same because everybody's going to be, have their path to success. But
the parallels would be
if you're taking a guy that is, Northwest is his recruiting territory, that's where everybody knows Jonathan Smith, and then you plop him in the Midwest, it becomes hard to recruit at that school.
Yeah. There would be the similarities of you're taking a guy from a school that he played
Played
at,
at, yeah.
and he's only leaving because it's more money in a bigger conference. Is he a culture fit? Now, Jay Batt would know him really well. There'd be synergy there. And he's an O-line guy, more of that like toughness.
Smart.
Of course, you like that.
Yeah,
But more of that,
I don't know him, but probably handsome. That was a head shake I didn't expect. Just, you're not even paying attention, and then I say something like that, and you're like, nah.
I am listening.
Nah.
I am listening
Nah.
as I'm looking at my news articles.
And
Yes.
Nah, that's a bad comment.
I didn't say anything.
oh, you said it all.
Yes. Nah.
Handsome, John, really?
Yeah. You didn't say anything because your mic was off.
I don't know about all that. Couple quick texts. Lifelong Spartan fan and ticket holder, I want Smith gone. I don't care what happens against Michigan. Get him out. I'll never root for Michigan State to lose to Michigan. That being said, I want him out of town as soon as possible. Would love to have Narduzzi back. I don't know about that. You're an idiot, Costa. It does go on. There's more. Says as bad as it gets for MSU fans, I would never root for Michigan to stomp them. We took a call today from a Spartan fan who's rooting for Michigan. There's two guys who host afternoons on this station who are going to be rooting for Michigan. John, if you could hook them up with some gear from the M-Den, outfit them properly for next week, I think they'd be more than happy to wear it.
Oh, I'd be more than happy to autograph some of my stuff and give it to them.
There you go.
You think Spartan fans would rather have Pat Narduzzi or Ohio State defensive coordinator Matt Patricia?
Okay, now that's the troll question.
I wonder what how he would answer that.
Someone should ask him it. Maybe I will on the podcast.
Do it.
See if he can blow
Since he got
against
you
me.
yesterday.
Oh, God, yeah, that was painful if people haven't listened. Anyway, coming up next, we have audio that John Jansen has not heard that he needs to hear. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping guys across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. And he's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get their confidence that they thought was gone for good. He is a board-certified facial surgeon. Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. They're these advanced, minimally invasive technologies performed entirely by his own in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. So forget outdated methods, no stitches, staples, or scars, just real hair you can run your fingers through. To mark his 30-year milestone, Dr. B is offering the Confidence Package, a free consultation plus $1,000 off when you mention 97.1 the ticket. So the sooner you go in, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll start seeing results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. Michigan Hair Restoration, where your confidence grows back.
After a steamy summer and we all woke up this morning, it was a little bit cooler. You got to be ready for that first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup. They're going to make sure it's running properly, but more important, it's going to be running safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call today because spots fill up quickly. Everybody wants that furnace checked before it gets cold. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical. They also install generators, all at discounted prices, so do it now. Give them a call. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, real quick, I got a text from Birchie.
Yeah.
He said, I don't pretend to know college football like you guys, but for those asking, is Franklin good enough for MSU? Has anyone suggested that MSU might not be good enough for James Franklin?
I mean, it depends on offers that he may or may not receive.
What kind of job do you think he will get now that he's a free agent?
I think he'll be a Big Ten or SEC.
Power job, head coach.
You could look at him in possibly some ACC schools. Not that Dabo's going anywhere. That's not one. But
what about North Carolina?
Yeah, I was going to say a Belichick if they move on from him.
What's a better job, North Carolina or Michigan State?
Michigan State.
Right. So it's not insulting to bring up.
No.
And I think there's like a recoil on both sides, which is kind of why it's a fun question.
But if James Franklin's looking for a place that may be a little bit less pressure, he's looking for maybe the Iowa of the Big Ten or of the ACC, where maybe it's once every 4 or 5 years you're competing for a championship, and the other ones you're respectable. Like maybe he's just that's kind of what he would like.
That could be the pivot point. Anyway, we have some audio that we're going to play for you.
Okay,
it's from Stoney. Greg. No, that's not the audio. That was Stoney with us on Friday. The audio about John Jansen. Your response. You want to take on another job?
That job is currently held by a very good kid, so I'm not going to comment on that at all.
Would you ever want to coach?
I would love to coach at some point, yes. I've always talked about that. And part of the reason why I never did was my family situation. It's why I originally got out of the NFL. And now I'm in a better place in regards to that. I love what I'm doing here, so it's not like I'm looking. But yeah, at some point in my life, I would love to coach an offensive line somewhere.
You could do 3 jobs. You could do the morning show, you could do Michigan Radio Network, and then you can coach offensive line. It'll be great. You won't have any sleep.
Yeah. Well, never get much anyway. So
I think that would be impossible.
What's that?
I think you would leave us.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah,
it was a joke. I don't actually think John would get 0 hours of sleep and do 3 jobs.
Yeah,
you would leave us for a coaching job, wouldn't you?
If the right position opened up, sure.
Replace Hank Fraley.
Now you're just making him uncomfortable. This is great.
All right, I'm trolling.
Yes, I mean, I love the game of football. I love talking about the game of football, watching the game of football, and maybe the thing I've loved the most, and I've not had this opportunity at a high level. I've done it on youth football. I've talked to offensive lines around the country sometimes at different colleges and universities. I love teaching the game of football. The mental side of it was always what intrigued me playing. The physical side, sure, while I could be physical about it, but being able to pass on what I know and learn more about, because the game has changed. I love the mental side of it as well.
How they got on that tangent, by the way, because I'm sure you're wondering, like, how the hell did they get there? They do like a "Can we say this?" and there's various statements, and it was, can we say that Sherrone Moore will never win a Big Ten title? And their concern was, well, why aren't they better on the offensive line when they promoted an offensive line coach? I think it's too early to say that he can't win a Big Ten title at Michigan. I'm not exactly thrilled with the way they look right now, especially if you're a Michigan fan. I get being upset.
Well, it's always going to be right now, how can you recruit at a high level? And I will say this about this staff. It's, obviously Bryce, number one recruit in the country, and you look at some of the guys on defense, even, Jordan Marshall, and then you go into the transfer portal and you get a guy like a Justice Haynes. Like, you've got to be able to do both. Sherrone has shown that he can do both. Now the one thing that he needs to do is show that he can develop that great young talent and identifies areas of weakness. And I thought one of the things he did well last year was, hey, the area of weakness, the biggest area of weakness was play caller. So he moved on.
If they win 9 games, which would be all the games they're favored in the rest of the way, you'd have 9 wins. You'd be bringing back a quarterback who was an elite recruit a year under his belt. Absolutely, he's going to see a third year at that point.
Yeah.
So I think it's all premature. Now,
they're also playing without their starting left tackle, actually.
Well, yeah, Babalola got injured,
yes.
who was projecting to be the starting left tackle. And then you move some other guys around.
That is what I'm referring to.
Yes. Okay. Gets into more of my plans.
So you're trying to put John at left tackle too?
Yes. Yeah, that'd be great. Yes, I'm still waiting for that waiver. One more year of eligibility.
Dear John at 9:35, let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, an up north golf resort has been named 2025 Michigan Golf Course of the Year. Congrats to Crystal Mountain's Mountain Ridge Course. It received the honor on Wednesday by the Michigan Golf Course Association. So if you haven't played the course, it has scenic views, elevation changes. It was ranked among the top 10 golf resorts and destinations for an up north vacation by the Free Press. So a place to go check out. It opened in 1995.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, very cool. A former Michigan State police trooper is suing Michigan State Police and its leadership, claiming that she faced just long-standing racism, sexism, harassment, and retaliation during her 25 years there. Sarah Krebs says she, among other things, was passed over for promotions that she was supposed to have earned. She was excluded from big projects, and she was sidelined after she voiced her concerns about biased policies taking place. She also alleges that a sexual harassment claim filed on her behalf was then mishandled. She wants a jury trial for damages and legal costs, and her lawsuit basically says that problems like this were running deep within the Michigan State Police culture for quite some time. We've had warmer than normal temperatures recently, but that is about to change very soon. Boy. So we've been seeing afternoon temperatures like in the 70s, right? Which is well above normal for this time of year. But starting around October 22nd, which is next Wednesday, expect to see a shift. Highs will gradually dip from the 70s down to the 60s and then eventually settle closer to 50s.
All right.
So bust out that fall clothes, those layers, the jackets, the cute boots, girls. Like I love the fall.
Oh, fall is by
wait.
far the best season of the 4 for me.
I love
Agreed.
sweater weather and coats and jackets and
But you don't
boots
have to
and-
bundle up too much.
No.
To be comfortable.
No, it's not like you need a winter coat and
Right.
hat and gloves. It's just it's comfy. Yep.
Best time of year.
You guys beware. Your go-to protein shake might be hiding something dangerous. There's a new Consumer Reports investigation tested 23 popular protein powders and ready-to-drink shakes and found that about 70% had more lead in a single serving than what they consider safe for a whole day. The worst offenders in particular are some plant-based powders. There's 2, you can go check them all out online, that have lead levels that are so high they're being flagged to just avoid, don't even drink them, avoid entirely. And then powders made from dairy had lower levels, but about half of those that were tested are still high enough that they're saying, hey, we recommend you probably shouldn't use these.
Do they say why? Is it like something in the process?
I don't know why. I'm guessing
these?
I'm guessing so. They're not regulated by the FDA, so
Right.
it's whoever is manufacturing these aren't maybe.
But to John's point, if it's across brands, then
yeah, there's got to be something in the
Something.
process of getting the. I don't know if it's the protein or if it's
Yeah.
something else they're putting in there.
And they say, hey, you don't need to like freak out about this, but maybe have some pause before you
Yeah.
buy this again, or think about it, or maybe cut back. Don't do it so frequently. Anyway, just be careful out there. Finally, Cal Raleigh, known as the Big Dumper, right? His nickname.
Yeah.
Well, because of that nickname, some Mariners fans may have had a whole new way to show their support for him. So there's a porn site, Cam Soda, and they were hoping, I don't know if this actually went down or not, but they were hoping to hand out some giveaways to Seattle fans at Wednesday's ALCS Game 3
Oh, yeah?
in honor of
Cal Raleigh.
the Big
The
Dumper.
Big Dumper.
Yeah. So they said, as long as we would get permission, we were going to hand out these sex toys before the first pitch.
Oh.
For your exit ramp.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, not the same ones that we've seen at
No.
NFL games or WNBA games.
Not the ones being thrown out onto the court or onto the field. No,
Oh.
no. Different types of sex toys. And
Okay.
they were hoping that would be a fun way to show their support.
Oh, okay.
But you saw the Mariner
more of
fan that-
the
Yes, and it
yes.
wouldn't be the first time you would have that at a game.
Right,
There was
yes.
I guess I'm trying to avoid even like
no,
saying
it's
what
funny.
it is.
It's a
but
plug.
It is.
Yes,
And
yes.
somebody was
You can
wearing
decide where it goes.
a shirt with that item on it at one of the games. Yes, yes.
I love how uncomfortable everybody's getting. This is phenomenal. His
Yes.
name is the Big Dumper.
Yes.
You can connect the dots.
So
Yeah, connect to whatever you want.
It's Heather with the news. Dear John's next, 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is a great place to work out. It's always clean. They're always welcoming, and it's the judgment-free zone. We've been telling you about that, but now's the time to join because it is one of the cheapest times and affordable times to get a very great value in a membership. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. If you get there and you find out, hey, I really do like this because they've got new equipment all over the place. They're always keep them extremely clean. But you want more. You want the Black Card membership. The Black Card membership will get you access to every single Planet Fitness. You drive around all the time. You see them around all the time. So if that fits your schedule better, it also allows you to have unlimited guest privileges. So you can always take a guest with you. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
As all of Metro Detroit Googles Mason Appleton, former Spartan hockey player.
Yep.
Winnipeg.
Not everybody in Metro Detroit. Get some Spartan hockey fans that know who he is.
A lot of people are learning about this guy. He was on Winnipeg last year. He scored another couple goals.
Mm-hmm.
Playing on the first line in place of Lucas Raymond.
Yep. Hold and serve.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think more than hold and serve when you look what the team's done so far, right?
Oh, yeah. But I'm talking about you got to have that depth, right? Because you're not going to play every single game with all your guys. You're going to have times we've seen it with Dylan Larkin. You got to have somebody step in. And when you have guys like Appleton that can step in and do it, more power to you.
We'll have more Red Wing tickets to give away tomorrow on the show. We're giving away a pair for the game against McDavid and the Oilers on Sunday. Chance to win tomorrow on the show. We'll have tickets for every Centennial home game to kick off and celebrate 100 years of hockey, John.
When's the next one you're going to?
Friday night.
Friday night. There we go. Kick off the weekend.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a double beat Tampa weekend.
Tampa two-step.
Oh, there you go.
Then you got a Halloween party on Saturday night? Whoa. We'll get to that tomorrow a little bit.
It's this Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Is this a dress up?
John, Halloween parties
tandem?
do have a costume.
No,
yeah.
I know that.
Are you going in like a partner
No,
costume?
we're not doing like a couple's costume, no.
Really?
No.
Oh, that's fun.
I'd be okay with it. We just aren't.
Okay. All right. That's kind of where they
Do
are.
you know what you're going to be?
Yes.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
I think they want to do some stuff with that tomorrow. I know you won't be here.
I know. I'm bummed.
Hey, let's just do your homework, listeners. Tomorrow in the background of the show, at some point, we're going to have what should Jim dress up for Halloween?
I'm sure everybody will be kind and friendly and nice.
I have a few ideas.
I'm sure you do.
Who are the what's their names? The Bee Gees? You and Kelsey could go as the Bee Gees.
Uh-huh, yeah. Can we get that cow rally thing over here?
Oh, no.
No. See, that's what I was talking about. People have their stuff. We'll collect them tomorrow.
We're America.
American?
Yeah, America.
Yeah, you can go. America. Or American. I'd rather not know.
What's the last adult Halloween party you guys went to?
Adult Halloween party?
Yeah, not like for the kids and trick-or-treating, but
Are you considered an adult in college?
Yeah.
Okay, college.
Okay, so it's...
Okay. Mine would have been probably more recent than college. It probably would have been maybe 10, 12 years ago.
Do you remember what you dressed up as?
I do.
What? Oh, my gosh.
Well, we'll
You
make
wanna
this
save
a
this for
tomorrow
tomorrow?
topic.
Okay.
Yes.
Heather will tell you off the air.
Yeah.
Okay.
It did end in a trip to the ER.
What? The party, not the costume.
No, not the costume.
okay.
No,
You
no,
did.
but yeah,
But
but
you
I
had to
did.
go to the
yeah, I
hospital
had to go
in
yeah,
costume.
yes.
Oh,
No, I actually changed out of my costume, but I did have to go, and it required stitches.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
We didn't know about this. This is great. Now we got to make everybody wait a day on it.
Yeah.
So Jim and Kelsey are in this weird world right now, because we did adult Halloween parties, and I don't think college counts. By the way, I think it's
I
okay
didn't either.
when you have a significant other or you're married and you're in your late 20s to early 30s and you're still kind of hanging out with your old crew,
Yeah.
but they're starting to kind of fall away because they're having kids.
Yeah.
And so you're going to that party still, and you could be one of the last ones going to that party because you guys don't plan on having kids. And then one day the party will go away.
Yeah.
No, I lied. I can remember another Halloween. I'm remembering more now. It's all coming back to me.
Uh-huh. Oh, was that kind of night?
Probably.
Oh.
But I just forgot. I have dressed up since college.
Okay. It was like a
Remember.
party,
You won't be
drinks,
here, yeah.
music. and-
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As? Because you won't be here tomorrow. So you
I
can-
was Little Red Riding Hood that got attacked by the big bad wolf.
Oh, did you
Was
do
Colin
like
So
the
I
Big Bad
wanted
Wolf?
to, yeah, I had no, he didn't go.
Oh.
I don't even know if we were dating at the time. I had scratches down my face that were so I wanted to be scary, but also sexy, so it was like one of those, you go to Lover's Lane to get your costume and then you have scratches down your face with the blood dripping down. Yeah.
You still have
Don't, come on.
costume.
Probably somewhere.
Colin's listening. I'm sure he's interested.
Oh, I thought of another one.
Oh, It's all coming back to you now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Oh my gosh, I was in
flashbacks.
San Francisco and we went to like a rave, and I was Hurricane Sandy. And I dressed up as Sandy from Greece, but had went through a hurricane. So I had like crazy leaves. This was during Hurricane Sandy.
Yeah.
Had leaves in my hair and debris and, yes, a squirt gun too. Because it was like, I was the hurricane, yeah.
That's really
So I could,
funny.
like,
mock a natural disaster.
I know we did cross the line a little bit, but I could like squirt the bartender, like,
Yeah.
hey, I need another drink. It's all coming back.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was still considered like I was right out of college.
Okay.
I was a young adult.
Adult Halloween parties, Gator?
Oh, yeah. I used to. Yeah, I used to do it all the time. They were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
What's the last one that you dressed up for?
It's been a minute. It's probably been 10 years or so.
Okay.
Since I did that. But I had friends that had an amazing Halloween party when I was in my mid-20s. And there were like 100 people at this house.
Sure.
It was over by Sylvan Lake. And the entertainment for the evening was going to be 3 of the guys playing instruments and doing 3 Neil Diamond songs. And they called themselves Steel Diamond. And the guitar player could play guitar. The drummer was a guitar player who also could play some drums.
Yeah.
And then somebody had to play bass. They had to be 4 guys. And then one of my good friends was singing, and he was singing with trying to sound like Neil Diamond, and he did, and it was so great. Right, and plus everybody's already liquored up, so it was
Sure,
a
yeah,
better
makes it
time
even
than
better.
Perhaps it was,
Yeah.
but it was awesome, and they dressed. My friend had this like really satiny type shirt to look like Neil of the era, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was really, really cool. It's the first time I had Oberon, by the way, back when it was Soul.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
So things you remember.
Yeah.
Good,
Or
good.
don't, but then slowly do remember.
Yes. We're waiting for one more flashback.
I'm trying. I think that was it. I think that was the last time I dressed up, whatever year that was. Hurricane
dress up
Sandy
as?
year. I was Hurricane Sandy,
And Little Red Riding Hood.
attacked by the big bad wolf, so it's kind of creepy, right?
Oh,
Yeah, scratches,
Blood.
blood.
torn clothing and whatnot.
No, the clothing wasn't torn, but there wasn't much of it there.
I was thinking of dressing up. Wow.
Excuse me?
But that's what everyone did, right? You like go to these places and like you're hardly dressed up.
Or hardly dressed.
Sure, yes, you're hardly
You were
dressed.
dressed up.
You were
Just
sexy
hardly.
little
Yes.
Riding Hood? Is that what you were?
Yes.
Okay.
Attacked by the big bad wolf.
Yes,
Fair enough.
which made it fun for me. Like I thought, I wanted to be like scary,
Sounds
but
like it
you
was
never
fun for
wear
everybody.
scary costumes. Maybe. I don't know.
I was
That's
thinking
what-
of this year.
Enjoy your weekend.
Don't let them shame you.
No shaming. It's
No.
all good. I was Peter Griffin one year.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah. I had a green pair of pants and a white shirt. It's the easiest costume ever. Mm-hmm. Then just did my hair a little bit. That was Peter Griffin. Yeah.
I'm tempted to come to work as one of Gator's least favorite people for Halloween this year.
Oh.
And it's a surprise.
Oh,
Yep.
I don't know if I like this at all.
I hope you do now. This will be great.
Yeah.
This is, what is this, like a 2-week tease?
Yeah. I know. It's the best of Doug Karsh.
tell you
Yeah.
right now, because I'm probably not going to do it. But
Okay.
I'm like, I've thought about coming at Halloween as visor with fake hair guy. You know, the
Okay.
guy
Yeah.
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 It's that guy.
Hate that guy.
Yeah. Wear it backwards too.
Absolutely.
I'm already annoyed.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
What's the show plan today?
We'll start with Michigan and Michigan State. Are we already looking forward to basketball season?
All right, then. Karsh and Anderson, 97.1.
We have a mystery in studio. And we don't have all the answers, but we have one answer. It was not Jansen.
No.
There is crumbs all over the floor at this.
Whoever did it is going to ruin it for the rest of us.
Right. There'll be no food allowed in studio. Kang, do we have any idea where we can get a vacuum?
I'm not going to ask engineering. I'll tell you that much right now. They already hate us.
They hate us?
Well, they hate everybody, I feel like. So.
No, they don't hate everybody, but what do we do to engineering? I hope
don't worry about it. They don't like you. This is, you may not know it, but they don't.
Really?
So I'm not going to ask them. Cheryl would be the best and nicest person to ask.
That's probably a great call right there.
She doesn't hate us.
We're going to be vacuuming during the show. This is ridiculous.
I don't understand that.
There's crumbs all over the floor. And you're right. It's going to ruin it for everybody.
So, not you, and it's not Jansen. So, in between, you had Valeni. I don't think that's a Valeni mistake. I don't think Mike, I don't think Mike's eating whatever that was, chocolate bar with wafers in it, or the Kit Kat, or whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
I don't think he was doing it. I don't think that's Mike.
We had a Red Wing game last night.
Yep.
So, is that Rieger?
Depends if he's usually, I think, at the arena for that, or maybe not.
Could have been, who was it in studio host last night?
I don't know.
Was it like Falar, Mark Ryan?
These are the questions you got to ask, and was there post game? No.
Anyway. All right, so I'll get a vacuum. We are leading into a college football weekend. And Gator, it's weird that there is now 6 weeks in. I find it very odd. And I shouldn't say unusual. I don't know, man. I'm surprised at how much heat is on coaches right now, specifically the local coaches. One more than the other, but there's definitely heat on coaches. And I said to Kang, I don't know why this world bothers me so much. Coaches get signed these huge contracts, and if they are fired, they make massive amounts of money for not doing anything.
Yeah, they shouldn't be terribly upset.
No, I don't feel bad for them in that regard, and I guess I don't feel bad for them, but I feel like nobody can have a plan anymore. Nobody's given much time. You either start to win in the next 30 minutes or you're on the hot seat. And like I said, one more than the other. There's some griping about Michigan, and there's more griping about Michigan State. Those stories seem to take over. And the truth is, I can't figure out what's happening to either team. Obviously I'm around the Wolverines, cover the Wolverines. And every time I think I've got my head wrapped around of them turning a corner, something happens. I'm like, no, not so sure. And so, I made some pretty bold predictions for them. For both teams, I might come in way under 7-5 and 9-3 or 10-2. And that's, the thing about that is, I don't know if either of them are, after what we've seen the last weekend, if either of them are trending in that direction. So I'll own some L's on some predictions. But Scott, they're both under heat, and it feels like Jonathan Smith has perhaps lost all momentum, and Sharon Moore has lost some on-field momentum. Off the field, he's got some really good recruits coming in. If he was truly going into this season, needing to win this year, then he should have spent the NIL money on Fernando Mendoza or John Mateer or quarterbacks. Go get a veteran rather than a freshman, and he should have gone more after like a Dane Key transfer from Kentucky wide receiver than an Andrew Marsh. Like, I guess I'm surprised if there's heat there. I know people hated what they saw at SC, and their run defense was disturbing and kind of out of character for the way they'd been. They hadn't been great, but they've been better than that. Anyway, it's hard for me to wrap my head around where these two teams and where these programs are going, but I'm struggling with this new world where if you haven't won now.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I think really it's some of it is winning. It depends which program it is and what the standards are. Obviously Michigan, they've had the standards very high for an awful long time. And, once they got into the dark area, nobody liked that. Nobody liked the Brady Hoke and Rich Rod era. They want to move past that because
At that same time, it was coincidental that Michigan State Mark D'Antonio era really took off. Since then, there's only been a couple of good seasons at Michigan State, and Michigan, since they switched over to Harbaugh, it took a while, but then they finally got their national championship, and they played in multiple playoffs. They've won multiple Big Ten championship games. It's been a well-oiled machine. And now you get into the NIL era, and they've got the deep pockets to go out and get guys, as is evident by their quarterback that they have. But I think that the Michigan's a victim of, or maybe it's not Michigan, it's Sharon Moore might be a little bit, and I don't think he's on the hot seat. But I think there is a group of fans that's vocal, but I don't think it's a large group, that doesn't like what they see because I don't think they wanted them there in the first place. That maybe it wasn't a full-on coaching search they did after Harbaugh because of the timing and all that, and that he's associated with the taint that's there from the cheating scandal and all that, and he still has games to serve and suspension, and then you get off to this start, and it's nothing wrong with a 4-2 start when you literally have an 18-year-old quarterback that you're working in. He's doing something that actually Jim Harbaugh never did, and that is go with the young quarterback.
And take your lumps.
Look, and see what where you're going to end up, because maybe by sophomore year the kid's outstanding, and then you've got 2 years to play for a national championship. But at least with that quarterback, and then you can recycle things. And I think there are some people that just get impatient with that because they saw it, and then they see what other schools are doing, but they're not taking the time to take one step back and go, wait a minute, let's slow down. We wanted this kid desperately as a quarterback. The best way to get him up to speed is to play him while he's young. He'll get better as this season has gone on. I think what's happened now is that maybe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but does it look like in the last few games that there's been a little bit of a plateau for Bryce Underwood? Not that he's bad, but I'm saying, is there a plateau? And that's going to happen, by the way. I'm not saying it's a surprise. You shouldn't be surprised by it, because sometimes there's a little wall that you hit, and you get through it and you get better on the other side of it. But I just, if anybody is really being that impatient, I guess you just preach at this point. I would preach patience to the Michigan fan about that, because you got some really good things coming here. Okay, you've got probably a pretty good nucleus of players. Recruiting is fine, and you've got the assets available to you, and the wherewithal to go get players in the portal, which is really how you rebuild the program quicker. This year may or may not be a playoff year. I mean, they're going to have to do some serious winning. You're going to have to probably win out to make the playoff. But if you win out, then you can actually say that you're deserving of it because you would have beaten Ohio State at the end of it. If you don't, then okay,
fair enough.
Came close in the first year, move on.
Well, it's second year for Sharon, but the first year really of his sort of program.
Yeah, I look at it as with first year because of Bryce.
Yeah. So look, they both have games to play on Saturday anyway, for those that have given up. And I do want to talk about those games. So we'll get to that next. We got the Blitz thingy at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They are specialists when it comes to auto and truck accidents. Look, they focus and specialize on auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that? With your lawyer specialization, it matters. And it leads to more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Do your research. Check them out at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. All right, so open the show talking a little college football, the state of Michigan and Michigan State at the midway point, and fans are restless on both fronts. And look, we're getting into the games this weekend. The one great thing about college football is you never know when it's going to college football again. And what I mean by that is in the past, Gator, college football lent itself to stunning results. And we've already had some this year, like the UCLA over Penn State thing. It's crazy. Stuff can happen that is unexplainable. How does it happen? And the fact is, in the transfer portal NIL world, where guys can move immediately from one school to the next, we should be less surprised when it happens. And in a vacuum, it's come up twice in 2 segments.
Oh.
When I am
different uses.
In a vacuum, when I am looking at where is college football going to college football again and stun us, you look at the formula of teams that would otherwise be vulnerable. And in a vacuum, I think the most vulnerable team in college football this weekend that could be the victim of a stunning result is Indiana. They went into the biggest game in their program's history, national TV, never beaten, or 1-72 against top 5 teams. Nobody loses, nobody goes into Oregon and wins. And they win. The biggest game they have played in forever. And now they're top 5 in the country. Everybody's telling them how great they are, and they come home to play, by all accounts, an outmanned opponent. That looks to me like a vulnerable team for a letdown. The question is Michigan State in any position to take advantage of this?
Well, I mean, I think by history, you would look at a team like that and say, no matter who the coach is, no matter what the team makeup is, it would be vulnerable for the letdown after the massive win they had last week against Oregon, right? You knock off a top 3 opponent, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. It validates your season. In fact, it validates what you did last year when you were a playoff team and people were complaining that you shouldn't have been there, even though you actually played the opening round's closest game in the playoffs last year.
It was crazy.
So I don't think this is going to be the case. I think they already had that game. That game happened after Illinois. They pounded number 9 Illinois at the time 63-10. The next week they were at Iowa, and you talked about it. You called it, said this is going to be closer, it's going to be tight, and you were picking Iowa to win, if I'm not mistaken. And it almost happened. They won, but they won 20-15. The offense was not impressive. Defense was great, but the offense was not impressive. And a 5-point victory coming off a 53-point victory is less than impressive. Then they went out to Eugene, Oregon, and took care of the Ducks 30-20. They've already had that lesson learned. And Michigan State's incapable of being the team that can do that. Iowa's a team that can do that to you. Obviously, UCLA is a team that can sneak up on you and do that. For the lower tier teams in the Big Ten or in college football, I guess, but we're just looking at the Big Ten here with Indiana. I don't think Michigan State is that team that can do it. So I wouldn't think Indiana's going to be susceptible to that. I think that their coach is so good that he's going to drum it into their heads that this can't happen, that you've got to follow up the big win with a win that leaves no doubt in your mind that this is a good football team. And the rest of the way, Indiana's schedule is they've got UCLA after Michigan State.
Look out.
I mean, but the way they're playing, they played obviously much better the last couple of weeks. They're revitalized.
That game's in Bloomington, right?
It is in Bloomington, but they're revitalized with a new coach there. Then they're at Maryland, at Penn State, home against Wisconsin, and at Purdue. I mean, Penn State used to look formidable. Then not so much because they lost and they're 3-3 on the year. But not only that, they lost Drew Aller for the season.
Yeah.
So that's going to kill. That's totally killing and torpedoing their chances of doing anything. So Indiana has a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way to get to the Big Ten championship game. This is a team that is going to, if you're Curt Cignetti and you're not preaching that we need to win every game, take every game seriously because we have a chance at a special season here, then he's the wrong guy for the job. And I don't think he's the wrong guy for the job.
I mean, they could win the whole thing. I'm just saying, I think a little bit, programs always say this, that, hey, and I'm not around the Michigan State program like I am the Michigan program, so I'm just kind of observing from afar, but programs generally say, we're in a cocoon, we don't pay attention to what's said out there.
But they do.
And if they've heard it, I think in both cases, the heat that's coming in on their coaches, maybe we find out a little bit about how much the players love their coach. Like because it's hard to win at football. You have to be digging deep at all times with effort and fight and tenacity. And if you're not, you can get embarrassed. And I think this is one of those questions for both teams a little bit. Again, there's more heat in East Lansing, there's in Ann Arbor, but there's heat in both places. Is how much do you love your coach? And if you are in a cocoon and you're not aware of what's being said and all that, then they don't know. But
I think one of the biggest hindrances to sustained success is lack of continuity. If you're constantly recycling in new players and new assistant coaches, it's hard to get consistency if you don't maintain the continuity. If you're recycling players all the time, look, college football, you're doing that anyway because of 4 years. But now with the transfer portal, it's year to year.
Yep.
You're changing up dramatically a roster, and Michigan State has been no different, no stranger to that. They've really changed it up year to year, and it can help when you get great players, but I think it can hurt you if you don't. If you get good players but not great players, and they're going to leave after a year or after 2 years, you've got no time to build it up, and it's really troubling because on the other side of that, your recruiting classes, if those players aren't playing, then they're bound to leave because you're constantly bringing in new guys that, hey, I think I got a chance to compete for a starting job this year. Oh, no, they just got a transfer from Wake Forest. I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, okay, so as far as Michigan's concerned, I make stubborn predictions and stick by them and go down with the ship. And I thought this team had a high ceiling, and maybe they do, maybe they don't. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh, there it is. And I'm like, oh, maybe not. I think this season will be dictated by what happens on Saturday. Washington, people need to understand how good Washington is. They're not at the top of the Big Ten, but they're really good. And Damon Williams, the quarterback, is better than you want him to be. And if you look at Michigan's season, the two losses at Oklahoma and at USC, which to be fair, they're both good teams, and those are tough places to play, but they both have mobile quarterbacks. They got to John Mateer once. They sacked him once. They didn't sack Jaden Maeva once. And now Damon Williams is more elusive than all of them. Now, it's not that he doesn't have his faults. I think ball security, he holds it loosely. I think he has sometimes trouble seeing receivers downfield. But he did throw for 400 yards against Rutgers last Saturday and rushed for like 140. So, 540 yards of total offense is a decent day against any opponent. But this guy, I think, is more elusive than these other two quarterbacks they've played. And they've got size at the wide receiver spot. They're getting healthy defensively. They did give up a ton of yards to Rutgers, and they stiffened in the red zone, and Rutgers made mistakes. But, this game, if they win it, I think they can get back on track, get some momentum, feel good about themselves. And if they lose it, we'll see if the wheels come off. I think that this is a fulcrum game for Michigan. It is going to tell the tale the rest of the season.
I think it's interesting. You look at the Rutgers game, and Kalec Manis, the quarterback from Rutgers, threw for 386, just to be precise of how good they were offensively. It was mostly through the air. They had over 100 yards rushing, but for 4 yards a carry against Washington. Washington's defense held Ohio State to 350 yards in offense. So their defense is capable of doing against high-end talent. Well, you're right. Washington's not a joke, and with a dynamic quarterback, it's always going to be troublesome. And when you have a little bit of a blueprint of how to dominate Michigan at the line of scrimmage, like what they saw last week, that's not a good thing for Michigan, and it's a better thing for teams that actually have offensive talent like Washington does. You're right. I think this weekend's a very, very, very important game for Michigan when it comes to their season, because in order to have any hope of getting to the college football playoff, they've got to beat Washington to set up the massive showdown that they'll have at the end of the season.
248-539-9797. Okay. Go to the NFL Blitz thingy next. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, here we go. It is the Carson Anderson program, and every Thursday at this time we talk some NFL with the Blitz thingy. Appropriately named. Gator, you went first yesterday. I received today.
All right, Doug, here we go. Question number 1. It's a bit of a touchy subject right now around the NFL and here locally, but I'm going to ask, on a scale of 0 to 10, how much do you think the NFL is, quote, rigged? 0 being not rigged at all, 10 being everything is predetermined.
This is such a good question. I almost want to revisit it later in the show and get people's opinions. And I want everyone to think about what their answer is before we go into it. I think it's a 1. And I am conceding a 1 that I probably would have been a 0 most of my adult life and most of my professional life. I think the way the league has evolved or devolved, what it's changed to, there is a cult of celebrity. And I think it is subconscious treatment by officials. I think this industry, being a business of the NFL, is so incredibly healthy. I find it hard to believe that people would risk federal jail time fixing things. I don't think this league is hard up for money, and I don't think they would break laws to decree from on high that you need to fix results. So I'm not buying conspiracies. I think what happens is subconsciously, like the way Jordan got reffed in the NBA, there are biases. I'm going 1.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, because there are biases, you have to start with a baseline of at least 1. My number is actually 3, because I think there's always been biases towards the better players, and that's automatically leads you towards that direction. Players have always gotten the benefit of the doubt in some cases, and I think it's obvious that some players have been taken care of better than others, whether it was Tom Brady or now it's Patrick Mahomes. But that assistance that the Chiefs got in the game on Sunday night, that's what catapults it to me, because it's obvious. The NFL is covering this up with their officials and telling the officials one thing, hey, don't say it. And so the official says after the game with the pool reporter, no, we didn't hear. We discussed it amongst ourselves. It did not come from New York or from Kansas City in a booth. And yet that's not what they told the coach or the quarterback on the field at the same time. So there's that incongruity, which leads to doubt, which has me at a 3. Do I think that they are flat out fixing games? Not necessarily. I just think that maybe an overzealous moment or two. That's why I only have it at a 3. I'm not, tuning in with the tinfoil to say it's going to be north of 5.
So I've got the same number as you, Gator, 3. And to be honest with you guys, if anybody has anything north of 0, that's just a bad look for the NFL. The fact that Doug has it at number 1 should be sounding alarms everywhere. Because Doug, you're right. You've been your whole life 0, 0, 0, and now you've been pushed to the edge where you were like, hey, even if it's the slightest, I think something might be up. I think I keep going back to this, guys. Sports aren't real, and just because your emotional reactions to them doesn't make it any more real. It's all entertainment, and I don't think it's scripted like pro wrestling or anything like that. But their version of changing the script is changing the rules, rewriting the rules, right? But that might favor Kansas City or a team like Kansas City, but all of a sudden we're a passing league now, right? What makes things more entertaining, more drama? They do the schedule. They change the playoff format. A bunch of things they do differently. Is a call from New York? I have no idea. But in the end, they're trying to make things more entertaining. And when entertainment's involved, I think you always have to have your eyebrow raised to certain things. All right. Why hasn't there been a dominant team in the NFL this year, Gator?
I think it's two things. One, a smaller thing, which is parity. But I think the other thing is a big thing: injuries. Injuries, the ultimate equalizer in sports. It kills teams. You look at the great football teams we have in the NFL that we thought were going to be great. Why aren't they right now? Injuries. They've decimated Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, Philadelphia's been hit by it. The Lions have been hit by injuries. Even before the season began, and obviously what's happened during the season. It's what happens. The other thing is you add lots of young quarterbacks to the mix and plenty of coaching changes, and you're just going to get a mishmash of football anyway without a real front runner. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Injuries are a great equalizer, but I'm going to argue that there is a dominant team. We just don't know who it is yet, and there might be a bit of a changing of the guard given the Chiefs' record, given Baltimore's injuries. Maybe it is the Colts. Maybe it is the winner of the Buccaneers-Lions game that turns out to be this year's dominant team. Someone is about to get hot. I would argue by the end we won't be asking this question.
So I actually agree with a lot of what you said, Gator. This is 2 for 2, man. I think it's just a little bit of its parity, but I think injury is the biggest X factor here. Injuries have always played a huge role, of course, but nowadays more than ever, these players, they just don't seem to be as gritty as they once were in the league. You know, like the littlest injury might sit a guy down for 2 to 3 weeks when before he might have just played through it. I think it's so hard to stay injury-free from week 1 to week 18, which means you can't be dominant from week 1 through week 18. You know, there's going to be these hiccups here and there. And even though there's teams that have 5-1 records, Doug, you speak of the Colts as one of them, they still don't look dominant to me. Now, this is so far, and you may be right at the end where we look back and go, wow, they actually were the dominant team that year. Okay, Cam Ward. He is the 4th consecutive number 1 overall pick that's a quarterback to have his coach fired mid-season. And overall, this has happened 6 times in the last 10 years. Your thoughts on this trend, Doug?
There is no reward for having a long-term plan anymore. And when you're playing a rookie quarterback, you're playing the long game. But it's true in the college level and the pro level, as we've talked about. I don't love it. And I can't figure out why it bothers me so much. But it feels like now you get 30 minutes. And if you're not winning, bye. And I joked the other day, but it's not even really a joke. I think somebody who's on the hot seat is James Franklin for his next job. Because every coach is on the hot seat from day one, it feels like. So there is very little reward for being a coach that drafts a rookie and plays him.
I think part of that's very true. Quarterbacks are thrown to the wolves immediately, well before they're ready. You know, there used to be the debate, hey, do you let them sit for a year and go with a veteran quarterback and let them learn from the sidelines? And that's like thrown out the window. Most of the quarterbacks, it's sink or swim right away, which is really unfair, particularly when you add in that they're thrown to the wolves like that without any kind of offensive line there to protect them. They have no shot without an offensive line. Teams that do not build through the trenches are doomed for failure. So I look at every year and a team that's got a young quarterback when we go into the draft, hey, and every team is talking about, or at least the media talks about it with them, got to get a receiver. He's got to have someone to throw to. And I'm like, no, you need an offensive line to protect the guy. And until you do that, you're just going to lose a lot of games. You're going to get your quarterback killed.
Yeah, well, the ones paying the prices are these coaches that are getting fired, not the quarterbacks that just got drafted. I think these coaches obviously had awful teams, which led them to the first overall pick. It's not a lottery. You have to earn that first overall pick, which means you had an awful team. So, already that coach, my point is, had something to do with that team being bad. You know what I mean? They're already on the downward trend. And the truth is, ownership, if they don't see enough promise with that new quarterback right away, they're going to cut you loose. And so, unfortunately for these coaches, they have to do both. They got to develop and they got to win right away. And it's just too hard to do nowadays. And you see it that these owners, they don't have the patience anymore. The Bengals host the Steelers tonight, which means we get a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers versus a 40-year-old Joe Flacco. Some are calling this the Icy Hot Bowl. Is this impressive or just sad?
I think it's somewhere in between. I think there's somebody said for having a game that featuring 2 quarterbacks over the age of 40 that are starting. I think Aaron Rodgers, as much as I can't stand Aaron Rodgers, he's still a quality starting quarterback. He's been fine for the Steelers this year. Look, is he the MVP Aaron Rodgers anymore? No, he's not. But he's still better than lots of quarterbacks that are in the NFL, including the guy he's playing against, Joe Flacco. But it's not Flacco's fault that he's still the teams are still deciding to start him. I mean, he's hanging around the league because he's professional. He goes about his business quickly. He can pick up an offense quickly, as evident by being with the team for like 3 days and he's starting. Really, it's the case of Joe Flacco right now. It's just a case of ineptitude, whether it was in Cleveland, naming him the starter there, or picking him up in Cincinnati. That's what they're going to hang their hat on while Joe Burrow heals up. I think it's just it's a little bit of both there. I think you've got the good and the bad with both quarterbacks.
I'm impressed. The quarterback position's wild, and I always spin things, how does it affect us? This can happen, and it happens because quarterbacks, if they stay healthy, can play this game at a high level for a long time, which means another decade of Jared Goff.
I think this is sad. If you don't have a decent QB, you end up with a young, not ready QB like we talked about earlier, or an old wash-up QB like we got right now. And we've got a matchup between the Darkness Retreat and the Senior Living Retreat. Okay, I actually heard they took one of those senior group tour buses to the stadium, not the actual nice buses that players take. And rumor also has it they wanted to start the game at 4:30 so they get that early bird supper bowl. I'm serious. They should be calling out bingo numbers, not plays. Come on, man. I feel bad for the fan bases. All right, we're about 1/3 away through the NFL season. What's been the biggest surprise to you so far?
To me, it's the Indianapolis Colts being 5-1. They have the best record in football through 6 games. They're tied with Tampa Bay with that record, and I cannot believe it because it's with Daniel Jones as their quarterback. I don't think Daniel Jones is some new messiah. I think for whatever reason, it's just worked out there in Indianapolis. They've got a good offensive line. They got a great running back, and they have a sneaky good defense on that team too. And they've turned this into a 5-1 start, which is way beyond what I thought the Colts were going to be capable of through 6 games.
I'm going to go Saquon Barkley averaging 3.4 yards per carry.
Wow, that is surprising.
Very. I agree with you again, Gator. It has to be the Colts, especially an offense led by Daniel Jones. Say what you will about it. It pains me because I've always said they just need a decent quarterback. They could be better. Like when they had Minshew and all these other guys, they were kind of winning 7, 8, 9 games. Now they have Daniel Jones, and he's led them to a 5-1 record. The Colts have only punted 10 total times this year. They could actually be undefeated if it wasn't for a Mitchell throwing the ball through the end zone and that game versus the Rams. They could have won that one, but they're 5-1. Biggest surprise to me. All right, last one, boys. For the first time in 19 years, 2 left-handed quarterbacks will square off versus one another. Dylan Gabriel goes up against Tua Tagovailoa. Who's your favorite left-handed athlete of all time?
Okay, first of all, this is an awesome random Thursday fact that it's been that long since 2 lefties have faced one another. So I got kid Doug and I got adult Doug since you said all time. As a kid, growing up in Ann Arbor, it was Rick Leach, left-handed quarterback in the 70s. As an adult, it's the most underappreciated
Here we go.
and greatest pure hitter in the history of baseball, Tony Gwynn.
I was expecting you to throw some stats out on Tony Gwynn to make us all in awe because he was the greatest left-handed hitter of all time.
We're due for a break.
I understand. With me, I'll just go with one, and it's Steve Carlton. For me as a kid growing up, and I love the Philadelphia Phillies because when I first started watching baseball, the Phillies were in the NLCS for the first couple years I started watching against the Dodgers, and I love that team, love the jerseys, and Steve Carlton was amazing. In 1972, when he first joined the Phillies after leaving the Cardinals, he won 27 games. He was 27-10 with a 1.97 earned run average. This is after they lowered the pitching mound. Thank you. That's not the amazing stat. The amazing stat of that is that he won 27 of his team's 59 games that year. He was on the worst team in baseball, and he won 27 games.
So it's crazy. We all 3 went baseball players. Guys, I'm rocking the jersey today. Ken Griffey Jr., pretty swing in the history of baseball, if you ask me. So smooth, so effortless. I would wear my hat backwards like most kids would back in the day because of Ken Griffey Jr. I'm generally actually not a fan of lefties, but I actually would imitate him robbing home runs with my right hand because he was a lefty in center field. But Ken Griffey Jr., the kid.
Surprised wasn't Ohtani.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, what's he done?
Steve Carlton's such a great call. It is. That's a good call by you. Because Tony Gwynn only went 5 for 21 against Steve Carlton. That's how good Steve Carlton was.
Facts.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. I'm going to seek your help.
Okay.
A little self-reflection here. There's two very weird things going on. And Kang, I want your help as well. Last weekend, I found myself watching the Dolphins-Chargers game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rooting for Tua.
Come on.
I instinctively wanted Tua to do well.
No, you didn't.
Well, let's get back to what my prediction was with Tua's career. I did not think he would be a great NFL quarterback. I didn't think he'd be the next generational guy. And at the time, there was talk about the Lions going after him, and I didn't want him. And I'm trying to figure out, because I'm sitting there watching the game, part of it is I feel bad for him because of the concussions, which has nothing to do with my prediction. It was like, you can't predict that that's going to happen. And I feel terrible about it. And I don't want to see him get hit in the head again. I wonder if, okay, point has been proven. Now, come on, Tua, go out, go do something. I can't figure out why that. And I also can't figure out why the fire everybody culture bothers me so much. These coaches are well taken care of. And I'm not talking about James Franklin, right? He was at Penn State for a long time. I'm specifically talking about the Brian Callahan firing bothered me. Was it 19 games into his career when he invested in a rookie quarterback? I don't like the heat that's being put on the two college coaches in this state who are both relatively early and one, I think, ridiculously early. And I get it. It feels like that program's lost momentum, but it still feels way early. And, I'm sure people are going to say, oh, look what's going on. Yeah. But it's still super early. And Sharon's got momentum on the recruiting front and some good young players, but that feels early to me. And that bothers me too. And I like Callahan. I have no tie to Callahan with the Titans. And they're well compensated and they get paid to not work.
I think maybe what's happening here with your revelation on Tua is from a couple fronts. If your problem with him was you didn't think he was going to be a good enough leader as a quarterback, and then you see what has derailed him. Well, what's derailed him, if anything, it's been his health. And he can't help that. He can't help getting concussed, what his own physiology is. He can't help that. And when he has played, he has been pretty good. Like he's only played one complete season in 2023. And he threw for 4,600 yards, had 29 touchdowns and 14 picks, a quarterback rating over 100. He had 3 straight years where his quarterback rating was over 100. So you recognize there's talent there. The other side of that is, I think, when you question whether he'd be a great leader, I think you still respect who he is as a person because he seems like he is a good person.
Yeah.
Like someone with good ethics and all that, right?
Yeah.
So you're struggling rooting against somebody who might be kind of like yourself.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. And you're seeing this, and there's been a lot of criticism heaped at him, and maybe you're like, wait a minute, this might be a little too much.
Kang, what do you think it is?
I think you just feel sorry for him because of all the concussions, and you subconsciously now are rooting for him because you didn't want to see him get hurt or be a bad quarterback because he's not healthy. But that's what has happened, and I don't know if he would have been a good quarterback without the concussions, but we'll never know now. I mean, he's been concussed so many times, and probably more than it's been documented, right? And so I think the human element is you feel bad for the guy, and I think we all kind of do,
He doesn't seem like a bad dude.
No.
Now he called out teammates.
Yeah, but in a soft way. It wasn't like he,
what he had to say, he didn't call him up by name.
Yeah.
What he said was something to the effect of, look, we got guys on a team that haven't shown up to meetings, or they're showing up late to meetings, they're showing up late to this, late to that. The practice habits aren't very good. And he said that in front of, at a podium in front of cameras and microphones. And then he got lit up by a bunch of people who are talking heads on these TV football talk shows.
Is that what they do?
Yeah. Yes, that's what they do.
Well, is it?
And they're former players, and they didn't like it. And I'm like, well, why is it that you don't like that? Because strike a little too close to home for some of these guys? I don't know if there was anything wrong with what he had to say. He didn't call out players by name. He called out players and things that are true impediments into them being successful as a team. And then he has to go out and apologize for it. That to me was weak. But I don't think that's on him. I think they forced him to do it.
Okay, now I'm trying to figure out why I'm so bothered by coaches not getting fired so quickly, being on the hot seat so quickly. And
Is
maybe
there a
it's
coach that you really like that got fired early?
No, not that I could think of. It feels like a recent phenomenon, too, that you just aren't given any time. And maybe it's a greater statement on people have no patience anymore.
Does it? I'm trying to get into your own psychology, trying to understand you.
Let's say Jonathan Smith gets fired.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get paid $30 million.
Yeah, that's.
Why should I feel bad for him?
You shouldn't.
But I don't think this is fair.
Well, let me ask you this. When Brady Hoke got fired, because I know you were a Brady Hoke guy. You like Brady, but you like him personally.
That got uncomfortable.
It was a personal thing. So he got fired, and whether it was right or wrong at the time, he was. And then Harbaugh came in and was pretty successful right away with his players.
Mm-hmm.
Is that maybe what it was? Because psychologically, in the back of your mind, is it play there? Because if he had gotten one more year, maybe he would have been on track.
If it is, that surprises me because that hasn't entered my consciousness right now. Like, why would that? And Brady was given more time, right? Than we're seeing with college coaches now, and with Brian Callahan. So I don't. At Brady's point in his career where the program was, it was less surprising than what's going on right now. Brady got 4 years at Michigan, right? So, that to me, even though that's on the shorter side, that feels like an eternity compared to what we might see.
Well, it's also a completely different world we live in college football today than what it was then. That's
why. Signetti effect. And what's interesting, if I were an Indiana fan with Curt Cignetti, I'm just going to say this and then I'm filing this away. If I were an Indiana fan, I'm a lifelong Hoosier guy and love what Cignetti has done, I'm very grateful. My only question is, what happens when the transfers that he had access to, the group of 5 guys, all cycle out? Because he did a great job. He took, he took what he knew and he capitalized. And in this new world, taking the 13 players from James Madison, like all their good guys. And then he went around to Old Dominion and said, I played against you. You're really good. You want to come to a Power 5 program? You at Ohio U, you at Kent State. Like he went and rated group of 5 programs, smaller programs of good players. He got his quarterback from there in year 1. But what happens when those guys cycle out? Now he can still kill it in the portal, and he very well may, but it's not like he's got all these, it becomes like this hero that's leading group of 5 players out of the desert into the promised land, right? He doesn't have that in anymore. So that would be my only thing about Cignetti. But
we'll see, because if this is back-to-back years where they make the playoff, then when you get to the nitty-gritty of high school recruiting when you into December and then right before signing day, he could make a big splash at that point. Maybe the recruiting class doesn't look all that impressive now, but by that point, it might look quite impressive because of the 2-year resume.
Anyway, I can't figure out why it bothers me.
I think it is real. It's real simple for me, Doug. At least my opinion. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Sure.
So take this seriously. You don't like Hot Take Guy? Hot Take Guy wants everyone fired.
That might be right.
Bam, easy. End of story.
Might be right. And I'm rebelling against that notion.
There it is.
Yeah, I think we might have just wrapped up that case. Well done. You know me better than I know myself. All right, it's Carson Anderson. Got some Lions stuff we want to get to. If you want to keep talking college football, we will do that. It is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions safety Brian Branch has only missed 2 games in his 3-year career, but his third absence will take place on Monday when the Lions kick off against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Ford Field. Branch obviously suspended by the NFL for 1 game for striking Juju Smith-Schuster upon the conclusion of Sunday's game against the Chiefs. Branch appealed that suspension earlier this week. His appeal was denied last night, the league announced, confirming his absence for Monday's game. While the headlines around the Lions are centered on the absences on defense, Dan Campbell did release good news about D-tackle Aleem McNeil yesterday. Campbell very direct on Costa and Jansen yesterday. He is set to speak with the media again today at 12:30 from Allen Park. We'll bring sound and news updates from that beginning at 1 o'clock. The Pistons conclude the preseason today at home against the Wizards. Cade Cunningham was rested for the last game after dominating the first 2 exhibition contests, with this being Detroit's only home preseason game and their regular season home opener not taking place until October 26th. Pistons fans are hoping to see the budding superstar on the floor for at least a little bit tonight. If not, they might see Asar Thompson, who is getting a front row seat to watch Cade grow. Tip-off tonight against the Wizards is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan hosts the pregame show starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we figured out why I'm a basket case, at least a little bit, and talk some college football. We had the Blitz thingy. It's Carson Anderson. I want to welcome everybody who is streaming from all around the country on the Odyssey app. I know that a lot of people out of our market listen. Someday you're going to be out of the market, and you're going to like, oh, man, it's the NFL trade deadline. Wait, the Lions just did what? What's the name of that app? Crap, what's the name of that app?
It's Odyssey, AUDACY.
So if you download it today, you'll be prepared for that time that you're on business and you're, cross country in Tacoma and you want to know what's being said in Detroit about that big trade. Get the Odyssey app today. Then you can stream this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. So again, welcome to all those people and welcome to the Twitch and YouTube crowd. There are a lot of the same people in there every day. We do appreciate you, and we like to interact when we can on the streaming chat on both sides. So go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. Then you can listen to the show and watch the show. Listen with minor exceptions that frustrates those crowds. But there are rules of rules. But anyway, go to odyssey.com. I'm sorry, go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. In the search bar, type up 971 The Ticket, and bang, look out, there we are. Okay. I want to piggyback on one of the Why Night Omaha Blitz thingy questions. 0 to 10. 0 to 10, how much do you think the league is rigged? I've moved off a lifetime position of 0 to the 1 spot. And it's almost all Chiefs related, I got to be honest. I think there's a cult of a celebrity that team subconsciously gets treated differently.
And you want to dare think about it with Tom Brady.
Well, it wasn't in place. He's just the greatest of all time.
Yeah, right.
But in a case of the NFL, scale of 0, there's no rigging whatsoever, no fixes in, to 10, the whole thing is scripted. I moved off 0 to 1, and it feels like a big move. You and Kang were both at 3.
Yeah. I don't think it's completely rigged at all. And I don't think, I mean, if 10 is like WWE, totally scripted, it's not near that. I don't think they're predicting outcomes. I think that they are certainly aware of who is on the field, and I do think that they want to protect certain players from injuries because one of the other questions on that list is why is there no dominant team at this point through 6 games? And we all kind of said, well, injuries are such a huge factor in sports, and you don't want, the NFL certainly does not want to see the top players in the league not play because they're trying to open up new revenue streams everywhere. They're trying to balloon their current contracts they have with their revenue streams, and to do that, they have to have as many eyes on the product as possible. And eyes won't be on the product if guys like Patrick Mahomes aren't playing. I don't think that they can't be thrilled that Joe Burrow's out again. Here's a guy that second year in the league gets to the Super Bowl and here we go. We're going to have young guys going at it forever. Nope, that's not the case.
How are you going to respond when somebody calls up and says 8, 9, 10?
I would ask the question, why do you think it's that high? I mean, you actually think that there are, that they're being told from way up on high, take this play away, a play that looks completely clean, and then they're going to just throw a flag on it and call some BS, and to do it multiple times in a game. I mean, that's where I have to see it. Okay, somebody might have that thought, and okay, well, I'll ask the question, I'll push back on it. And your point about, risking federal indictment and all that, dude, people risk it all the time.
I know they do. And I always go, how could you be so stupid? And whenever we sit here in show prep, and Kang says to me all the time, Doug, people are stupid. And I'm like, you're sitting here in charge of some position of power at an industry that just prints money. Why would you take those chances? And the answer
is more money.
Stupidity.
Yeah, but it would happen. People try to rig elections, for crying out loud. So, yes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Alan in Detroit. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Alan.
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
What's up?
So, if I had to give a number, I'd say 5. Wow. It's kind of the middle ground. They're probably doing it. I don't know if they are. But you guys saw the game. You know that one catch where Travis Kelce caught it, where normally it wouldn't be a catch?
Trapped it against the ground, yeah.
Well, there's this little known rule in the NFL. I mean, it's becoming more popular now, but if the receiver declares himself a Kansas City Chief, then it's a catch.
I like the way you worded that, Alan. That's kind of why I've moved off the 0. You can call me dumb. You can call me stupid. I think there's a Taylor Swift effect. I think it's made Travis Kelce a celebrity and people treat him differently. He was already a celebrity. I think he's bigger now. And I think there is a subconscious thing that takes place.
Well, this is the thing. When you go from the subconscious keeps the number low. When you think there's a conscious effort, that's what kicks the number up higher.
Yeah.
And I think there is a conscious Taylor Swift effect, but it has nothing to do with the outcome of the game. It has everything to do with the marketing of Taylor Swift, period. They'll show her as often as they can, or as often as they can without annoying their fan base. But I don't think it has anything to do with we got to make sure that Kansas City wins so that Taylor Swift still shows up to games. And hopefully those kids get married. I mean, that part of things.
That would be like I just think it happens subconsciously that I don't know. Alan, it's funny the way you worded that. 5 is awfully high. Like 5 would say to me that you believe that there is.
He's like, I don't know. I can be convinced because that's literally fence sitting, right?
Yeah,
there.
but no, I don't think it is fence sitting. I think it's saying that there's a plan. I think there's a plan decreed from on high.
I think it says there might be a plan. You go to 6, there's a plan.
Well,
well, how much role do you think gambling now plays in all this, guys? That's an element that wasn't here 20 years ago,
That affects everything.
Nobody thinks of that.
So what's funny is we were taking in the when we were talking about Michigan and Michigan State and quick triggers and how people put people on hot seats so much faster than they used to. Somebody actually made a post, and I want to give credit where credit's due. I'll see if I can find it. Somebody made a post on Twitch that said it's gambling. It's gambling. People want accountability when they lose their bets. And you know what's funny is if I lose a bet, I go stupid Doug. I don't go stupid J-Mo. The guy who called yesterday and was crucifying J-Mo for like 90 seconds before he said, you know what, guys, here's what it really is. I've lost some bets on him. And I'm like, okay, I blame myself if I miss on a bet. And it's also why I bet almost.
Well, here's the flip side of all that is if you truly believe that it's fixed or if it's rigged in favor of, let's say, the Chiefs, then take advantage of it and go ahead and bet it. If you really think that's the case,
you
can bet just about anything in a prop bet. Chiefs, go ahead and have a fiesta.
Frank is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Frank.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you both?
Very good. Thank you.
I was talking to your screener. I have the answer. At least I believe I'm very close. And I sincerely believe that it's an open if-then statement. I wouldn't say that the league is rigged in any capacity, be it hockey all the way to table tennis. But what I am saying is that there is an open if-then statement. Now, here's my hypothesis. If this particular thing happens, then do this. For example, if Eden Hutchinson even touches his helmet, then call this.
That sounds like rigged.
Now, let's use
But it has to happen.
But it's not rigged because you have the possibility of a probability, right? So let's use, for example, the Calvin Johnson incident, right, in Green Bay, right?
Which one?
If
the catch?
That was at you mean in Chicago?
Yes, in Green Bay. I think it was a game, wasn't it? He was either he was on the line or he was barely out of bounds or something to that extent. But
I don't remember.
Even still, if we use any scenario in sports, if Michael Jordan hadn't put his hand on Nelson's hip, then we don't make the call. If then can work in any capacity that you would rather to use it in. It can work against a team or work for a team. Now, the concept that I have is what you guys were discussing yesterday about does Patrick Mahomes he's the face of the league, does he have the league on lock? No. It's much like what Bill Laimbeer says, Jordan rule.
So if Patrick Mahomes taunts, then we won't throw a flag.
We will turn our back. Correct. Right?
Well, that sounds pretty fixed. And look, you make a compelling argument. I'm not sure I'm buying it. And
it's preferential treatment for the superstars.
Because there's
of the
no
league.
question that Patrick Mahomes taunted 4 times in the face of Brian Branch. 4.
Well, he spun the ball. Did he spin
At
it
his feet?
directly? No, he didn't.
I think he did.
If you look at it, it wasn't right at the feet. He spun the ball, and it stopped several feet in front of Brian Branch's feet. However, everything after that, you could construe that.
Okay,
as,
if you want to
and
argue
then
it's 3, I think it's 4. But
whatever. I don't care.
Did he
It was
taunt?
just- yes, I was going
Once.
to.
It gets flagged.
Let me finish it. I was going to say, it's the sequence of events that all are unquestionably. It was a taunt towards Brian Branch, without question. But because it's Patrick Mahomes, it's okay.
Well,
it's okay.
But the caller, I think, is honestly, we're out of time. He's saying it's a 10. He's saying that the people are told if then that's rigged.
Well, but he didn't say a 10, did he?
No, he didn't. But we were out of time. I would have got his number. But
got a bunch of if-then statements. I like the if-then. I mean, well, I don't because it takes me back to geometry and the whole, theorem
proofs,
stuff. Yeah,
proofs,
the proofs,
yeah.
and I didn't handle the proofs.
0, not fixed at all, not rigged at all. 10, totally scripted. It is the NFL we're talking about. Carson Anderson. We'll talk some Red Wings later this hour. And but this team's going to the Stanley Cup Finals, right? 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, the fix isn't in, but the fix is possible if you need the fix. And I'm talking about the red, white, and blue trucks that you see everywhere, and they're there for a reason. Birmingham Plumbing and Heating and Cooling, the trucks are out there to help you. That's where the fix is. If you've got a problem with your furnace or your boiler, you're not sure if they're ready to fight against crisp fall air, give Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling a call. They're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. And don't just take my word for it. You can check out the A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star ratings they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talk a little Red Wings today at 11:30 because they're going to the playoffs.
No, they're not.
You
heard what Dan said yesterday when we called into the show.
Hot take guy. They're going to the playoffs. People on hot takes, that was it. 4 games in. Boom. Lock it up.
But Dan said this spring was going to be bad.
Oh, that's right. Dan called yesterday.
Caller Dan.
I'm obviously being facetious, but after that season-ending opening night loss, they've cobbled together 3 straight wins, including a win over. Is it? It's weird to. Well, we'll get to Red Wings at 11:30. Let's go to Martin in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Martin?
What's up, boys?
Hey, Martin. Martin.
Long time.
Yeah. What? Are we not? You don't like our show anymore?
No, my wife doesn't like you guys, so I can't talk to you. No, I'm joking.
I get it.
I'm been really busy with work. I'm just messing with you guys. Listen, I just want you to lock this in, boys.
All right.
The NFL is so scripted that this is what's going to happen. Detroit will face Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Detroit will win the Super Bowl because everybody's going to think Kansas City is going to win because of the refs, and Detroit wins the Super Bowl. It's scripted. The commissioner, in my heart, I believe already knows who's winning the Super Bowl. I believe they know who's going to the playoffs. It's all fixed. What they did to Detroit on that Monday night or Sunday night, the whole world saw. They love Kansas City. This ain't the Jordan rules. This is the Mahomes or Kansas City rules.
So why is Detroit winning the Super Bowl?
Because all the money is going to be riding on Kansas City because of what they saw this week. And everybody's going to take Kansas City, and Detroit will win your Super Bowl.
Okay,
for the first time
but why?
since 1954.
Why? And no, look, we'd love the result here, but Martin.
Just mark this conversation.
Okay, we'll flag it, Martin, and we'll circle back to October 16th. Why do you think the NFL cares about how the casinos do?
I'm sorry, Doug. Have you not been in this world the last 40 years? Because everything's about money. Everything's about making money.
Yeah, but they're making money for others.
Yeah, but they make more money on gambling. Just like a week ago when the Rams were playing on that Thursday night, nobody thought they would lose because the team had nothing and they lost.
I'll help Martin out. It's because the gambling companies are partners with the NFL. So the better
they
those
money,
companies
everybody
do,
makes money.
at least that would be his theory.
Well, Martin,
I'm telling you, it's all rigged, bro. It's all rigged.
So you're at 10.
Hell yeah, I'm at 10. This whole NFL's been, man, when teams beat other teams and you're like, how the hell did they beat this team? Aren't you looking at yourself like,
never once?
Damn, is this not fixed? Is
not
this
really.
not rigged?
No, I don't.
Come on, man. The Giants beating Philadelphia. Come on, man. 95% of the money was on Philly. And the Giants win. It's rigged, man.
Well, if it were rigged, why wouldn't the New York teams be great? Wouldn't that be great for the league? The New York teams suck.
It all sucked. But what? They didn't suck against Philadelphia on that Thursday night when 95% of the money was riding on Philly.
2-10 combined. Wouldn't the league want the New York teams? Wouldn't their script include a New York team being good?
They don't care about who's watching. They care about money, dog.
That's money. Who
money.
watches is money. Their networks, their TV partners are business partners as well.
In the world, it's never enough. I'm telling you, I'm at a 10. You might not believe it. I'm at a 10.
I think your argument's flawed because you think the NFL's rigging it to take care of their advertising partners, but not their television partners. Which, by the way, the better the television partners do, the higher the ratings, the better the advertisers do, because they get more airtime, they get more value for their dollar. And the New York teams being good if you're 10 out of 10, they'd have more than 2 wins. But hey, we disagree. Larry is next. Hi, Larry.
Hey, Doug, you just hit the nail on the head. Now, it is rigged to this matter of a point. If New York Giants get into the Super Bowl, advertising dollars, the viewership goes sky high, and that's what fuels. Yes, gambling is a big thing, but advertising dollars and eyes on their product is what they're after. Kansas City, the same way. There's no way that Kansas City could lose that game and go to 2-4. They have to get in because of all the things stated. The Taylor Swift, the Mahomes thing. Same thing for L.A. They're going to have an L.A. team in there, whether it is the Rams, the Chargers, or, I'm not going to say Vegas anymore, but it's all fueled by viewership, which fuels advertising dollars, which fuels.
There are 24 media markets in the NFL bigger than Kansas City's.
Oh, correct. But there's only one Taylor Swift. There's only one Mahomes. There's only one New York major market. I'll even go as far as saying Pittsburgh's going to be there because of their quarterback, of how much people love him.
I think that love is.
That is eroded.
I think love don't live here anymore when it comes to Aaron Rodgers.
Sylvester is next. What's up, Sylvester?
Hey, what's up, man? So I think I will go 4, maybe 5. And the screener asked, why not 7 or 8? And I don't think it's that level. But I think it's like 4 or 5. And when I first thought the game was rigged, I forget what year it was. It was Seahawks Super Bowl, 1 yard line where they threw the ball instead of running it. And I was thinking, like, okay, maybe, the commissioner was like, hey, you guys got to lose this game, so throw the ball and lose. And that's what they did. Seattle lost because they threw the ball at the 1 yard line instead of running it with, Marshawn
So you
Lynch.
think that was a commissioner play call?
I don't know if it was commissioner, but I thought
Somebody from the league called that play.
Yeah, I think it was rigged. Because no team at the 1 yard line is going to throw the ball. You got
What?
Marshawn Lynch, run the ball.
The Lions just threw the ball from the 1 yard line on
Right,
4th and
but
1
that's
on
in
their
the
first
regular
drive of the
You're
game.
At a Super Bowl with the game on the line, are you really going to throw the ball at the 1 yard line?
You could. It wasn't the right. I mean, obviously, looking back on it, it didn't work. So anything other than play not working is what you'd want to do. But to the point, if you had Marshawn Lynch, you'd think you just hand it off to Marshawn Lynch. It'd be like watching Philadelphia get to the goal line and not see the tush push. But is that rigged? No.
The problem is that when you do something unconventional like that and it doesn't work, you get people like that. Here's the thing. When you hand it off and don't score, people yell at you because everybody knew you were going to hand it off. But interesting theories out there. And obviously some people believe it's closer to 10 than we do. We'll talk some Red Wings at 11:35. Nice win. Something going on. Huh? 11:35. We're grunting about the Red Wings. 97-1, the ticket. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks, best restaurant in the state to catch a game. Twin Peaks. It's a great place for restaurant experience because many of them take it a nosedive. Service is missing the mark, and Twin Peaks, they've upped their game. It starts with the culture. Employees that believe in the brand and flat out produce just a better product. It starts with the cooks. They're there at 7 a.m. every day to prepare those dynamite dishes you crave. Fresh dishes. It's a beautiful Twin Peaks. Girls, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. Food and beverage recommendations, just cheering you up when you had a bad day. No one does it better. And of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches, that brings you all the action that you crave. Like this weekend with local college teams in action, full slate of pro ball on Sunday, not to mention postseason baseball. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about the sports as well. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, ribs, and even hand-cut New York steaks. Strip steaks. Don't get me started on the bar. I love ice cold beer, and they pour it at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They also have exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of bourbons and tequilas. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. 248-539-9797. It's good to be with you on a Thursday. We're going to get to Dan Campbell's comments yesterday. We didn't get a chance to kind of go over them with a fine-tooth comb like we like to do. Yesterday's show was really busy.
We like combs.
We do. Combs are...
Although neither one of us uses a comb, but yes.
I did get a fresh cut today.
Is it fresh?
Yeah, the funny thing about it is I'm getting much better at taking the clippers to the hair, and because I used to have the wife come in and touch it up, and she walks in, she looks and goes, "Yeah, you did fine."
So she's lazy?
Not the conclusion I was trying to get across to you, but
she just tells you what you want to hear. She's like, I got other things
well, let's
to do.
be clear here. Let me make something abundantly clear. She cares more about what I look like than I do. So
This might be true.
Yeah.
This might be true.
Kang, why are you laughing so
No, because I don't think Gator believes that you just cut it. Because did he not do a good enough job?
No,
Gator?
So it was kind of short. What I mean by that, short time in between. I cut it over the weekend, and I just cut it down again. Sometimes I'll go up to 2 weeks.
It just looks like there's a little more shadow there than I expected. That's all.
Game of Shadows.
Yep. It's not that much different than it was yesterday. Let's go to Armin in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Armin.
Hey guys, thanks for getting me in. Glad to hear from y'all every day.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. So no, my level is like at a 3 or like a 4. Like any person, you have a vested interest in your product. If you can pull a string here, pull a string there, you may. The whole golf touchdown, like I said, I know this is where it stemmed from. I really think they was like, that's not a legal play, and they really called down. Like I said, unfortunately, it should have been left in the ref hands to then address it and be like, we missed a call. They miss calls all the time. They could have just missed that call. But, yeah, I don't think there's a whole book or illustration out saying, hey, guys, from point A to point B, we're going to do this. Nah. It's just human interest, though. They're going to protect the shield, as they always say.
Well,
protecting the
the thing that I think stood out to me as far as like the Kelsey catch, they hustled to the line. Did the league not buzz down in time? Whatever. I could see how that I could see a scenario playing itself out where that wasn't preferential treatment. The thing that I don't understand is Mahomes taunting in the end zone. That gets flagged from just about virtually everybody else. And
I'm not big on talking. As a former athlete, love being a competitor, love talking shit on the field. My bad.
Sorry. No, I can't say that. Unfortunately.
He's a fan of trash talk.
Smack talk.
Yeah.
Talking smack on the field.
But at the end of the day, the taunting is just so blatant. And I don't like... I never was a taunter, and I don't really love the rule that you get flagged for celebrating in somebody's face necessarily, even though I'm not a taunter. But that was just a prime example of it.
Yeah, I don't like the step up in the face taunt. I think that deserves a penalty. I think what Mahomes did was absolutely taunting and should have been flagged for it. But in general, something like that had it been anybody else in the league, I think that's kind of harmless, but the league has set their standards. Unfortunately, they're not living up to their standards because Mahomes should have been flagged.
Yeah, and then you can debate whether he was spinning the ball at Branch or not, but other players in the league have done that this year. The exact same thing Mahomes has done and gotten flagged for it. And I think the fans don't like that. There's no consistency. Like, if it's the Chiefs, then they don't call it, but for everybody else, they call it, and that's the issue.
Jamison Williams did it in the end zone after he scored, but he didn't. But it wasn't in the direction of a player or anywhere near a player.
Yep.
It's
not about that.
With Mahomes, like I said with Doug, to me, it's not even about the spinning of the ball. It's everything else. It's the looking right at Branch and doing the dust off and doing the muscle pose and the flex and all that. That's taunting. You're doing it right at him, and it should have been flagged, and he wasn't.
All right, we said we get to the Wings. Let's do so. After a scoreless first period where the Wings had plenty of chances, nice win, 4-1, with a couple of free goals at the end, as J-Mo says. And Amon-Ra was there for the first time. But
free goals.
It's such a great quote. But this is quite a comeback after that opener. And again, new pieces making plays. Appleton had a couple of goals, a quick shot. Patrick Kane is amazing.
He is absolutely
this was Are we sure your career's not over, Patrick, to still capable of a wrist shot like that to score the Wings' second goal?
Look, he'll go games where it like what happened to Patrick Kane. There'll be games like that. You'll say, well, where'd he go? But by and large, he still plays at such a high level. His IQ is through the roof, and his ability to pass the puck is probably in the 95th percentile. It is high. He is incredible, and he and DeBrincat are absolutely in sync. They played a number of years together in Chicago. Now it's been a couple of years here in Detroit. It's a nice combination. And DeBrincat hasn't even scored a goal yet, but he leads the team in scoring with 6 assists.
The only problem with last night's game is that Torp scored.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's the only issue I have with last night's game is I don't want to see anything good ever happen for Brad Marchand. Ever.
Well, was it good they lost 4-1?
No, but it leaves a bad taste in my
Oh, my
mouth.
God. Stop it.
I can't stand the guy.
You're not big enough.
No. I'm not being critical of the Wings. I'm being critical. I'm saying it takes some of it out for Doug personally because I don't want to see anything good for Marchand.
I understand.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But raise your hand if you had Mason Appleton leading the Red Wings in goals after 4 games.
Yeah. Hello. Haven't you heard all my Wings discussion? It's been on my show sheet for weeks.
Sure. No, he's been a nice addition to this team and veteran player, gritty kind of player. And the first goal that he scored was quick. That was a quick response.
They
quick
took advantage of a turnover
and boom, put it in the net. And the empty net goal he got at the end that was good. They've already got a number of empty net goals. I love the empty netter. I call them the cheapie. I love the cheapies, man.
Why? I mean, other than it seals the game for you.
That's
typically,
it. That's it. Because you do that. I mean, you struggle. It's we say in the NFL. It's the same way in all sports. It's not easy to win games. In the NHL, you feel like you get once that cheapie goes in the net, you can breathe that sigh of relief. You got it right. But in other sports, you kind of have to wait till whatever moment it is. In baseball, it's like okay, third out. Then you really have to wait till the last out. In football, it feels like once you got the insurmountable lead and then you recognize, victory formation, you can breathe easy. In basketball, you're just dribbling it out. You see the other team has given up their defensive effort to try to steal the ball. And this is what it is in hockey. It's the cheapie. I love it.
Red Wing 2244 on Twitch says Kane has had two absolute snipes this year already. I have said it for 2 years now. The Wings offense goes as well as Kane goes most nights, especially the power play. It's called get the puck to Patrick Kane and let him figure it out, LMAO. I continue to be in awe because I thought that was a risk when they signed him and didn't quite know what they were hoping would come out of it because it just didn't seem to be on deck for his career. Like his next thing was to still be a goal scorer, and he's moving in on 500. Was that 496 yesterday?
He's phenomenal. I love it. And the new additions to the team, it's getting rid of some dead weight from last year and bringing in different players. And Appleton's paid off. Van Riemsdyk looks like he's a solid player. But the 3 rookies coming in and stepping in and playing and doing their job. Why are you laughing? What is Kang saying?
Say it out of here.
Me and Kenny are listening to you, give you a reason why you like the cheapie goal.
Yeah.
And we said to each other, get Alexa when we're obviously going to win the game.
Yeah.
Like victory formation, like all the stuff you described. I just found it hilarious that you're explaining it. I'm like, yeah, when we're going to win the game, we all love it.
But I'll defend that a little bit. But last night it was the first goal, the first cheapie, because they had 2 cheapies. The first cheapie, first free goal didn't guarantee anything because there was still like 2 minutes left on the clock. So they needed the second cheapie to really seal the deal. But yes, that and I like padding the stats. But what I was going to say is that a guy like Axel Sandin Pellikka is playing 20 minutes a game. He's in a second defensive pair with Edvinsson, and they look good. There's mistakes for sure. There's always going to be mistakes, but this kid looks good out there.
Is his minutes per game exceeding his age in years?
Yes, I think it is. It's 20 minutes and 43 seconds a game, and I'll bet you that by the end of December, that number is going to be well over 21, approaching 22. Yes.
Interesting. We'll hear the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show yesterday next hour. It is Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on the remaining 2025. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for just $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends November 3rd. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you're doing great on a Thursday, which is attached to Friday. We got football tonight. Get out from under a rock. The NFL is 100% rigged, mostly due to the uptick in gambling. Yes, Doug, you're on to it. The NFL has a problem with young viewership. Look at the cross-promotion with Nickelodeon and stuff like Taylor Swift. It's a godsend for them, and anything they can do to help the Chiefs is relevant. Help keep the Chiefs relevant, they will do it. It was kind of funny. On Sunday night, and look, Gator, do we program here at the station to ratings? Of course.
Sure.
We know what topics get the biggest audiences, and we program to that.
We cater to the listeners.
There's a formula that was laid out years ago for us, and since we followed the formula, the show has done well, and we appreciate it, and it's trying to appeal to as many different people out there as you can. And so when people are, why are you talking about this? Why are you talking about that? Almost everything is strategically planned out. But with that said, there was a shot in Sunday Night Football of Taylor Swift in the back of a suite where you could barely see her. You could barely see her. And it was almost like, hey, this is where she was standing a couple minutes ago, was what they were showing. And I'm cracking up, but I know exactly what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it. Oh, boy, now the first thing I look down, it says the ticket is rigged. Yes, we are rigged.
Well, and what the people don't realize is they actually program what we talk about.
Actually, right. That's a good point.
But regardless, we've been talking about the NFL and whether or not it's rigged. I don't think it's rigged. I think that I think like every other sports league out there, superstars get superstar treatment.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it starts. But there is evidence that exists of overstepping the bounds. If you're allowing New York or someone in a booth upstairs to buzz down and tell the officials they need to review something for something that's not reviewable, like a formation,
yeah,
that's BS. I don't mind if it's hey, buzz down. We think, are you sure you didn't catch a face mask? There's a blatant face mask there, and that's a reviewable play. But if you're going to review 74 seconds after the score and after the team's lining up to kick the extra point, and then you're saying, oh, wait a minute, not sure if that formation was kosher. Anybody else think it wasn't kosher? Well, nobody threw a flag. Not one of you threw a flag. Nobody. That's the BS part of it. Is it not one person threw a flag? And they're all like, were you going to throw a flag? I wasn't going to throw one. Do you think it was illegal? I don't know.
Then the shot collar goes off.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly. A shot collar. Let's go.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Greg in Dearborn. What's up, Greg?
Hey, I was just calling to defend Gator on the empty net goals. But also, I think Stevie Y has a new kink. He used to collect just bad goaltenders, and now he's collecting guys with the three-letter names like Sandine Pellica. You got ASP. You got JVR. What's the other?
Bernard Docker.
Yeah, two. Yeah. So he's got four of them now. So hey, that's better. That's better than than the.
Okay. All right. We'll work with this theory.
But no, I agree with Gator. I know it's funny you guys are making fun of him, but I mean, how many times in the last upteen years have we seen a good team just kind of struggle through the game with the wings in the mud, and then all of a sudden pull the goalie and then end up winning in overtime? So I think Gator's not, I mean, of course he like winning, but I mean, I think Gator's spot on with that.
Well, look, it is.
Thank you, Greg.
It's like saying my favorite play in football is a kneel down, but a lot of people say that. People say that.
People say they love victory formation.
You say that, Doug.
Oh, John says it every time. It's the greatest formation in football.
Oh yeah.
So,
but I do like where the Red Wings are going, and it was great to watch Jeff Petrie do Jeff Petrie things last night. Just like two just horrible turnovers that created some scoring plays, and
a tripping penalty.
Yeah,
you'll take it.
And then the young players, man, it's going to be like a struggle, right? It's going to be a learning curve, but it's almost like in game. They're seeing them like have defensive breakdowns and then learn from it and then fix it. So,
look, there's 3 20-year-olds on the team, and some more expected than others. We talk about they may not be good, but at least be interesting. That's what the Pistons have been. And now the Pistons are it's paid off, right? They are good. And so you know, if you're not great, but you're young and you're interesting, that can work. And we saw what it led to the Pistons. There has been a hang on to this group of young players. The trade deadline has come and gone for years, and they haven't made a big move. And it's protecting their assets. And so you damn well better get to see those assets and love those assets when you see them. Let's go to Joe in Highlander next. Hello, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so this whole thing, I mean, that game was really upsetting to watch as a Lions fan. But my biggest bone of contention is during the game, they had a player, Kansas City did, that they pulled off the field almost immediately after a play because of concussion protocol. And, like, they can buzz down that fast to get that done, but they can't review the Kelsey catch. And that was so blatantly obvious to me. It just, that's where I got a little upset. I'm like, this is a little jazzy what they're doing. This is incorrect.
You didn't like that, huh?
No, I just find that you're going to
it is
call
interesting.
A holding call. I get that. But
So, you know what?
you
I think each stadium has a concussion dude now, whose job it is.
Right.
That's their job. In college, I think each team has a concussion dude. And you know what? After what happened, my guess is the concussion dudes got a memo after what happened in that, was it a Sunday night game or Thursday night game? It was a Thursday night game between the Giants and Philly where Jackson Dart was in the concussion tent and there was pressure coming from the coaching staff. So my guess is there's been a reiteration of all of the rules for concussion guys. So maybe it was a bit quick triggered given the current context.
But what the coach did, the Giants coach did, he went in the tent.
I know, that was crazy.
That was undue influence.
Yeah, it's not apples to apples.
Got a fine. Hey, by the way, no fine for that either. Whatever. But Doug, they got a guy that does this all game, just like the concussion guy. He looks down on the field and follows the officiating. So I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to take that excuse.
No, I'm not saying. I think that they're probably. It's not an excuse. It is intriguing, though, that happened like that. Kelsey playing, not so much.
Everybody knows the Giants' independent concussion guy is Cam Scatabo. Everybody knows this. So when he went in there and cleared Jackson Dart, it was good to go.
Yeah, when Scatabo has a concussion, he just spits it out his mouth.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm not concussed anymore.
Yeah. I meditate, it goes away.
Yeah, I
Nice
guess.
job.
248-539-9797. Perry in Garden City. What's up, Perry?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I want to say this. I think that it's probably about at least a 6.25, maybe higher, and I think it's mainly initiated on the ref side. I wouldn't put that on the players or the coaches that they out there throwing games like that. I think they're too ultra competitive for that, but it's too much money and too many eyeballs on this, not for them to massage the results. And like TJ says, massage the results. Like TJ says, a lot of these games are decided on what? 6 or 7 plays. How many blatant holes or missed calls did they have in that game? At least 6 or 7. You know what I'm saying? And how did they a minute and a half after, they able to catch the illegal motion, but they weren't able, the side judge couldn't see Chris Jones was lined up in the neutral zone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's blatantly obvious that superstars get calls. I get that. But you can't, you just straight up cheating at this point. Because not only did Juju Smith-Schuster unnecessarily rough Brian Branch, but that could have been taunting when he AI stepped over him. You know what I'm saying? He should have been ejected for that. Patrick Mahomes should have got a taunting call for that. And if they call either one of those, you probably don't have Brian Branch going off at the end of the game, especially if they'd have caught Juju.
There's no question, Perry. First of all, there's no question that Brian Branch, his reaction was because of frustration. That's one. Two is I give you big points for the term massage the results. I like it. I think we'll probably put it to bed, but we could probably do it at any time around the clock, 365 days.
It's true.
All right, so I want to ask a question about a player's legacy in Detroit, what people think of him or will think of him. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Also, the best of what Dan Campbell said yesterday, we can get a chance to talk about. He talked about Brian Branch and whether or not he's getting a reputation hear what the head coach of the Lions had to say. At 12:30, it is Doug Karsch and Scott Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons have been struggling with a few injuries in the preseason this year. Cade Cunningham has just been resting, but did miss last game. J.B. Bickerstaff told the media that Jaden Ivey missed the last 2 games because of, quote, some discomfort and remains day-to-day. He also added that Karis LeVert and Marcus Sasser were, quote, working through some things. Jalen Duren missed the first 2 exhibition games, but did return on Tuesday against the Cavs. Hopefully the team is healthy tonight, as fans will get to see them at home for the first time this preseason. Pistons and Wizards at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan hosts the pregame show at 6:35. Speaking of health, the Lions are also battling injuries this week. Not only will they miss safety Brian Branch with his suspension, but Terrion Arnold, Avonte Maddox, Malcolm Rodriguez, Khalil Dorsey, DJ Reed, Marcus Davenport, and Josh Paschal are all expected to still be out, and that's just on defense. They're still unsure whether left tackle Taylor Decker will be good to go for Monday, but it appears unlikely at this current time. We're hoping for some good news from Dan Campbell in about a half hour for his weekly media availability. It's been a busy day for some former Detroit athletes. It was announced this morning that Tigers outfielder Akil Baddoo will elect free agency this offseason after 5 years with the team. Moments ago, Tigers infielder Ryan Kreidler was picked up by the Minnesota Twins off waivers, and former Pistons first-round pick Killian Hayes was waived by the Cleveland Cavaliers today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. What have we done so far? Michigan State talked to open up the show. We did the Blitz thingy. We've got that. Well, we're not going to do any more rig calls. We could probably do that forever, but we're not going to. We don't want to. Some Red Wing discussion mixed in. But, Scott, I find something a player, maybe it's easy. maybe it's tough, but you heard there in the update, Akil Baddoo is headed to free agency. If this is it, what legacy does Akil Baddoo leave with the Detroit Tigers organization?
It's interesting because when he came up with the Tigers in 2021, he was like lightning in a bottle.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he actually had a pretty decent season. Had 13 home runs that year in 124 games. Had a 766 OPS, which if he had a 766 OPS on this year's Tiger team, he'd be one of the better players.
Crazy, right?
It is crazy. Yes, the facts. Unfortunately for him, the consistency was never there. And he is the classic 4A player in baseball. Too good for AAA, not good enough to make an everyday roster in Major League Baseball. You're caught in that little purgatory. You're like the last guy in a roster. You're a substitute, position player that has value but not a ton of value. And that's what he is, and he's not alone. There's a million guys like that. And it's too bad because he had such promise when he came up that first year, because he could, steal bases and he hit for some power. I mean,
everybody loves that.
Yeah, he had 18 steals that first year to go with the 13 home runs. It was fun to watch, and he had an excitement about him. And then 4 seasons later, he's released and going to explore free agency, and I wish him well. He had a really nice season this year at Toledo. His OPS was 868 at Toledo this year, a 385 on base percentage. But where we're going to play him here in the big league club. This was a really good team for the first half of the season. Had no room for him. And in the second half of the season, you're not going to play him over the other guys that were here anyway. Parker Meadows got healthy and he started to play, even it wasn't playing well, didn't hit well, but there goes his opportunity. And Wenzel Perez was a switch hitter, so he offered more versatility.
I feel like there was you'd see more Baddoo jerseys than maybe his play warranted in terms of just like a fan favorite.
Yeah.
His excitement level was high. I feel like Baddoo on the base pass. Do you have his numbers in front of you?
Yeah.
How many stolen bases did he have?
With the Tigers?
Yeah.
A total of 43.
I would bet that is more than any other Tiger over during
Over
the time.
5 years?
Yeah. I might be wrong.
No, you might be right. The only one I could think that might challenge that would be McKinstry.
Okay, maybe take a look. Because people love stolen bases. The first pitch home run thing, and Rule 5 guys are always fascinating to me because if you don't, the Rule 5 rules are for players that are stuck in organizations, and there's some, you are eligible to be taken by another team off your organization's 40-man roster. And it's basically guys who can't get to the big leagues because they're blocked. So instead of having them stuck in an organization, if there's so many years, you get exposed, depending on where you're selected or signed. After 3-4 years in the minors, you get, if you're on the 40-man roster, you can be taken by another team in the Rule 5 draft, but you have to stay in the big leagues for an entire year. Akil Baddoo is a Rule 5 guy that they got from Minnesota. And so you're looking for players that are blocked in other organizations that you think can play for you. And it's a great tool for bad teams to pluck talented players that are blocked on good teams. And I would say that as a Rule 5 player, I would deem him a success.
Yeah, it was a moderate success. I mean, I think he was as successful as the previous Rule 5 guy, which was
a pitcher, right?
Well, the outfielder, Victor. The guy I used to really like. He never got the
22. You wear number 20.
Tall, thin, Victor, first name, last name.
Victor. Not gonna play right now.
Not gonna be anymore. Can't think of his name right now.
Victor, can't remember his name.
Not
it's
Rojas.
something like that.
It's definitely something like that.
Robles?
No.
I'm trying not to look it up. No, it was a Victor.
No, it's Victor.
All right.
You're about to get 10,000 texts. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah. Anyway. now we've sabotaged the own topic because we can't.
Victor Reyes.
Yeah,
Right? Did you look it up? Did you guess that?
Of course.
Yeah, I guessed that.
I
I
had to look it up.
I said
don't know.
Robles.
Yeah, but Victor Reyes was that same kind.
I think we
The
know
same kind of guy.
his legacy in Detroit. Forgettable. Akil Badu. Well, maybe it's just because his name was Akil Badu, but I don't know. I'm going to look back fondly on Akil Badu.
Well, I look fondly back on Victor Reyes. They're the same type of player. You
Not
know?
that kindly.
Yeah, you guys really sour on when I would bring up Victor Reyes because I always thought he deserved more of a chance and he never really got that chance.
Where is he now?
I believe he played in the Korean League the last 2 years.
Come on.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean,
Really?
I'm serious. Yeah, okay.
This is why we laughed.
So here's what he did in 2024, playing for Lottie in the KBO.
What are we doing?
I just feel like I have to sit and defend this because you're laughing at me.
You're going to defend it that he deserved more playing time because of what he did in Korea?
15 homers, 111 RBIs, a 352 average, and a 904 OPS. And then this past year, 13 homers, 107 RBIs, a 326 average, and an 860 OPS. All I'm saying is there's talent that was there. He just couldn't realize it at the major league level.
Then why would he deserve more of a chance at the major league level?
Because if you don't get the chance, you don't get a chance to realize your potential. That's all I'm saying.
Well, anyway,
stop harshing my mellow with him, man. I like Victor Reyes.
Right. And so Badu though, people gonna look back fondly on him, or is it just is history gonna forget him?
History's gonna forget him.
Is it?
And Zach McKinstry has had more stolen bases in his 3 years than Badu had.
How many does Zach have?
I think it was 51. So it was
Okay.
like 51 to 43.
All right.
I mean,
Well, there's nothing. I know that one of the things that people love is speed. They just love speed. It's why Quentin Berry had such a big fan club in Detroit because he was fast. But Badu had some speed. He had some power. He just never did it consistently enough in terms of everything else. But fun while it lasted. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So, as we sit here on a Thursday and start to turn the page on the Chiefs game and look forward to the Tampa game, Dan Campbell said something this week that was interesting. He said that he'd like to even out the running back carries. And if you look at, they're 4-2, they're in pretty good shape. But Campbell said he thinks they need more balance between the running backs. The snap count last week favored Jahmyr Gibbs 37-17. The carries favored Jahmyr Gibbs 17-4. So this is a tweak that Dan Campbell is looking to make. As we look at this Lions team, knowing that they're in pretty good shape, what tweak would you like to see them make? 248-539-9797. Is there anything that, and look, none of us are, some of you out there might be coaches. None of us are coaches, but things that you are just kind of kicking around in your head. What tweak would you like to see them make? More of this guy, less of that guy. More of this concept, less of that concept. Stick with this. Get rid of that. We're just talking about tweaks. These are ideas in the suggestion box, which I'm sure Dan Campbell will ask about. What do people
works at Applebee's. I'm sure they have a suggestion box.
That's a good
there.
point. Yes. If you're a customer at Applebee's and your server is Dan Campbell, what tweak would you suggest that server? Hey, are you thinking about, because he's thinking about bouncing out snaps for running backs. What would you like to see? 248-539-9797. We'll kick around some ideas. We'll hear what Dan Campbell told our morning show, including a question about Brian Branch's reputation around the league. Is he getting one? Are you worried about that? All that coming up today at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, just got a text from one of my kids. LOWKPERF.
LOWK.
Yep.
PERF.
Yep. Come on now.
That is a new dance.
I got half of it right.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
The PERF part.
Please enlighten me.
Perfect.
Oh, and the first part was low key?
There it is.
All right. I thought the first part was low key, but I thought that second part threw me off. So
Low key, I got Loke Perf.
Is that
from
what
one
we're
of my
doing
kids.
now?
Yeah, it is. So I texted back, Loke Perf indeed.
I'm
It's
just
so much
catching
fun
on to
being a dad.
6'7". I don't even know what this is, man.
Nobody knows what 6'7" is.
I
Nobody
know.
does.
No one does. It's funny, though.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brett. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brett.
How's it going, man?
Hey.
Look, this is going to sound crazy.
Let's go.
I want to see Jared Goff run the ball more.
What?
He might be slow, but every time I see him run the ball, I get so excited. I can't even describe it to you because it never happens, and I feel like the defense just never expects that to happen.
Well, that is true. So you want to see designed runs like QB draw.
Yes, because I feel like we haven't seen that from this offense.
Do you think there are any? Now, this is an interesting question, Gator. Do you think there are any? Kang, you too. Are there any designed quarterback runs in the Lions playbook?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like a trick play. you don't expect it. Just like Brett said, you don't expect it. He ran at least once in Kansas City, and it paid off. He had yards there. There was a play the previous week, I think, against Cincinnati where he had an opportunity to run for, maybe he could have gone for the first down. He ended up throwing it, and it was just threw it in the feet, just gave up on it. But, I mean, it's interesting. Do I want Jared Goff to run more? Only for my entertainment.
That's good for nobody. Honestly. Is there any design run plays, Doug, you asked?
Yeah.
I think there's more design catch plays for Jared Goff than run plays, okay? Seriously, and we just saw one. No one wants this. We don't need this, Gator. The juice is not worth the squeeze. What is it, 2 yards?
I'm not saying I want it. I'm saying only for my entertainment. Brett's the one touting it. I mean, I don't want to get my quarterback killed there, but he ran one time for 7 yards against Kansas City.
It was not designed, right? That was
first down, though.
He did.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Brett. Take that, Kang. He moved the chains.
Yeah, just keeping the drive alive, man.
You know
That's what he does.
You know what his career long is?
16.
Kang, you more or less than 16.
Less.
He rushed for 26 yards in a game his first year in Detroit. He had a carry for 26 yards.
Stud.
Underutilized.
Way underutilized.
What tweaks would you like to see? All right, non-coach guy. I'm being non-coach guy here. Maybe, just maybe, with their lack of talent in the secondary. Should say banged up players in the secondary. They're talented players, but without their front line in the secondary, maybe just maybe more zone defense. Oh, less man to man.
I worry about that when you have a good quarterback. Good quarterbacks love zone defense.
Yeah.
I don't think they care.
Well,
about
here's the
any
thing.
of the
Here's the
very
thing.
Good quarterback.
This weekend with a quarterback that really makes plays with his feet, zone defense can help.
It's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I think you're a good point. It depends on who you're facing off against.
Yeah.
I totally understand the Montgomery aspect of it. It feels like they just run right up the middle with Montgomery, and he gets positive yards every time.
You think Dan Campbell has David Montgomery on his fantasy team and wants to get him more carries?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he's got a parlay bet with yards
rushing.
rushing.
No. These are complete and total jokes and inappropriate. And no, we don't need anybody.
No. My area that maybe I'd like to see a little tweak is don't be afraid to throw it over to Isaac Tesla. I feel like he can win the 50-50 battles.
Okay.
I think it's
Your low-key
I think
tweet.
it's a calculated risk to go ahead and take a chance in throwing it at number 18.
More Tesla.
More Tesla.
Low-key perf. 248-539-9797.
Please don't ever say that.
D is in Detroit. What's up, D?
DK, Gator Kane. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man. D?
Hey, man, I want to see a tweak with 2 players and 2 players only. J-Mo and Jahmyr Gibbs. Can we get a little reverse action going on, fellas? I don't know how we can do it, but just think of it. If we get them two doing some reverses, the way J-Mo and Gibbs can stop on a dime and cut back, it can be deadly with that speed.
Well, here's how you do it, D. You hand it off to Jahmyr Gibbs running left, and you bring J-Mo around behind him, and he hands it off to Jamison Williams, running back to the other direction, running right.
Jahmyr to J-Mo. J-Mo to Jahmyr.
That Alabama connection, bro. Hey, before I go, man, I got a quick question. DK, and I know you got the scoop. What's going on with Malik Beasley? He didn't got cleared by the feds, bro. So what do the NBA have on him now? Is this a witch hunt on my man? Are they trying to prevent him from getting that long-term deal?
Why? Just out of curiosity, why would they do that?
Hey, DK, you tell me, why would it take this long for an investigation to come through?
I have no idea.
If you beat the Fed case, you would think the NBA would be like, okay, you free to join the league again.
Well, except they're doing an investigation, so it's not done yet.
So there's a chance he might not even come back this year, period, huh?
Well, nobody's signed him yet.
I don't know, D. If he is, if it's found out that he's completely exonerated, and has nothing to do with any kind of gambling or anything like that, he might have a case against the league.
I'm telling you, because I'm telling you, bro, if he come back and him and Duncan Robinson are on the same team, Cade Cunningham will win MVP. Mark it down, baby. Oh, DK, I need that bet. Remember we made the bet on Marcus Davenport for the case of beer. Is that bet still on? Because it's looking good, baby. It's looking good.
What was the total number of games you had? I make a lot of bets.
I said 6. I stayed 6 games, bro.
That's pretty good for you.
A case of beer, my choice. I'll call you back in a couple of weeks, and we can confirm the order. Love the show, bro.
Thank you. Damn it.
You're still alive?
By the way, 4.
What?
The bro count. 4.
You got 4 bros?
4 bros.
From D?
Yep. 248-539-9797.
You do have the scoop.
Paul in Shelby Township. Hi, Paul.
Thank you for taking my call. I have a question, and then one play that I'd like to see. I'd like to see Williams, our wide receiver, run downfield on every play and then come back to the ball. With that speed, it'd be almost impossible to stop. Not only that, you're taking defensive backs away from making the tackle. And my question is, I listened to our announcers on the radio. There were almost 2 full plays from the TV action to the radio. I was knowing what was happening before it even happened. How does that affect the gambling situation?
Well, the gambling is impacted. It's in the stadium. They are not watching TV or radio. It is people out here. If you're watching on TV or listening to the radio, you are behind. And on Sunday night, I was on Twitter, and I would see things 2 plays ahead being tweeted by beat writers. I'd be looking at a 1st and 10, and I'd realize,
there's a long drive.
I get a tweet from one of the beat writers says big 3rd down conversion there, and I'm like, what are we talking about? It's 1st and 10. We're that far behind. It's why it's part of what makes gambling even more tricky is you are 2 plays behind. And so if you're live betting something, you got to remember you can be as many as 2. I don't know if what the standard is, but you can be behind. Yeah.
Yeah, they were 2 plays behind. And also, what about Williams going downfield?
Okay, so look, you know what's funny? You bring that up. When you see replays of passes underneath, like they show here's a crossing route with Amon-Ra, and they show the view from behind the quarterback. If you pay attention. Look where J-Mo is. Because I feel like every time they show that, he's 35 yards downfield.
He goes deep a lot. Now, do they throw to him a lot? No. And I think the reason they haven't thrown to him a lot on the deep routes is because you have to have time to throw the deep route. You need to have some serious time. And the offensive line has been banged up all season long, working in new players. It's still a work in progress. I think it's been pretty good for him. I mean, Jared Goff is completing 76% of his passes. I mean, the tweak to throw downfield a little bit more or take more deep shots, not just downfield, but deep shots. I'm all for it.
It's one of my favorite things to do, though, is like, where's J-Mo?
Oh, yeah.
When they show that replay from behind the quarterback on any pass underneath, I feel like you can see J-Mo off in the distance running towards the end zone by himself.
It's, the first couple of years he was in the league, going to all the Lions games like I do and sitting up in the press box, it's a great view for just that. My eyes were trained on where Jamison Williams is because I wanted to see in the first couple of years in the league. It's like, are they going to get this guy the ball? What's going on? And it was amazing, how many times he is running deep. But you can see what happens now. People respect him so much for his speed. They have to respect it. They don't want to give it the deep play. He takes away his safety every time he goes beyond 15 yards.
248-539-9797. Look, Dan Campbell said, we might tweak some things, want to get more balance from the running backs. 17 carries to 4 last week, 37 snaps to 17. Gibbs getting used way more than David Montgomery. What tweaks would you like to see from the Lions? Dan Campbell, what does Lee McNeil bring to the table when he returns? And watching Baker Mayfield, what has he seen in his resurgence? Some of the things you'll hear what the coach had to say to our morning show next on 97.1 The Ticket. Here we go. We asked what tweak would you like to see from the Lions? Because Dan Campbell said, look, we need more balance at the running back spot. Said it this week. Get David Montgomery a little bit more involved. And we've got other things that have come in, suggestions. Davian Commerce says, explosive play, first offensive snap to J-Mo. Just throw it deep. I think fans love that. First play of the game, just take a shot, man.
Well, it's backyard football, man.
Yep. Because every backyard football game starts with like designing plays, and by the end, it's like you go deep, everybody else do something.
Right. It was all about isolating
Huddles.
the fastest guy on your team and make sure that he goes deep, and he'll win his battle against that guy because Kirk can't cover.
Kirk. Brian and Clausen says every call and text you're going to get is say more Tesla. Unnamed texter, when the Lions have a third down, I want to see both Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield together. That will make it harder for a defense to decide who to key on. Tired of seeing two tight ends in the backfield, and it hasn't worked. Adam in a car says, I would love to see more wishbone formations with Gibbs and Montgomery to even out play count. The tweet Campbell is looking at is exactly what I would suggest. Demo only getting 4 carries a game is criminal. It's from Ryan. John in Orchard Lake says, the tweak I would like to see from the Lions is more passes to Tesla. There it is. Brian and Clausen, there's one. Although, Kang, you don't send us all of them. How many Tesla mentions did you get back there?
There weren't that many. It's more about Montgomery, to be honest with you. Okay. I think it's recency bias. They just lost the game where Montgomery only had 4 carries. I mean, odds are going to tell you, like,
hey,
maybe give that guy more carries.
Yeah, I lost the game. What was different? Oh, look, this guy we really like didn't get the ball as much. How about him? No, it makes sense.
But I think if you block well for Gibbs, he's going to go off. So they have 2 really good running backs.
Yes, they do. All right, Dan Campbell, yesterday in the morning show, we didn't get a chance to get into this, so let's do so now. Aleem McNeil, he said Aleem's playing, barring any setbacks. What does Aleem McNeil bring to the table? So there's a couple things about this that I find interesting. One, originally we said don't expect them until Thanksgiving, right?
Right.
That's 5 games away. 2 is we heard him talking like he was ready to go 3-4 weeks ago. So somehow, some way, Gator, I feel like this is way earlier than we expected and yet not rushed at the same time. Because it felt like he was implying he could be on the field a couple weeks ago, and they've taken their time to bring him up to speed, and he makes a huge difference.
He's a big-time player. I'm glad they gave him the extension last year, whenever they did. He's a plus player in this league, and he has been missed. They have done a nice job of filling in while he's been out, but I feel like now this guy can step in and be part of a rotation initially until he's ready to go full go all the time. But what a nice rotation to have when you've got DJ Reader, and Tyleik Williams has been so good as a rookie, stepping right in.
Yep.
And then you're going to bring in Aleem McNeil, and have had Lopez, and other players have done a nice job. It just adds that the depth on the defensive line, and it's turning into a strength on this team. It's just great to see. It's not just the defensive tackles; it's the defensive line as a whole, and Al-Qadim Muhammad doing his job at the other rush end spot, and linebackers are good. The front seven is so good. The back. The secondary just has to stay healthy.
Yep.
And it's such a big ask.
All right, here's more from Dan Campbell. Baker Mayfield, what a story, huh? He's been something else. And here's what Dan Campbell sees with the arc of his career. It's interesting because Tampa and Baker Mayfield, he didn't have his receivers last week. They still pulled it out. If you look at the guys that have been hurt for them at the wide receiver spot, Mike Evans, who could come back this week, Chris Godwin, Emeka Ibuka, Jalen McMillan, Jaden Smith, they are banged up at the wide receiver spot. Scott, he's still gotten it done. I worry about, if I'm a Tampa fan, I'm worried about Baker's health because of the way he plays the game. I also find his career arc to be fascinating. Let go by Cleveland, didn't last in Carolina. Boy, could they, they could use him. Rams had him briefly.
They're okay with Bryce Young.
Do you think so?
Well, Bryce Young's made some big strides this year.
Okay, well, if they're trying to win a game now, if you had a choice between Baker and Bryce, you'd probably take Baker. But at the end of the day, it's amazing. He was given up on, and now he's performing at such a high level. I give him credit.
Yeah, a lot of it's where you go and the situation you're in. And obviously Tampa has had really good offensive talent there. And yes, it's been banged up this year, but what Baker has done differently this year than what he has in years past, he's taken care of the football. He's only thrown one interception in nearly 200 passes this year. He threw 16 last year, but that was balanced with 41 touchdown passes last year and 4,500 yards passing last year. He's doing it this year by making sure he throws the ball away instead of just throwing it up for grabs. His completion percentage isn't anything crazy good. It's good, 66%, but it's not in that 70 range that the upper echelon quarterbacks have. But he makes plays with his feet. He buys himself more time. He'll run all over the place, and it may end up with like a 2 or 3 yard gain, but it's better than taking a 7-yard loss with a sack. And like I said, he's also taking care of the football. He's had one fumble this year, but they didn't lose that fumble. He had 9 fumbles last year and 16 interceptions. They only lost one of the fumbles that he had, but you hit him and the ball would go loose. He's doing a much better job at taking care of the football, and it's reflective in the team's overall record.
Final thing is Dan Campbell worried about Brian Branch getting a reputation and that hurting him and his team. Here is what Dan Campbell said.
Look, Branch he is a good guy, and he is a good person. But on the field, do I think he's earned a reputation on the field? I think he has. You can't rack up 13, 14 fines from the National Football League and not have people notice. And it's probably a big reason why he is suspended. It's not just that you hit the guy in the face mask after the game. It's, good God, he's had this many fines already in the league? I think there is a reputation that he's getting. It doesn't speak of him as a person, though, and I'm glad he pointed that out. But as a player, does he play with too much of an edge? Is he a little bit too dirty at times? And that I would be worried about that if he continues to rack up unnecessary roughness calls or dangerous hits or whatever.
If you like a guy with an edge, you have to understand that sometimes that edge comes with a cost. And I like the guy with the edge. You never want it to hurt your team, obviously.
And it's hurting the team.
It's a delicate balance that Brian Branch has to find. 248-539-9797. Okay, today, Gator, you pointed on your show sheet as one of those interesting national days that will appeal to sports fans. I got a question about it. We will get to that today at 12:49 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So today is National Sports Day. My, that's broad.
That is. It's quite broad.
But it got us to thinking here at the station. Did you and your friends, and this goes to anybody of any age, did you and your friends ever make up a sport that you guys played when you were kids or your teenage years, high school? Did you make up a sport? And we had two. One of them, I swear we started playing team handball before we ever saw it in the Olympics. And I think it was like somebody placed those field hockey goals out on the fields at school and we'd never seen them before. And we positioned them like at the end of basketball courts and just started throwing the ball around and like have a goalie, and you could do anything. You could do anything to get the ball in the goal, and you could do anything to defend against it. It was probably a bit barbaric, but I swear we made that up, which we clearly didn't. But we started doing that at recess and after school. The other one was, there was a movie called, I think, Krull.
Yeah, Krull. Yeah.
And I never saw it, but I remember the previews.
Came out shortly after like Conan the Barbarian. It was something like, a muscular
where
hero.
It looked like somebody had like a 5-sided bladed boomerang that he would throw. Like that was his big weapon. And so we started playing a game called Krull, where we had one of those Nerf boomerangs and we'd make a perimeter, and the goal was just to light each other up with the Nerf boomerang. And whoever like caught it, if you caught it in the air, like if somebody threw it at you and it missed and it'd fly around, if you caught it in the air, everyone had to freeze where they were. And that person could take a shot at you. If it landed on the ground, whoever got to it first could pick it up and everybody could run and you could chase them and try and hit them with the Krull, as we called it.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. It left a lot of bruises. But we'd play Krull and we'd play team handball. These were sports that we, quote, made up when we were younger.
In my first year at Michigan State, so in my junior year of college, my roommates and I were bored one night and, yes, probably drinking. And we came up with a form of, this is before the movie came out, but a form of basketball.
Okay.
Where we had a Nerf hoop and we had a Nerf ball. And we decided that we would do this thing where we would hit the ball with a textbook as a bat. So the textbook was the bat. We had a pretty good-sized living room at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on where on the walls that you could hit, if you got it past, you had to get it past the guys. And if you got it over, either between them or over their head, and it hit the wall, depending on where on the wall, you would get certain points. And if you hit the basket, you would get, even more points. That was something that we did maybe entirely too much of. And then we thought, you know what? The Nerf ball, it's too soft. So then we ended up like rolling up a bunch of socks and tying them together with a bunch of rubber bands to make a sturdier ball.
Okay.
And then it got a little more violent.
Yeah, sure.
But it was educational because we had the textbook.
All right, so is that what you told yourself?
That's what we told ourselves. It's like we're studying. Well, he's using a lit book. Let's go.
Did you ever make up a sport? Today is National Sports Day. We gave you the stuff that we made up. 248-539-9797. Russell, you're on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Russell.
Yeah, hi, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, we used to play, we called it suey ball. And in the street, we had the sewer with the little opening.
Yep.
And we used a tennis ball with the hockey stick, so it was kind of like hockey.
Yep.
But you had to score a goal in the sewer. And we would open the sewer lid and use a picker to get the ball back.
So you could get it back.
We could get it back. It would be wet, but it wasn't real sewer water. It was drain water.
Okay.
And we called it suey ball, and we played it a lot when we were teenagers.
I like it. Yep, sure.
Yeah. You guys have a good day.
There's one for suey ball. Jim in Southfield, you're next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Jim.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Yeah, when I was at middle school, me and my friends, we'd be like 5 on each team. We get a tennis ball. You got to throw the ball as far as you can. If you caught the ball,
got to take 5 steps up. The opposite of the game was to push the other team back to the end of the field.
Okay, I'm
miss
confused
the
here.
ball-
So wait a sec. There were two teams, what, on the other side of either side of
Like a field.
okay. So like a 50-yard line, you got two teams on either side. And what are you trying to do?
Throw the ball over the head.
Okay. And
To push them all the way back to the end of to push them back all the way to the end of the field.
and if you throw it over their head,
They had to go catch it. They had to go get it, and they couldn't take a step. They threw it from where they got the ball at.
so then they would throw
The
it.
ball, you got. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so you throw it over their heads, they run, catch it, then they throw it back to you, and wherever you get it is where you are, and you're just trying to back them up over the goal line.
Right, but if you catch the ball, you got to take 5 steps forward. If
Okay.
you miss it, if you didn't catch it, you just had to throw it from where you was at.
Okay, yeah. What did you call this game, Jim?
And drink a beer.
It was called putback.
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 I like it. All right, putback. Yep. What sport did you make up? 248-539-9797. It's National Sports Day. Let's go to Matt. You're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, I with a couple of Andover buddies, we would go over to Andover's football field. I went to Brother Rice, incidentally. We would play football concept, but with a baseball glove and a baseball. We would, 3 of us, we would switch roles. There'd be a quarterback. He would throw the ball to the receiver. If he caught it, he's down immediately. 5 plays to score. You either score or you don't, and you switch roles. So you would go from the role of quarterback to receiver to defensive back.
So you're running routes with a glove on,
Love it.
and the quarterback's throwing a baseball, and the defender's wearing a glove.
Yeah. Yes.
We had a great
and
field.
I can't think if we ever had a name for it. It was a blast. We had a lot of fun with that one particular summer, and I don't remember playing it again or playing it since. But yeah, a lot of fun.
I love it, Matt. So we've had suey ball, we've had putback, we've had baseball, football.
Our field was the best in the state. It was awesome.
Andover's
before they changed it up to bring in field turf and all that.
Mm-hmm.
This was the most beautifully crowned field, incredibly well maintained. They played soccer championships there every year because it was great.
Gang, this is a source of great pride for him. His high school football
Love that
field, best
That
in the
field was
state.
so great, lush, always in great shape.
You remember that from high school? Can't believe that.
I know, right?
All right. I'll believe you.
Shout out.
Groundskeeper
Shout out to the
at Andover.
groundskeepers of Andover in the 80s. Nice
Matt,
job.
Matt and Grand Blank. You're on 97 on a ticket.
Hey,
Hi,
great
Matt.
show.
Thank you.
Hey, so I played baseball at Eastern Michigan, and before games, we would all get in circles.
Yep.
And we'd have a baseball, and you had to open the glove and flip it to each other.
Yeah.
And the object was to try and like stick somebody in the leg or pop them off the shoulder or cup shot them and get them out of the circle. Until it just got down to 2 guys going back and forth. And you open it, fling it like a track ball, or you could like backhand it with your closed glove. It was a riot. We did it every game.
So you tried, first of all, you're working on hand-eye coordination and glove skills and maybe even flipping it for middle infielders, but you're literally trying to peg teammates with the ball and knock them out.
Exactly right. We called it flip. We had a riot doing it.
I love it.
Nice.
I love it. Thank you, Matt. 248-539-9797.
Try to schnut the other guy.
It's amazing how many kids' games involve that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the
100%.
crawl, when we were playing crawl, believe me, we knew what we were aiming for.
There was a target.
Jim in Walled Lake, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
So the sport we made up is kind of stupid. We called it Fireball, and we played it in one of our buddies' garage. And what we did was soak tennis balls in gasoline, lit them on fire, and played catch with them with welding gloves on. If the ball was thrown to you, that the other person got the point. So you could not. The object was not to drop the ball. You had to catch it.
The object was not to come away with third-degree birds, man.
No, you had the welding
Well,
gloves.
That's kind of how the game ended. My brother got pegged in the back with it, melted a hole in the back of his jacket, and then my mom found it. So that was the end of Fireball. After,
My mom
about
found
a month.
Isn't that a game that they came up with on Friends? Fireball. Joey got a bowling ball and a blowtorch and started, I'm on Fireball. And they're like, whoa.
Kind of. Right? Yeah, but we were like 20 years earlier than that.
Love it.
Jim, between putback and flip and all these suey ball, all these games that people made up, this is the first one that I have no interest in playing.
it was a lot of fun.
Right up until the incident with the melting of the jacket. What did you make up? It's National Sports Day. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Dan Campbell just finished speaking with the media moments ago. He highlighted Baker Mayfield and Vita Vea as the possible and near obvious game wreckers for Tampa Bay as they're taking on the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football at 7 o'clock at Ford Field next week. He acknowledged all of Tampa Bay's injuries, but noted how well they've played in the last 3 games without some of those guys. Tampa's currently on a 3-game winning streak with those wins coming against Seattle, Philly, and San Francisco. Campbell also said that left tackle Taylor Decker is, quote, feeling better but will not practice today. They hope to get him in practice at some point this week. Campbell then expanded on just what defensive tackle Aleem McNeil will bring to the table in his season debut since tearing his ACL in December of last season. He talked about McNeil's ability mainly in the passing game, but both in the run game, and how everyone around McNeil will be a benefactor of the attention that he brings. Pistons taking on the Wizards tonight at 7 o'clock down at Little Caesars Arena. It's the first and only home preseason game for Detroit in the exhibition stint. It can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 o'clock. Jeremy Otto has the pregame show at 6:35. There are still currently no updates from J.B. Bickerstaff or the Pistons on the status of Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Marcus Sasser, or Karis LeVert, as teams tend to take things a little bit lighter in the preseason. And out on the West Coast in the MLB playoffs, the Blue Jays with a 13-4 win over the Mariners yesterday. That means Game 4 is tonight at 8:33 in Seattle. 2-1 Mariners lead that series. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brennan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Banged out another episode of Escape at Denimora.
I feel
like it's a race. I feel like it's a race because Netflix got the leaving soon tag on it, meaning they're going to take it off Netflix soon.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I got to get this done before it gets removed. Every day I get home and I flip it on. I like to watch it while I'm getting the workout in, and I notice it's still there. Hey, got another episode in.
How many you got left?
I think 3.
Okay.
2 or 3.
You got this.
I got a chance. Kang, what was the movie you guys showed me the preview of today that there's no way in hell I'm going to go see it?
Black Phone 2. Do you know of it?
I've seen the it's a horror movie with Ethan Hawke.
Yeah.
I didn't see the first one, but I'm intrigued by this one. So I feel like I have to go see the first one.
Are you a scary movie guy? It's October. Halloween's coming up.
Well, yes and no. I love classic horror movies, and if you're going to make a new horror movie along the classic tale, it's great. What I don't love is the supernatural. I don't like that stuff. You know, when they get ghosts and that kind of weird spirit stuff that, like, you can't tangibly grab a hold of it and beat it up and, you know, lop its head off, to kill the evil. Then I have an issue with it. I mean, I love the Halloween series, the Friday the 13th movies.
But those things had to be supernatural. You killed them over and over. They kept coming back.
Well, in a way, but at least it was a human being. It was somebody that you had to fight.
Something physical, right?
Yeah.
You know, you could touch and grab.
Yeah. There was a point in my life in the 80s where I would watch any horror movie that was ever made. Like back when the video stores first came out, I would just go straight to the horror section, check out like 3 movies and would watch them all. I watched everything and I loved them. Nowadays, it's like some stuff is just done. It's too gory. It's too gruesome. Way too like they're just coming up with like the most disgusting way that you can kill somebody. And I'm not. It gets a little too much for me.
Okay, so no to Black Phone or yes to Black Phone?
I think I need to see Black Phone.
You got to see Black Phone 1 and then decide.
And then watch Black Phone 2.
Evan said it was pretty good. Evan told us about it this morning.
Evan's a little twisted. I wouldn't take it.
I don't see Evan like sitting down loving horror movies.
I don't know, man. His spectrum of viewing is very wide. Like he'll watch Love Island and also watch Black Phone 2 in the same day.
Well, hang on. That's true. That's true. Is there nudity in Black Phone 2? Is that why he's watching?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that begs the
I
question for Evan.
highly doubt that's the appeal of Black Phone 2.
For
Gator,
Evan.
it sounds like.
Oh, for Evan.
Evan. I don't know, man. Evan just likes to sit
For
and watch
me.
stuff.
I'm not going to lie. Yeah, check that out.
Don't all those slasher films have something like
Not
that?
all of them, but, tell you that hot tub scene in Halloween 2.
How old were you?
How old is he
When
now?
I saw it?
Yeah.
I was probably 17 when I saw it. You get the nurse
Still
scene and-
resonates to this day,
Yeah.
people.
Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. Get the nurse.
Good God.
Just saying, man.
Are the Queds going camping? Is that a lake?
You see the remake of the Friday the 13th movie? I think it came out like 2009. I love that remake. I think it's great. It's actually really well done. And on top of it, you got some great looking women. Oh my God. Hey.
All right. Anyway, it's
facts. Those are facts.
National Sports Day. We're talking about did you ever make up a sport? And let's
And what's
go
your favorite nudity in a horror movie?
No, we're not doing that. Josh, you're next on
That's a
97
sport.
Minutes In. Hi, Josh.
I ain't
Good
lying.
afternoon, guys.
Hey, Josh.
So we used to play what we called broom ball, which was essentially hockey without skates or hockey sticks and a puck. We'd use a racquetball and brooms, and the goalie would get a garbage can to guard, which at any time could get kicked, moved, and put wherever it needed to go. And he would have a baseball mitt and like the longer push style broom.
Okay.
And everyone else would have like the corner style brooms. And we usually played 3v3. And the only rule was don't touch the ball with your hand.
Okay. So you could kick it?
You could kick it. You could hit it. You could knock people out. You do whatever you wanted.
And there were 2 garbage cans, and they could be moved?
Yeah, there was no set spot of
Okay,
where they could go. So if you were going in, you could kick the garbage can and knock the goalie over and then shoot it in.
Okay.
And it was essentially pretty easy to guard a garbage can with, a push broom and a baseball glove.
I gotcha.
So we had to make the degree of difficulty a little bit.
Get the moon boots on and then get out on the ice. I
I
like
like it. All right. Paul is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how are you today?
We're
All right,
good.
Paul.
Hey, great. We used to play a game called Humps. So it was football, just 2 of us in a buddy's backyard, Dave. And what we do is in the winter, we'd ice them over so they were like defenders. And broken noses, No cups, of course. So when the mound hits you, you were crying. But it was the best time in your life creating a game that you played with your buddy.
I'm a little lost here. What iced over?
Well, we made in the winter. We'd make mounds of snow. Okay.
Yep.
To be the defenders. There was only two of us, so we'd run routes like a quarterback.
Oh, I see. So they'd be fixed on the field of play. You would create these mounds. I got you, and then you would take water to them and freeze them over so they'd be ice to really
exactly. They would be. Oh yeah, we would like you said, bloody noses, bruises, sprained ankles, no cups. So you know what that meant.
Yeah.
And, but it was, you talk about fun as hell growing up in like a little neighborhood. Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah,
I love that idea.
It is. It's fun because, like you said, you got two guys could be. You have all the defenders, so you'd run a route, and it's like he'd throw the ball like how every quarterback, and you go, oh shit, and you're diving over.
And thus ends the top.
Ruins it for everybody.
I got to tell you, though, that idea sounds like a lot of fun. It's like basically you're creating a bunch of snowmen out in a field.
Yeah.
And you have to maneuver past the snowmen to make plays.
Yeah.
Except in their version, they freeze the snowmen. They become like blocks of cement. Maybe they don't do that part of it. But that would be kind of fun. You'd have fun doing that, right? Running a route and maybe just
when you were a kid,
take out a big old snowman.
Your concern for your own well-being is minimal.
There was none.
We would go full contact sledding.
Yes.
When we were veering, we'd all go at the same time. From my backyard, my parents' house was on a hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like up a hill, then the house, then the hill continued behind the house. And we would start way up at the top, sled down the hill to a pinch point between a tree and a fence. And everybody's on their sleds at the same time going for this pinch point. And it was a fence with a wooden post in the ground. So it was like you didn't want to hit the fence, nor did you want to hit the tree. The fact that none of us came out of this severely injured, and mind you, no helmets. Wow. We would have 4, 5, 6, 7 sleds shooting for a pinch point that could maybe carry 2 or 3. And you were allowed to, if you came up behind somebody, you could grab the back of their plastic sled and steer it into a tree.
You know what that is?
It's insane.
Just pure skill. That's what that is.
So one time I did hit the fence, all right? And I bit my lip. I got a little bump on this lower lip right here. It's from when I was a kid.
So you have scar tissue that's still there to this day.
Yeah, it's right here. I don't know if you can see it anymore. It's minimal, if anything. It's a bump on my lip. And I started bleeding all over.
Yeah.
And I'm like, blood's gushing out into the middle of the sled run.
Hey, suck it up, Buttercup. Grab some snow and you're fine.
Well, that's exactly what my friend Tony said. Put some snow on it.
Yeah.
And I thought he was worried about the blood on the sled run, so I started putting snow on the blood. And I'm like, oh, the lip. Yeah. Kids had no regard for their well-being.
Was that the last time you didn't wear a helmet, Doug?
It might have been. You pretty proud of that one, Kang?
That was the origin story for Doug.
Look, in the wintertime, getting down a hill, you didn't care what you used to get down the hill. You do it. Heck, you can go down a sledding hill just, in a snowmobile suit. You would do that, right?
Yeah.
But if you could find a piece of plastic, great. It didn't matter what it was. Some kids had the cool sleds. Other kids had that stupid rolled up piece of plastic.
Oh, God, that was awful.
It was the worst. But you may do. You'd use it if you had to.
The excitement to function level on that as a Christmas gift, the rolled up plastic thing.
Yeah.
The excitement way exceeded its functionality.
Yeah, because the functionality was terrible. Yeah. And then, of course, if you're going down the hill sledding in any kind, you end up inevitably, well, this is great, but it's not risky enough. How about I go down head first?
Right, sure.
Going to go on my chest, and then you create the skeleton, from the Olympic game.
We will talk some Lions next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. So to get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. So if your player scores a touchdown, you win that bet. But if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet, plus a share of these bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of the $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't keep that to yourself.
Couldn't believe it. Anyway, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Doug Karsh, that is Scott Anderson. So our guy Prisco, your boy Prisco, Gator.
Sweet Pete.
Yeah, your boy Prisco. He is one of the things that Pete Prisco of CBS Sports does. He gets his picks for the coming weekend in early. And I think he does them on Wednesday. We didn't do it yesterday. Here is his pick for Lions and Buccaneers. Gator, this is your boy Prisco. This is a big game in terms of NFC dominance. Both teams have a lot of injury issues, yet they have fought through them. The Bucs are the top seed right now in the NFC because of Baker Mayfield. With Jared Goff also rolling up big numbers, this has the look of a game with a lot of points. I see the Lions winning a close one. Lions 35, Buccaneers 34. And thus is the first time I've ever seen our boy Prisco, your boy Prisco, pick the Lions. It's not true, but so your guy's coming around.
And you and I feel pretty chesty about this one.
I actually do. I think this is going to be one of those, oh, that's right, everything's going to be okay kind of games, which happens every time they lose. It's clearly they're eventually going to lose 2 in a row. And even if they do lose 2 in a row, I don't think the season's over. Losing back-to-back games to Kansas City and Tampa would suck in the moment, and it would be crank up the sense of urgency moving forward. But the one thing I've discovered, if you go into the season, there's a really weird reaction. If you go into the season, you go, what do you think the Lions' record's going to be? Oh, 12-5, 11-6. I think they're going to go 10-7. I think they're going to go 13-4. If you make a pick like that, but then when they lose a game, you freak out. How did you think they were going to get to 11-6 without losing any games? You got to lose a game to get there. So unless you think your team is going undefeated, and if you really believe that you have the talent on the roster, there's no way we should lose a game, then freak out after every loss.
Well,
but
sure.
I feel like people will set an expectation, a reasonable expectation at the beginning of the year. But then when they lose a game, people will freak out.
So it's a 5.5-point spread right now. The Lions are favored by 5.5. The over-under is set at 52.5. Both teams have been scoring lots of points lately.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of interesting to look at that.
If you look at the Lions roster coming into the year, and didn't Vegas have them at 10.5 wins?
I think that was the total.
Okay, so you're looking to round that up to 11. Let's be optimistic. So it was a reasonable expectation going into this year, given the schedule and the roster, that they were going to go 11-6. And even if you're super optimistic, 12-5, that means along the way you got to lose 5 games. Now,
That's right.
Is this one of the more losable games? I suppose it is. But Tampa's. I think we're dealing with how authentically good is Tampa. Bucky Irving looks great. Baker looks fantastic.
Well, but Bucky Irving is averaging less than 4 yards a carry.
He looks like an explosive back to me. In games I watched, I feel like Bucky Irving. Well, how about receiving? What do you got him in receiving since you got the stats in front of you?
I have to click on that and then click on this. Receiving, he has 19 receptions on 19 targets for 193 yards. That's big for a running back to average 10 yards a reception. That's big.
He's a weapon.
But it's 3.3 per carry.
Yeah, interesting. I would have thought it was better than that.
So, but there it is. It's the screen game. The screen game is big. So you start to piece some things together.
Okay.
19 for 19 targeting Bucky Irving, but he's only completed 66% of his passes Baker Mayfield has on the season. Worry about the short stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where he's had to go because the receivers haven't been healthy all season long. He's had some guys healthy at different times, but this week it looks like it could be really rough for him with receivers. It's the short stuff. Watch out for the tight end. Watch out for the running backs out of the backfield.
I feel like the football gods might be doing us a bit of a solid to have a team with banged up receivers coming our way, given our secondary, here in Detroit, what we got going on in the secondary here in Detroit with guys either hurt or suspended. It's going to, Mike Evans might come back this week, which would be maybe the football gods aren't doing us a solid, but we're due a little break in that regard where our weakness aligns with our weakness because of injury aligns with somebody else's weakness because of injury.
So the running backs, this is interesting. So 19 to Bucky Irving. He's thrown 16 passes to Rachaad White, the other running back, and he's completed 15 of those.
Yep.
So you're looking at 35 passes. That's 34 out of 35 passes that he has completed. That's an incredibly high percentage, but it's to the running backs. To everybody else, it's a different story. So look out for the short pass, and maybe that's. I just gave Dan Campbell the game plan. There you go. You're welcome.
You're that SMRT.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just stop it.
Just stop their offense.
Just stop their offense. And Rachaad,
hell of a game plan you got there, Gator.
Thank you. And Rachaad White is averaging 4 yards a carry. So they split the carries up pretty evenly between those two running backs. So it's the short stuff.
Now, just a reminder, this is part of a Monday night doubleheader, so it is a 7 p.m. or 7:10 kickoff, I think, for this one's Lions and Buccaneers coming up on Monday night. As far as Baker, look, you You just try and hit him. He's jumping around back there, joysticking his way around his own backfield.
I'm sorry, what?
Letting it fly, going from spot to spot. He's so impressive, but it's his ability to improvise that's really been impressive.
And Bucky Irving is actually doubtful for this game with a shoulder injury at this point.
Let's go. Let's get some breaks here.
Chris Godwin Jr., doubtful.
Was it? What are they? So the latest, what does it say about Evans?
Questionable. Evans and Ibuka are both questionable.
I mean, Ibuka could be Rookie of the Year.
He's really good.
Yep.
But we knew that.
We did see it, did we not?
Yeah.
Do you think Detroiters are chesty about this game? And because I feel like it's scary that we're both chesty about a game where there's a 6-1 opponent.
I think most of Detroiters are going to be chesty about this. I'm not sure if everybody's buying into the Tampa hype.
Okay. They don't think they're authentically that good.
Right. A couple of years ago when Lions first made the playoffs, when they beat Tampa in the playoffs, they also beat them during the regular season that year. And then last year, Tampa beat the Lions at home here in Detroit. Detroit's home. I think Tampa's a good football team. Don't get me wrong. I just think the Lions are ready to ring the bell. And they're ready to go for it again. You score in the high 30s and just take care of business.
This kind of feels like a Jack Fox, your services won't be needed kind of game.
Hopefully. Yep. Hopefully. We'll see. It looks like Taylor Decker could return. Everybody's thinking he's going to return to practice tomorrow, which would be welcomed addition to this team to get him back. We'll see how healthy they really are over the next couple of days. Keep in mind that Sunday that's another day. It's a walkthrough day. We talked to Jared Goff about it, and it's, it gives them another opportunity, an extra day to get healthy before the game on Monday night. So I think this is a good opportunity for the Lions to see some new faces, to see some welcome faces back on the team.
So if I'm going to be think of, all right, if somebody was mining for criticism of the Lions, and we know that that exists out there, the criticism is the two best teams they played, Green Bay and Kansas City, they've averaged 15 points a game.
Well, are those the two best teams they've played? We forget about Baltimore already?
They're 1-5.
Okay, do you think people really think Baltimore is a bad team though?
Well,
again, the record is what
they
the
are
record
banged
is.
up, and the injuries. It felt like they started to compound in the Detroit game when they had guys out. But I mean, that could be the retort. But if somebody says, "Hey, look at the two good teams they've played this year, 15 points a game,"
hook them.
Kang, what would you say to that criticism?
Hook them.
So you don't think it's that big a deal?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay. So this is a chance to prove otherwise, though, right? Because you've got a Tampa team that is 5-1, and you beat Tampa, and your offense looks like your offense does. That criticism go away?
No, I think absolutely. Look, Tampa's 5-1. There are two teams in the National Football League that are 5-1: Tampa and Indianapolis. And you could look at Tampa and say, well, they're in a bad division. Okay, fair enough, but they are playing good football. And Baker Mayfield is absolutely resurrected his career in Tampa Bay. They are offensively, they are talented when they're healthy. The question is, how healthy are they going to be? Now, if you're going to tell me that Baker Mayfield's going to have Ibuka and Mike Evans to throw to, they've got some guys to go to, particularly when the Lions secondary is as banged up as it is. I'm giving you reasons why the Tampa's a good team. That all being said, I still think it's a gut feeling, right?
Yep.
I feel like the Lions are they're gonna have an opportunity to really light things up offensively. I think they're pissed about what happened last week. I don't buy into the statistics when it comes to the probability. Hey, this team hasn't lost back-to-back games since blank. I don't care about that as much. I think it's just circumstantial in a lot of cases.
Because you're good. When you're good, you don't lose.
Yeah,
you don't lose a lot. So hence,
exactly.
Yeah.
And it depends who you're playing and when you're playing them and all that. I think this team is really pissed about what happened in Kansas City.
Yeah, I know. I think that you're right about that.
They want the opportunity to get back out there on the field and let everybody know that's not who we are. We're a team that finishes drives. Like if I were to bet on something, I might bet on the Lions on the opening drive touchdown because they are going to finish when they couldn't finish last week.
I want to see if I can get odds on Jack Fox over under 1/2 a punt. We'll talk some NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Right now is the perfect time to improve your home with CGC Home Services. Save on select Connecticut water systems and enjoy the added benefit of advanced air purification for a healthier home. It's what's in our home. It's what our family benefits from. From plumbing to cleaner air and water, they deliver solutions you can count on. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. Your home, their priority. Call CGC Home Services, 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com and tell them Karsh sent you. Who's laughing now, huh? Who's laughing now? Sure, the Chiefs got the dub, but the Lions got the jammy.
Oh, boy. Is that really high where you went with that?
Probably not. I feel that was probably a mistake. Let's not do that on the air.
Yeah.
Let's start the segment all over again. All right?
Yeah.
And 3, 2, 1. So Lions made a free agent signing today. Off the Chiefs practice squad, they signed Jamie Robinson.
Safety.
Isn't that what the Beastie Boys called a gun? Pulled out the jammy, aimed it at the sky. He yelled, "Stick 'em up," and let 2 fly.
Don't stop.
You know,
well, I mean, you might have
Paul
to stop
Revere.
it.
Here's a little something. Here's a little story I got to tell about 3 Brad brothers you know so well. Started way back in history. No? Anyone?
Me, Mike D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. Jammy, pulled out the jammy, aimed at the sky. Well, we got a jammy. He is
Was
a
there
safety.
Was there a quart of beer or something? Was that part of it?
Yes. There was a quart of beer. Jamie Robinson's safety is signed off the Chiefs practice squad and is coming to the Lions. He played 15 games with Carolina in 2023, 17 tackles, and that's it. He played 6 games with Carolina in 2024, had 3 tackles, and now he's been on the Chiefs practice squad. Now he's signed by the Lions. To make room for him, they let Keith Cooper go. Keith Cooper was a player that I think Detroiters kind of liked in the preseason. But the way this whole thing works, Keith Cooper will be re-signed in 3-2-1.
Well, yeah, they just did that with Lawrence Strickland. They let him go last week to make room for, was it make room to Kendall Fuller, maybe?
It might have been.
And now I guess he's brought back on the practice squad. So, comes around, goes around. Just stay close to the phone. Mm-hmm. It's got to be an interesting conversation that Brad Holmes or whoever works in that department has with a player on a practice squad. Like, hey, look, got some bad news, but there's good news too. Bad news is we signed somebody to the practice squad, and we're going to have to release you. The good news is it's temporary. You'll be back in 2 days.
Yeah. Well, of course, unless
don't
you
turn
sign
in
with
your key
somebody else.
card just yet.
Somebody you might sign with somebody else.
Well, there's that.
Here's the other thing. Monday night, they're playing in the All Blacks.
I saw that. The All Blacks is whatever, but it's the helmet.
The
that I get
helmet
excited
that sort of has an electric blue look with the black lion. I got to tell you, it is such an awesome look. It almost looks like the helmet has backlighting. Like it's got some LEDs in it or something.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a really good look. Kang, you like that uniform, the All Blacks?
Yeah, I think it should actually light up. I think they should put lights in it and have a little switch on the chin strap or somewhere where they can flip it on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when you score a touchdown, everybody's helmet starts to pulsate.
It's like Tron.
Those are their Tron uniforms. They kind of are. They're Tron uniforms.
Tron
Good
Aries
call.
is coming out here. So
what?
Or
Jared
it's already
Leto?
out.
Jared Goff.
Yeah, right.
Jared who?
Jared.
I only know one Jared.
Oh, expand your horizons, Doug.
Right.
Who's the other Jared?
Jared Leto, Leto.
Never heard of him.
Heard of
Let me
Jeff
guess.
Bridges?
Actor?
Yes.
I've heard of Jeff Bridges. Yeah.
He's Tron Aries as well.
Is it? Oh, Jeff Bridges is from the original Tron.
Flynn.
Yeah.
Sweet. Did you see the Tron that they had? I don't know, was it 6 years ago, 7 years ago, maybe longer?
I did
than that?
not. I was all excited, and then I heard it was crap. Is that true?
It was okay. The problem I have with Tron is I think it's a little hard to follow. How are you getting in the computer? The whole thing, it just seems.
Well, you got
weird.
zapped by the master control program. Hello.
That's what I'm saying. It's all kind of weird. It's like the Matrix for me was a little too hard to follow. I just gave up on the Matrix after 2 movies.
Did you?
Yeah.
Anyway, so the All Blacks with the Tron helmets are back on Monday night, and Jamie Robinson. So it's funny. We were sitting in my hockey locker room Sunday after our game, and the Lions were going to play the Chiefs that night. And I made the comment, I know I do this for a living, but I swear to God, every Lions game, someone makes a play, and I say, who the hell is that?
Uh-huh.
And it happened Sunday night. And I said that in my hockey locker room, and when it happened, my phone started buzzing.
It was the defensive back that made the play, the safety, number 12, was that?
Yep. Thomas Harper made a play,
yep.
and bzz, my phone starts. There it is. A Lion makes a play that nobody's ever heard of.
See, I say the same.
Don't say you've never heard of Jamie Robinson. Now.
Oh, now I can't
Don't
do
say
that.
that.
No, I got you. I say the same thing watching Michigan State games, but I do it 10 times a game.
Yeah. Well,
And every week it's the same. Like, who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that? I never heard of this guy. Never heard of that guy. They're emptying the entire roster on the field with the same results, sadly.
Here's Rico Beard in studio.
Unfortunately, you don't see a lot of touchdowns.
No.
What is that? What is that little thing that says Michigan State in is that the end zone?
They do it early and don't do it the rest of the way. They don't. You don't see. They're allergic to it in the fourth quarter.
Gentlemen,
how are you?
Good, man.
Yeah. What do you got planned coming up next?
Well, after you intimidated me in the production room.
You stepped to Rico?
He really did. It's like, I'm in here now.
Okay, so let's
I'm
be clear
play-by-play guy. Who the hell are you?
Let's be clear here. Do you think anyone buys that that's actually what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
I can't say what Greg actually told me on air. But
I understand, Rico.
I walked in and just set my script down in the backup studio and walked out. That was it.
Let me tell you.
I'm sure that was
fill in the word, but he told me to pack my stuff and get out.
So on brand, yes.
You're aware of where HR is in the building, right?
You go file the complaint.
I don't think it is.
Not another one.
It's on the other side in the basketball court.
No mas.
All right, so what do you have planned?
All right, what do we have planned? Couple of options. Now that the Tiger season is over, I think the biggest question is Tarek Skubal.
Mhm.
So we're gonna give the listeners a couple of options of what you would like to see happen with Skubal, and we're also going to talk about something we touched upon yesterday, and can we say that? And basically, for the University of Michigan, where are your feelings at with Sharon Moore?
It's interesting. We talked about that a little bit today, and how the clock is ticking. You get hired, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah.
James Franklin's on the hot seat for his next job already.
See, I think for Moore, it was the perfect storm because the Tigers were good, the Lions were good. State is so bad that Michigan's just kind of flying right under the radar.
They need this win. They need this win. I think this win is the fulcrum game of the season. Win it, lose it.
Well, I said I kind of feel like.
Well, come on, Doug. It's Root for Radio. They lose, State lose. Lions are off next week. It's all bad football.
That's not what I'm rooting for.
That's not. I don't know where I'm going.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and
And
treat
you know
each
what?
other.
Be respectful to people in production studio.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Yeah, Mike is killing people's dreams in the studio here today. Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Left tackle Taylor Decker returned to Lions practice today. Kirby Joseph and Tyron Arnold were not out there. Detroit officially announced that they've signed safety Jamie Robinson to their active roster. He's last with Kansas City's practice squad. Spent 21 games total in the NFL with the Panthers the last 2 years. Red Wings forward Lucas Raymond was back practicing today after missing the win over the Panthers last night. Tom McClellan said he's still day-to-day. Detroit continues their 3-game homestand tomorrow against the Lightning. John Gibson will be in net there. The Pistons have their last preseason game of the year tonight, which also marks the only contest at LCA. JB Bickerstaff's #1 goal is to stay healthy and... Hear that 6:35 pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers utility player Ryan Kreidler has been claimed by the Minnesota Twins off waivers. One of their backup catchers, Tomas Nido, is also elected free agency. Both championship series continue tonight in baseball. At 6:08, the Brewers are on the road against the Dodgers, trailing 2-0. Seattle also hosts Toronto at 8:33, up 2-1. Yankees pitcher Carlos Rodon underwent surgery in his elbow today. The start of his 2026 season may be impacted. Aaron Judge will also avoid surgery on his elbow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. Good to have everybody aboard. We've got a lot to do today, and we are going to touch the table on the Tarek Skubal conversation because we didn't get a chance to really do it after the NFL scriptwriters dominated the day yesterday. Rico, I want to present 3 options. I'm not telling you which one is right or wrong. Okay. I think all 3 could be credible. This is about the listener. I want to know which of these 3 pathways are what you want to happen. Not a predictive measure of what will happen. What do you want to happen? Option A, you're not going to pay him. Mm-hmm. This organization really gets jolly over prospects, and you trade him. You get a package that probably includes some MLB talent, prospects, which will get everybody all bricked up, and the Skubal era is done. He'll be traded to the Mets, Dodgers, Padres, something of that sort. Okay, Yankees, whatever you want to say.
Okay.
So it's trade him before you lose him. Option B is you pay him. Again, this isn't about what I believe is right or wrong. I'm
paying what he wants.
Yeah, that you only have about $96 million committed to the payroll next year, and it will go up. You have to factor in arbitration and different things, but you will be outside the top 20 in payroll for what is committed right now. And luckily, or not luckily, anybody you brought in, you're not retaining. You're not retaining Torres. You're not retaining Sewald. You're not retaining Montero. You're not retaining any of these people. You could pay them because also in 2027, they've only got about $30 million committed to the payroll. Again, baseball cap, there's no cap, but the table, it's murky. Mm-hmm. But work with me. They don't have a lot committed. Like the Yankees are starting their season with 185 committed. It's a big difference. It's double what you have committed.
Right.
You could pay him. You sign him for whatever he asks for. You know you're going to pay for it on the back end, but you're in your window. Windows are real. He's a fan favorite. I think he automatically, every time he starts, people pay attention, and you're never going to have another pitcher like him. It's okay to just say it. You're not going to replace him.
So this is the 10-year, $400 million deal.
Yeah, you're going to do something egregious, but you're going to pay him.
Okay.
And we're going to keep moving forward, and our best chance to win is with Tarek Skubal.
That's option 2.
Option 3
I like these.
Is a hybrid.
Oh.
The hybrid is we're not going to pay you, but we're going to use up all that toothpaste, and we're going to go all in this offseason by way of free agency, a bold trade, and we're going to make Skubal's swan song the best version of ourselves that we can before we lose him. That while we're not going to pay him, we're also not going to give away our best chance to win. And in fact, we learned from our mistakes. We know the deadline was booty. We're going to improve this thing fast. And we know he's leaving at the end of the year, but damn it, we're going to go down swinging. You have 3 options. Which one? Not predictive measure.
Just what I want.
What do you want? It is a choose your own adventure book in every sense of the word as it pertains to Tarek Skubal. 248-539-9797. The reason I'm bringing this up, David and I separately, you're seeing the Skubal trade packages from other media. Mets media, Yankees media, different media. It's being talked about in other cities. So I want to do the discussion one time now, and then we don't do it again until there are reports.
Something actually happens.
Yes.
See, I like this because thinking like myself.
Yeah, that's all I'm
if
asking
I was
you to
Scott
do.
Harris, I would choose option C. I choose option C. I'm going to go all in free agents. I'm going to do whatever I can to make next year
great again.
We're going to be the best team ever. We're going to go for broke, and I'll see what happens at the end of the season. If he wants to resign here, fine. If not, you know what? No regrets. We're just going to go for it. We're going to get bats. We're going to get arms. We're going to do everything that we can. We're going to max out that credit card. We are.
You're going to take the money that you would have committed to Skubal, and you're going to split it amongst three players, much like what the Yankees did when they lost Soto. They simply took the money, got Max Fried, got Cody Bellinger, got bullpen help. That's what you're advocating for.
Yes.
Okay, so Rico says option C. David, Kenny, A, B, or C, Skubal, and I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. And again, I'm not in the business here of vilifying Tarek Skubal, but did he ask out of that game? I'll go to my grave believing yes. I believe if Skubal said, no, I will kill you if you take this ball from me, he stays in the game. That's my belief. I'm allowed to have that belief. It doesn't make him a bad guy, but it makes me question. I've always said this. I don't like paying pitchers 8, 7, 8, 10-year deals. And a guy who's already had 2 catastrophic arm injuries, yeah, look, you were either going to trade him 2 years ago or lose him. I just don't think paying him's in the offing, especially with Boris repping him. So go ahead, Kenny. You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I go the all-in route, the same as Rico, but for a little bit of a different reason. It would just show that this organization has willing to do something like that, because up to this point, we have seen the biggest complaint about the Scott Harris era has been, oh, we don't make a big splash move. Granted, we did offer Bregman. That has to be counted. But at the same time, yeah, let's go all in and try to win something.
So you want a choice C.
Choice C.
David, A, B, or C. You can trade him, you can sign him, or you can know you're losing him, but rally around him. Choose your adventure.
I want him on my roster for one more season, and I'm all in. I'm going to get bats. I'm going to get back into the bullpen arms, whatever we need. I am all in on his last year. Show that commitment. That's what I want.
See, I'm in a different place. I either pay him or I trade him. And the thing I can't figure out, like if you look between Jack Flaherty and Javi Baez, that's $44 million that comes off the payroll after next year. Now you're stuck with Flaherty because you triggered his player option. And unless Flaherty's getting terrible advice, you're not opting out. The money that Baez and Flaherty make is essentially the Skubal money long term. It's an offset. See, I view it that even though I don't like signing these deals, you've got to almost negotiate with your own morals here, like baseball principles rather, where you don't want to sign this type of deal, but it beats the alternative. What message does it send to the fan base if you trade Tarek Skubal? What message does that send after that deadline? And then you want to go to people for ticket increases, or you want to go to people to become, 1901 speakeasy members?
The message, Mike, is the same message they've been preaching. Hey, wait till you see these young guys.
Well, hold on.
We got young guys.
And let's be clear. It's the same thing the Brewers got put through. They had Corbin Burns. They had to make a decision. They weren't going to pay him. We got to trade him. And they still ended up having a nice year. What happened in the playoffs? Well, cute stories go to die. I actually wonder why you don't pay him. The payroll is as such. It's If not now, you have no long-term liabilities in 27 and beyond. A lot of your players don't even begin to be paid like a Parker Meadows, like a Kerry Carpenter, like a Torkelson, like a Riley Green, like McGonigal, who will be here. These guys aren't going to make any money in the near term. Those guys are 3-4 years out. So you start to look at it and go, all right, what am I actually doing here if I'm not paying him? Now, if you believe you got the best out of him and you don't think he's going to be who he is in 3 years, you trade him. Look, this is a nasty spot the organization finds themselves in. I'm not vilifying any opinion on this. All three are very legitimate. They are.
And that's the reason why, Mike, is I don't know where he's going to be. If you lock him up for 10 years, what I don't want to see is, the Cabrera, the final years where you're overpaying this guy and now he's stuck out in the bullpen and he can't get anybody out in the bullpen. And you're only remembering the great days that he had when he was that starter, when he was winning you back-to-back Cy Youngs. I don't want that. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I still got a bitter taste in my mouth from the fact that I don't feel like he went out there to really help his team win that Game 5. That it seems like he took himself out of that game instead of staying in there after still throwing the ball 100 miles an hour, striking out Cal Raleigh and saying, we good, I'm out, somebody else can handle it.
And obviously,
I'm paying you that amount of money. I'm just going to ride this till the wheels come off, and I'm going to let you be somebody else's problem.
And right, wrong, or otherwise, people are going to feel certain things. I don't think your opinion's crazy. I want to know what you guys think. Because the Skubal decision is going to dictate your offseason. I just don't see a scenario where keeping him and not being aggressive around him makes any sense. Meaning he's going into his last year and you don't make a bold trade or you don't go heavy in free agency. That doesn't compute to me. If you're not going to do, and again, the organization hasn't really shown a willingness to do either of those things, then it means you pay him or you trade him. I just look, let's do this one time. We're having we're the heads of state are meeting today, and the heads of state are you, the fan. Mm-hmm. We're doing the Skubal thing one time to put a bow on the season. What do you want them to do? I've outlined the three options. It is a brutally difficult situation they find themselves in. And all of it could be traced back to the deadline 2 years ago. Because if you didn't trade him then, you were always going to end up here. I don't think there was any scenario they were going to be bad enough after the Disney movie to deal them at the deadline this year. And of course, they weren't bad. In fact, they were very good. What did you do around them? Nothing. You basically farted in the face of the deadline. Well, that's how you end up here. Mm-hmm. So what do you want to do? 248-539-9797. Let's get with the people. And again, I don't think there's any wrong answer here, guys. I'm genuinely interested in what the paying customer wants their franchise to do with Skubal. Rico Beard for Basements.
No, Mike, how about this for Planet Fitness? Planet Fitness, home of the judgment. Planet Fitness is a home of the judgment-free zone. It offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And just stop into any local Planet Fitness, and right now, $1 down gets you started. And after that, it is $15 a month. As I stated, it's a judgment-free environment. You can feel free to feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment, from full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, brand new machines in there. Plus, they got the free weights, they got treadmills, they got Stairmasters, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. So you can't even use the argument, I don't have time for the gym. Yes, you do. When you use Planet Fitness, absolutely. As a matter of fact, you could even get free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. The only thing missing is your new membership. Head into any of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started. $1 down is all you need, and then your membership is $15 a month. If you can't make it by a club, you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. Look, we're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Look, you've heard the ads, lawyers bragging about verdicts and wins like you're a trophy, like you're some stuffed marlin you put on a wall. Look, David Feminenio's different. He wins big, but it's not about the bragging rights. It's about what the money does for you and your life. And whether it's covering medical costs, keeping your family steady, helping you move forward, that's what matters. Your case, your life. If you're in a car accident, call David, 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get right to the people. We're having the Scooble conversation. We're doing it one time. And until or unless there is news, that's it. This truly is the final frontier of the Tiger season. If it wasn't for the script writers in Kansas City, we would have done this yesterday. But we couldn't do that. So I'm asking. I've laid out the three options. I don't want anyone to feel like they can't call because I don't know that there's a wrong answer. You can keep him and pay him. Because he's the best pitcher you're going to get your hands on, because you don't have payroll liabilities long-term, because, frankly, Javi Baez and Jack Flaherty come off the books, and that's the Scooble money long-term. It's a straight offset. You can trade him because you ended up here, and he's lame duck, and you don't want to lose him for a comp pick, and you trade him. And what you get is a matter of debate, but there would be major league talent involved. It would have to be. Or there's choice C, which is the hybrid. You do what you've never done before, which is be aggressive with trades, be aggressive with free agency, and you use him for everything he's got. And then he leaves. There is no wrong answer. This is a difficult situation. You tell me. I am in the camp of you trade him or you pay him. I understand both of those. I think it's really interesting is you could send a message. Not that that is the most important thing. Winning is the most important thing. But you could change the narrative around Chris Ilitch and this franchise if you paid him. Look, how many phone calls have we taken where people are mad at Chris Ilitch and I've goes, guys, they did add to the payroll. You do realize that, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm no fan of his, but they added. Right, they did add. They did. And they did make a real offer to Alex Bregman. I can't knock ownership when you do that. But if you wanted to put it to bed for the last time and announce that you're going to be real, you pay him. And will it be a bad deal? Of course it will. At some point, it will be a terrible deal. Mm-hmm. But in the near term, are you better with him or without him? Of course you're better with him.
No. You're better with him, Mike, but I think this team is building up to the big reveal in a few years. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. Cutscene. Then you trade him. There's nothing to talk about. Okay. If Scott Harris's view of the deadline is his view of this franchise, and it's still wait for the kids, trade him.
Go get more kids?
Yeah, trade him. You're wasting everybody's time. You may as well collect Pokemon cards. Go ahead. Get some prospects. Let's get all rocked up for somebody who won't be here until 2030.
Oh, yeah, because if I had to do a power ranking, I would go just ride them out till the wheels fall off, trade them right now in this offseason.
Sign him would be last?
Sign him would be absolutely the last thing I would do.
To the people. John's in the leadoff spot today, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, John.
Thank you. What I'm doing is nobody's worth 10 years. I don't care who it is. He is not going to be pitching as effective, I would say, 3 years down the road. Mm-hmm. So why are you giving him $400 million? You trade him, you get the best offers you can get, and you play him. You put him out there on a string. And then you still go out and spend money that you saved. I know you're going to be paying some of these guys later, but you go out and you get the best people that you get and have at it next year. Bring up some kids that are going to be with you. And then maybe you got a 3 or 4 or 5 year run. Keeping him is going to destroy this organization.
Why do you say that, though? Just so I understand. Why do you say it'll destroy you?
I don't think he has more than 3 years. I don't think he has 3 years left. A guy who pitches 100 miles an hour, man. How old is he? I don't even know.
It's approaching 30.
10 years?
Yeah, no, listen. Okay. No, John, again, there's no wrong answer. And if in your heart you believe you've gotten the 2 best years he's going to give you, maybe you get one more and then it's a slow decline. I'm not going to yell at you because if that's your belief, you can't pay him.
and you trade him. Now, I'm glad you said that. So, David, you have a trade proposal. This is something, John, this is something people have floated out there in the media spaces. I told David, don't tell me what it is pre-show because I like natural response to just stuff. I don't think prepackaged radio is very good. So, David, out of the hermetically sealed envelope, what is this trade? Who are we trading Scooble to? Let me hear if I like this.
This is a deal to the Yankees.
Oh, God. Well, the Yankee system sucks, so there better be major league people involved here.
So the Tigers will be getting Jason Dominguez.
Oh, the Martian.
Mm-hmm. Luis Gil.
It's
Elmer
Heel.
Rodriguez
Okay.
Cruz.
Okay.
And Dax Gilby.
Wait, who was the third name?
Elmer Rodriguez Cruz.
See, here's your problem. Now, Dominguez has not progressed in a way that I'm satisfied with as a Yankee fan. Can you play him in the outfield?